What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. I'm back, baby. We're back. Got some Z-Pack. That's a game changer, dog. Z-Packing and some serious sleep. That'll change your life. This is B. Mitchell Finley. Good morning, Brian. How you doing?
I'm good, brother. What's happening with you?
I'm good, man. I kind of trying to get back on track here. It's funny. You get thumped, man. Just feel like quite bad for 48 hours or whatever. It'll get you, but I feel a lot better. Excited for the day here. I will confess, because Jeff and Landfill were like asking me if I was coming in. My kids have a half day today. And if they had a full day of school, might have been working from home. But there's a tea party scheduled at my house this afternoon, Brian. And I just didn't think the radio and a tea party really would mesh.
Nah, that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work. You know, they're all at home?
No, they got a half day.
Oh, so half day and then all. Nah.
So they'll be getting home at 12:30. We'd have like 90 minutes of the show left. Yeah.
I know one little person going to make sure it doesn't work right. Yeah. Nah.
When we did the show from my house the other day, just chilling, she almost caused a little trouble. So,
but my buddy, though, man.
She's fun, man.
Yeah, that's my little buddy.
She's wild, dude. Landfill writes.
Parents, what the hell you expect?
That's a fair point. I'm fired up. Our guy Thor Nystrom is down in Mobile, Alabama, and he will join us right at 10:30. He scouts the hell out of the Senior Bowl. What I appreciate about Thor, if you don't follow his work, he's a really strong follow in lots of phases. If you're into betting during the season, but he really follows college football at a high level, and it's so easy to get sucked into skill positions when you're down in Mobile.
Mm-hmm.
But like, what matters is the big fellas, and there's so many
big
good
beefies.
Yeah, man. So we're going to talk to Thor about the work he's been doing. If you want to check him out before he comes on the show, it's at ThorKU on social media. There's rumors about uniform updates. There's all sorts of stuff going on out there. Brian Westbrook's going to join us at noon. We're going to open these phone lines up at 1. But B, Landfill writes a pretty simple question off the top here.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the worst sports week of the year?
Not really. If you are strictly a football watcher, yes, it is probably one of those. But if you're a person that watch multiple sports and you get fired up for the Super Bowl, because like if you turn on any sports show right now, they are giving you topics that you probably never would have thought of. You know, this one here, I think everybody thinks, will Jalen Hurts decide the Super Bowl? Yes. You know,
these shows are getting so progressively awful. So I don't know which one this is. FT. So this is First Take.
Mm-hmm.
Cam Newton has like a
Cam Newton just wear weird stuff. That's point blank.
I don't care what you wear, right?
Yeah.
But I saw one of the topics coming up.
Hmm?
Is Joe Burrow an elite quarterback?
See, the thing
is
about
that debatable?
Right now, Joe Burrow is an elite quarterback. We all know that.
Right.
But for me, I don't want to hear a damn thing about Joe Burrow right now. I want to hear right before the Super Bowl. For me, and you know, I'm kind of normally just straight laced, but I'm kind of geeky when it comes down to the Super Bowl week. I want you to break down every little tidbit of it. You know, I want to know which offensive line, where he come from.
Right.
What makes him
That's
tick?
kind of next
How did
week.
they fight through something? But that stuff starts this week. They start getting little things, then they build it up for next week. So once you get to the Super Bowl, when we get down there, it's going to be something happening on a daily basis.
So a story will
But
emerge.
even this week, like with hockey and basketball and all that, you can find stuff to do. But if you are a straight football guy, it is the worst week because everything ended and you hear nothing.
Look at this. This is my boy Jack Kelly. We play golf with him and his pop.
Uh-huh.
He just said he's listening to our show right now. From
out fishing?
I mean,
it looked like he's icing.
My guess is he's hunting.
But that's on the water, right?
Yeah, but I mean, there's ducks and geese.
Oh, okay.
That's where you go.
Hey, if I'm the dog,
blind,
if I'm the dog today, I am boycotting. I'm not jumping in that damn water. What the hell's wrong with you? You jump in the water, Jack.
Loves the water, man. But it's
you shoot a duck, boom, and the dog go like this here. Go ahead, get it.
I would love nuanced conversation about the Super Bowl matchup. I'm not sure will Jalen Hurts decide the Super Bowl is the nuanced conversation you're looking for. But when I saw is Joe Burrow an elite quarterback,
See, Sometimes you can ask stupid questions. That question is already answered. You know the answer to that.
So
hell yeah, he's won.
Here's the truth. This is not the worst sports week of the year or even close to it, but it feels awful because you have the withdrawal of football.
Yeah.
You recognize like, oh man, there's no football.
Yeah, I'm with that.
If you want to convince yourself that the Pro Bowl's cool, then enjoy that, please.
They started showing that stuff last night, right?
Well, I
don't think I saw anything, but I know I didn't see anything. I was on the treadmill and a thing popped up on a little, what's called that, the games start tonight. And I didn't get off the treadmill to go look for it.
What all is included in the Pro Bowl games?
They have flag football. They have some video games. They have dodgeball. A few other little stuff. But
I guess there was some stuff last night.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It said that last night. So, but when I got off the treadmill, you know what I did? I went and I turned to the golf channel.
Yeah.
I must watch golf. And I saw a hole in one last night too.
Lowry.
Yeah, I like that. And then Condoleezza Rice, woman can play some golf. She loves golf too. But I did not care to watch.
She's a member at Augusta.
I didn't care to watch any of those games like that because let's be real, man. If you are a football nut, you want to see football. You don't want to see guys running around playing dodgeball and all that crap. I don't care about that.
The quarterback stuff's kind of interesting, although I didn't watch a second of it. So apparently, this is from NFL.com, and hey, man, you got to hype up your own products. Everybody come to 106.7 The Fan live tonight. But apparently, Jared Goff looked good in the
Jared Goff looked good in
the Pro Bowl game skills.
He looks
competition.
good. He looks good in football games too.
Yeah,
until he gets pressure on him.
Quinnen Williams won something called the what do they call this? The big spike.
The big guy spiking the ball?
I think it was like, the big hammer at the carnival.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. Wow, that really helps us.
I tell you what, we need an official Pro Bowl correspondent.
Hold
on. I'm just going to read this sentence, and then I'll let you do what you want with it.
Mm-hmm.
NFC closing in on three-peat. No doubt looking to flex for new head coach Brian Schottenheimer. Cowboys offensive lineman Tyler Smith caught a ball from the Colts' Quentin Nelson to clinch 3 points and a win in the second and final dodgeball game of the evening.
One finger salute. Who gives a damn about a big dude catching the NFC looking for a three-peat? And then they mentioned Brian Schottenheimer as a head coach. Who cares?
Do you think any part of Cowboys offensive lineman Tyler Smith catching a ball from the Colts' Quentin Nelson to secure the final dodgeball game of the evening, do you think at any moment in Tyler Smith's head, he was like, oh, man, we got a new head coach. I really got to impress in this dodgeball game?
No.
What
the
hell are we talking about here?
See, the world has become a world of narratives.
Sure.
And I think when people tune in, people really want to hear some truth. They want to hear facts a lot of times. But they get narratives. They get personal opinions about this, that, and the other. And then all of a sudden, they're confused. If they think that anybody care about that statement that you just read, I don't think Brian Schottenheimer even care about that statement. For sure, Tyler Smith doesn't give a damn about that statement. What the hell is that?
That's an all-timer. Looking to impress new coach Brian Schottenheimer. Tyler Smith caught a ball in the Pro Bowl. So I'm trying to move past like being mad at the Pro Bowl. Clearly,
I'm not
the
mad at
NFL's trying to.
I understand what they're doing. And listen, if I am an owner of a football team and my guy made it to the Pro Bowl, I want him to come back out the Pro Bowl safe. So if this is going to be better, but let's be real, didn't the guy on flag, playing volleyball, flag football on sand?
It was sand.
Blew his knee out.
It was a Patriots
running
player.
back, wasn't he?
Yeah, I can't remember. That was years ago.
Guys can still get hurt in these, and I understand what they're doing. But let's stop calling it the Pro Bowl. Let's call it the festivities, okay? Or let's just say weekend of fun. Let's do something like that, because when you say Pro Bowl, people start thinking back to like Pro Bowl.
They've started calling it the Pro Bowl games.
Well, just say games. Just say NFL games. Let's get rid of the Pro Bowl because the Pro Bowl remind me of when Sean Taylor ran through a punter.
I think they could do the remember the old, maybe they still have this, but World's Strongest Man would be like Magnus versus Magnuson every year, flipping tires.
When
like, have some dudes out there flipping some tires.
You know, when I went to the Pro Bowl, we had a day where it was just competitions. And then you have to play the game still. So just call it NFL competitions. You're like, hey, you can promote it like this. You know, you all always wonder what the athletes can do other than just play football. Well, we have a weekend to show you. Do it like that, but get rid of the fact of making us think it's going to be anything about real football.
Yeah.
Because it's nothing about real football. NBA, stop saying all-star game and say 3-point shooting contest. And call it the whole weekend because that's all the hell they do anyway.
Half these NBA games are barely more than a 3-point
hockey is just about skating fast and scoring. There ain't nothing else happening.
Hockey's the closest to it. Honestly, it's
baseball. Is home run derby.
Nah, because the pitchers try to show up too.
Pitchers try to show
still
up,
the
but
realest
you see a lot of hits in our place in the world in the All-Star weekend, and you see these pitchers. Pitchers are not throwing as hard as they normally do.
Well, and a lot of guys more and more kind of opt out. Like, oh, it's not my day in the rotation.
Like, what did J.J. Watt say yesterday? It's a participation bowl.
Right.
You know, when you get to the fifth alternate, it's not the guys that you chose and you want to see, you're not going to see.
Doug, it's not a shot at anybody because I'm not saying like I think Drake May can play and he's an exciting young player, but the fact that Drake May is going to the Pro Bowl with Russell Wilson, like, what are we doing here? So beyond just the Pro Bowl being what it is, Caps played last night. Ovi scored to send them into OT. They ended up losing in OT. I just saw this from Greenberg. He says, I think Ovi's 19 goals away now.
Yeah.
And Greenberg, being Greenberg, is trying to figure out when he'll break the record. And he's got it down to what looks like the first week of April. He thinks Raleigh against the Hurricanes on April 2nd is the most likely. If not, the Blackhawks at home on April 4th. Or the March 30th at home against the Sabres, or all the way until April 10th against the Hurricanes. I want to be clear. I'm curious if you agree. With something like that, you can't game that. Like, you can't, like, oh, I want it to happen at home. Because you can go 2-3 games without a goal. You can score 3 goals in one game.
You could love the one that happened at home, but you don't know. Hell, he might get crazy and have a hat trick on the road one day and get all of them. He could be 2 away and go 1, 2, 3 in one night. You think he's going to go 1 and say, nah, I'm going to wait till I get home and do it. He's going to still try to score.
Totally.
No.
I totally agree. I think so. The Caps lost last night.
Still get point, half point, right?
Yeah, for the OT.
Yeah.
I think you get a point, but
8 point. Cool.
I think I put on the Wizards game last night. Whew. Did you happen to put the Wiz game on last night? The Lakers were in town.
Just like I put on the Pro Bowl stuff last night, I put the Wiz stuff on the same way. I watch Golf Channel.
I'm telling you, I think I put it on about halftime. They were down 30. And I kind of checked back in the fourth quarter. I'm like, there are a lot of people that want to take a lot of shots at Bronny and how LeBron got him into the league and whatever. It happened. It occurred. Bronny got to play 12 minutes last night. Like, he is. Remember that Pistons team that was really good, that won the title? And whenever the kid that went number 2, the European dude, so it went LeBron, Darko Milicic, and then Carmelo Anthony. And whenever Darko got in the game, was like the human victory cigar.
Yeah, you knew that they were winning.
That's where Bronny is at this point. Yeah. He's the human victory cigar. They won by 40, 35. I don't know. You can do the math. 134 to 96. I think that's 38. Yo, Bronny already getting away with calls. He fouled the hell out of Bub Carrington in the corner and just got away with it. And I don't know why they didn't challenge, but they were down 25. So maybe the coach was like, whatever, let's just keep it moving.
Referees have lives to live too, JP.
Yeah.
The ref like, I'm not calling this crap. I got to get some more seconds. Let's get this game over with.
It's funny.
This is garbage.
I'm
watching trash.
I was listening to Van Pelt's podcast the other day, and Stanford Steve was saying how he watches the Wizards games and that they're a good watch because they play hard. And I agree with him. Like, I enjoy watching these Wizards teams, but it's hard to reconcile. They do play hard. Like, I like the way Keefe has them playing. Brian, they're 6-41.
Yeah.
Do you know do you know how many in a row they've lost right now?
I don't even care to know how many lost. But I can tell you this. This is
16 in a row.
This is where things happen. Now, they are coaching and game planning to lose. And I know those players cannot really deal with that. Because, like, I guarantee if you really watch the game, there ain't no coaching and no game planning to try to figure something out. You know?
I think they're trying to develop young players, but you're right. It's not necessarily.
Yeah, but listen, man, that can be tough on the psyche, dude.
Sure.
We discuss mental health ad nauseum these days. Hell, if those players aren't mentally strong, they're gonna be messed up by the time they start winning.
Their road record is 1-21.
You know what, man?
It's the assignment. It's what we all ask for.
If listen, bro, I know they have some astronomical point spreads against them, but if you just take the other team with the points, you could probably change your lifestyle these days, man. What was it yesterday, Landfill? 16 and a half, something like that? And they lost by 40, 44 you said? 46? Or 42, whatever it was?
It was a lot.
That's a lot of damn points, man.
We're going to get to Thor live from Mobile, Alabama in just a minute. I did want to take a minute, and I'm sure you guys addressed this yesterday. I wasn't here. I will often mention my ride downtown is Rock Creek Parkway down below the Kennedy Center and around Memorial Bridge. And there are a lot of days where I'm reminded how beautiful of a city we live in. And driving down through there along the river, this morning was just a stark reminder of how awful everything from Wednesday night was. And I texted with some folks. Have you seen, there were all these ice skating folks on that plane.
14 total.
Awful. And, the Ashburn Ice House is right there.
I heard one little young lady went to a school not far from my house.
Dude, so the Ashburn Ice House, which is right there by Commanders Park. I mean, it's right around the corner by that Shell station. And I know some folks that play hockey there. They're involved in the impact this is making on that. And it's crazy when these things become so local. And it just driving by there and seeing everything this morning was just such a stark reminder of how precious life is. And gosh, our thoughts and prayers are so just there for everyone involved, and just so sad. And
keep your focus on that too. I don't know the other stupidity that's popping up.
Seriously. All right, when we come back, we're going to Mobile, Alabama. Nobody go anywhere.
Good morning, everyone. Well, Rui Hachimura scores 22 points in 26 minutes in his return to D.C. as LeBron and the Lakers throttle the Wizards 134-96. Washington has dropped 16 straight. The Wizards now head to Minnesota for an 8 o'clock tip. That's tomorrow night. Listen on the Team 980. The Capitals trailed by 2 twice in the third period. They battled back to get it to overtime, but they ended up falling short 5-4 in the extra session to the Ottawa Senators. Alex Ovechkin with a goal and 2 helpers. He's now 19 goals away from eclipsing Wayne Gretzky. Commanders pass game coordinator Brian Johnson will interview for the Texans' vacant offensive coordinator position. And former Nats great Max Scherzer signs a 1-year, $15.5 million deal with the Toronto Blue Jays. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan, wasting no time, getting right to the rude guest hotline to bring in our friend, Mr. Thor Nystrom. Thor is live down in Mobile, Alabama at the Senior Bowl. You can read all of his work, Matt Berry's Fantasy Life. Thor, what's up, dude? How are you?
Man, I'm doing great. I was already juiced up from the Senior Bowl, but I was doing that Night of the Roxbury head bob as well coming in. So, yeah, feeling good, boys.
That'll get you going. I was like, Emilio. Yeah. All right. So I said this before you were on the air, so I'm not just blowing smoke here. If folks are into kind of the draft process and you're not following Thor, you're doing it wrong. It's at Thor KU, THORKU. I don't know that anybody posts like more video than you did from Mobile. I've done Mobile a number of times. It's fascinating to watch the evaluators, watch these guys. Let's start broadly, kind of what position groups stood out the most to you from the Senior Bowl?
First, thanks for the kind words. I really appreciate that. And the biggest one for me as far as the standout would be the defensive front. We saw some mutants out there, the real mutant Deion Walker in terms of physical size. Now, he's up and down. I certainly wouldn't call him a winner, might even be a bit of a loser from this week. Some of the reps weren't there, but you did see the flash reps, the high-end upside. But some of the other guys we saw, like I said, mutants. And I'm going to extend from interior defensive line to edge.
Okay.
But Walter Nolan definitely caught the eye. A very, very active former 5-star recruit who had gone to Texas A&M and then last season transferred to the Portal King and Ole Miss and had a tremendous final season on campus as well. And people couldn't block him one-on-one here. He's too quick and he's too strong. He compares himself to Aaron Donald. That might be going a little bit far, but if you want to think of him as like slightly discounted Aaron Donald, I think that would be fair. And then a guy that he began his collegiate career with, Shamar Stewart at Texas A&M, a guy who is a bit of a hybrid between an interior defensive lineman and an edge rusher. I think probably his best fit in the NFL might be as a 3-4 defensive end, but he was causing all kinds of havoc here. He has a very quick first step, but it goes beyond that because his legs are so long. He gets on top of the outside shoulder of the offensive lineman in a flash, and then he's around the corner. And there was this one rep where he slapped the ball out of the Memphis quarterback's hand, Seth Hennigan, in like, in 0.7 seconds. He's already there and, just slapping the thing out. That kid's got nearly a 7-foot wingspan and super twitchy. So I would say the defensive front in general was the best position group here.
Any of those guys that dropped the number 29?
You tell me.
I'm asking for a friend.
Yeah, there is going to be plenty of help there available there at that slot in the late first round for sure. This is, people talk about the depth of the running back class, and this is certainly very good at the running back. But you talk about the first round, we're going to see a whole bunch of interior defensive linemen go there, and then early on there in day two, just a stacked position group. And you're going to get a bit of a discount on some of those guys, maybe late first round that maybe would have gone 10 slots higher in one of these other classes the past couple years. Good spot or good year to be needing to shop early for interior defensive linemen.
I know a team that wears burgundy and gold that's probably got to rebuild their D-line in some capacity. You mentioned the running backs there also. I'm fascinated. I think Genty looks like a clear top 10, top 15 guy, but I know there's a lot of excitement about other backs, even down to day 2, day 3 guys. What were some of the running backs that stood out to you?
Yeah, this might be the best running back class we've had for the last decade. In terms of the overall draft class, you have the crown jewel at the top. You have a legitimate second tier. I think that's Caleb Johnson and Omari and Hampton, big hammerbacks. And then tier 3, guys that are going to be off the board in this class before probably the middle of the second round are the 2 Ohio State kids. But in Travion Henderson and Quinshon Judkins. But like I said, way, way deeper than that. You have 30 other running backs in this class, so you're going to need to investigate deeply. There's going to be undrafted running backs in this class that are longtime NFL contributors. I ardently believe that. Good year to be needing a running back. And we had a bunch of good ones here. We didn't get to see Cam Scadaboo, which was a big disappointment for me personally because I love that kid's game coming out of Arizona State, but he had a long season, so I couldn't really blame him for the opt-out right before the event, but we still got to see some good ones and guys that are in competition for running back 6. It's a big question with this class. After those consensus top 5, who slots in right after that? Devin Neal from Kansas, a guy that we saw here has tremendous feet at 220 pounds, is a guy who is certainly jockeying for position there. R.G. Harvey is another one. Ollie Gordon. I thought Ollie Gordon did a good job this week, sort of stopping the fall of his stock after this past regular season. His counting stats basically got cleaved in half in a bad situation at Oklahoma State. They had a veteran quarterback that can't move and wasn't throwing the ball very well this year. So there was a lot of ganging up on Ollie Gordon. But again, I thought he had a decent week. But yeah, the running back class overall is just absolutely stacked this year in the NFL draft.
That's great to hear. Other spots, B-Mitch and I have this contention, Thor, and I'm curious what you think. We're talking with our friend Thor Nystrom on the Rude Guest Hotline. Thor is down in Mobile at the Senior Bowl. He's been watching these guys all week. If you're interested in kind of the pre-draft process, I recommend following Thor at ThorKU. Washington's going into an offseason where they far exceeded expectations. They got a bunch of cap space, but they also have a bunch of these kind of veteran one-year contracts they're going to have to make some decisions with, right? B-Mitch and I both are of the mindset to not go top of the market spending at receiver because there's just so many good receivers year after year after year of coming out in the draft. Mm-hmm. What's this receiver class look like? And do you agree with kind of the central premise that as passing offenses and 7-on-7 has proliferated so much across the country, I mean, into high school, that these kids just come in at more ready to play than they have in previous generations?
For sure, and in general, yes. And the different sort of options that you get. Like I think of like a pass catching core as a basketball team. You don't want 4 or 5 power forwards on the floor at the same time. You want the different body types and the different games of the 4 pass catchers that you're deploying. And we get the wider range of those now in the modern game, right? Where you go back 15 years, everyone just wanted the tall boundary receivers. And now you have, like, for instance, a guy like Tez Johnson. I was talking to him on the field after practice yesterday, and I was like, there's not many guys out there, that we can compare to a 155-pounder. But he was like, I was just texting Tank Dell in the locker room right before I came out here. It turns out that him and Tank Dell are really good friends, and they text all the time. And Tez is asking him, for advice for the NFL. Back in the day, we wouldn't have had a guy like that have an opportunity to play in the NFL. But this draft class specifically, if I'm a team like the Commanders, this might be a year where maybe I don't take a receiver because I think this receiver class is down. We got the market correction in a good way on the running back class coming from last year where the running back class stunk, and now we're going to have a potentially historic running back class. We've had some tremendous wide receiver classes here the last 5 years. This year, it's a bit down. You only have, in my opinion, one guy who has pretty close to an unimpeachable evaluation in Tedero McMillan, the big pterodactyl from Arizona. Luther Burton from Missouri, the consensus wide receiver too. he's going to be a solid slot, a good, I think, slot receiver in the NFL, but he's a slot, and he had a down season. They had a really strange thing going on with Missouri's offense this year. And then, from there, all of a sudden now you're down into guys who have even more questions on their evaluation. I know Washington, you probably put wide receiver as a top 3 need. Maybe look for another avenue this year, whereas in general, maybe you shop for that in the draft. But I think the trench play for Washington and then maybe the back half of that defense, maybe for this class, it fits better with the position groups and qualitatively what they're offering.
I think you improve the big boys, you improve your team. I think a lot of times people look at the skill positions and they feel they go get that. But if you don't have time and you can't get pressure, those guys are going to look mediocre instead of looking like they're supposed to look.
That's right. Yeah. And you have a lot of those big, long levered athletes coming off the edge in this class. Again, one of the strengths of it, and guys that improve their stock here as well. I think Washington, maybe they might have had a close eye on Shamar Stewart, being an example of one guy here. But yeah, that edge group along with that interior defensive line. The Texas A&M kid, yeah. Okay. It was funny that on Wednesday we were walking out of the media availability session, and down on the street there was a dude walking with Shamar Stewart that our group happened to be walking right behind down the street, and the guy was wheeling Shamar Stewart's suitcase, and it sure looked like Shamar Stewart was leaving, and so we had to ask him, "Are you leaving?" He sort of gave a wry grin, and indeed he ended up opting out yesterday. Wow. He did not need to be here any longer than that, though. He showed everything he needed to I think, to punch his ticket in the first round, because that kid's going to go nuts next month at the NFL Combine. He's almost 6'6". He's around 300 pounds. He is an athletic freak, and his wingspan is almost 7 feet. So yeah, it's a guy that Washington could be interested in for sure.
And that's a problem. I mean, you might have to move up to get him, right? Could you see him going inside the top 20, top 25?
Yeah, that's the only bad news I have for Commanders fans on that account. I think prior to this event, that's around where he was getting mocked. His late first, could even fall into early second, because it's a kid who's always had the physical ability, but why did he only have whatever it was, 2 sacks last year, 3 sacks last year? And that was the question, he got asked a million times this week. Why did you look so awesome out there on the practice field? We know what your measurables are. Why did it not manifest in the counting stats in college? We've had a bunch of examples of this. And the Danielle Hunter coming out of LSU is a great example of a guy who had a bunch of pressures, but they did not convert into sacks in college. And so your question for him there was why. That was an example of a guy who they ended up getting converted into sacks in the NFL. Jerry Tillery might be an example of a guy who had a bunch of, now this is an interior defensive lineman, but at Notre Dame, he had a bunch of pressures that were not turning into sacks. And it just turned out that was sort of a mirage. But yeah, that's the big question with Stewart. And he was saying, well, I have to get better at finishing the plays. I was on the doorstep so many times. I just have to get better at finishing plays. We saw that at the Senior Bowl. So he, started addressing one question about his evaluation, but it's something that evaluators are going to be looking at with them.
Last one for me, the big kid, Jack Sawyer from Ohio State. Is he down there this week? Because I've seen a lot of connections between Washington and Sawyer. And as far as the off the field brotherhood culture kind of guy, he seems like he would check every box.
Yeah, and he sort of carved out a granite too, and it feels like we see guys like that going to the NFL, and the floor is really, really high there.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
It's an active. Yeah, it's an active guy that plays both ways, and we saw him excel, both setting the edge and then getting after the quarterback. And we saw the concept proven over multiple years at the highest level of college football. So, yeah, I think you have that super-duper high floor. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see him because all the Ohio State kids and 1 or 2 of the Notre Dame ones, although we saw a couple more of the Notre Dame ones, opted out prior to the event because we had the unprecedented thing of those kids that played 16 games this year, right? Yeah, so I mean, they literally are coming off an NFL season, which you've never seen college guys before. 4 extra games, yeah. So I mean, you can forgive those guys a bit. They made the national title game. You can forgive them for opting out of the event. But yeah, unfortunately, we didn't get to see Sawyer.
Last one is Restrepo, the Miami wide out there. I like that kid.
Yeah. Restrepo is not going to blow anyone away with his measurables. But it's a guy, you watch his game, it's going to grow on you really quickly.
Totally tough.
What he is, he's sitting dead red as an NFL long-term slot. right? I mean, you're getting the efficiency from Xavier Restrepo. He is going to get off the line and he's going to get open really, really quickly.
He's like an Edelman when I watch him.
Yeah. The clockwork type efficiency guy, and then super reliable. When the ball's on the doorstep, it's a guy like Josh Downs coming out a couple of years ago. It's like, yeah, he's confined to the slot, and he's not an athletic freak, but I know what he's going to be in the NFL. Restrepo, I think he's going to be a mid-round pick. He's not going to, impress anyone at the Underwear Olympics next month in Indianapolis.
Right.
But you flip on the tape, he is open every single play. Why did Cam Ward throw him the ball a metric ton of times last year? And the year before, when the passing offense wasn't nearly as good, Tyler Van Dyke and the other kid, they couldn't stop throwing to Xavier Restrepo because he's open every single time. And we saw that here as well. The route running, he just has such an advanced feel for it. And then the efficiency of his footwork, the acceleration out of cuts, it's just like a watchmaker. So, yeah, I appreciate Xavier Restrepo's game quite a bit, too.
He's going to be a guy that got to throw away the measurables and look at the tape.
Look at the tape, man. Thor.
That's it. He's just a football player.
Totally. Yep. We appreciate you, bro. Thank you for making time, and maybe we could do it again in a month or so.
Appreciate you, man.
Awesome talking to you, boys. Go Commanders.
All right. That's our guy, Thor Nystrom. Give him a follow at Thor KU. That kid, Restrepo, you get him early Saturday morning.
Hey, man.
That's a difference maker. Here's what we are going to do. We're hearing rumors about the uniforms. B-Mitch loves uniform talk. Nobody go anywhere.
I don't.
All right, B. I've heard this from a bunch of different places yesterday.
Okay.
That they're going to tweak the uniforms. I think Bram said it on his show. And I think people, I don't know this, but like NFL teams tweak their uniforms every couple of years. The Eagles just did it. Like the Eagles have a new, I think that doesn't, I think a lot of people will run from X to Y without reason. I guess Bram works for the team, right? He said the look is something that's making its way. Will that happen anytime soon? I don't think so, but that's a change you may see in the not too distant future. I think the real easy fix on a lot of this is to get the colors closer to what they used to look like.
Mm-hmm.
Because especially the red on the white jerseys is not very reflective of like the old school burgundy.
Yeah.
And dude,
but if they tweak it and they go to something different and don't get back to the original colors, I think we got to get to the point where we get past what exactly the colors were and go back. Just go to, like I said, winning on the football field makes a difference. Like trying to get exactly what the old stuff was. Nah, you got to eventually move on because when you start modernizing stuff, you're gonna lose a little bit of it.
Agree with that. I think it's interesting because they're bringing in a new boss. This dude Klaus is taking over as team president. I think he starts probably now-ish, right? Like he started in January of 25.
I think he's over there now working.
I haven't met him. Have you met him?
I think I did.
Okay. Typically this stuff takes a little like typically when new bosses roll in, they chill for a bit and watch how everything operates. And then after 6 months or so, then they start to make actions. Like, I'm not sure that you see something right away. Especially coming off such a good season, it's not like they're desperate to. Jaden Daniels is the hottest selling jersey in all sports, right?
Yeah.
I think over time, man, a lot of changes could happen. You don't have to like everybody loves speculating, right?
Hey, man, that's the world today, Jay.
But like, if you just listen to what these folks have said over the years, they've been very clear how much they love the old team and how they went to RFK and how that was so important to them as people, long before they were billionaires, just as dudes going to football games.
Yeah.
They loved it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think RFK is probably the top of the list of importance. And it's kind of been my understanding that there's, whether it's real or it can move, but the deadline to know what's going to happen with RFK is like March, April.
Mm-hmm.
I can't imagine there is anything more important than that on the minds of folks out there.
No, not at all.
And then I can't stress this enough for the folks that think they're going back to Redskins. You're fundamentally incorrect. Josh Harris has said on the record, we're not going back. So
that's why a lot of times when all these little things come up like this, Jay, I don't even care to listen to more, know more. Why? Because that's what they're gonna always end up going back to, and that's where I lose my mind at.
So I think like we got to be able to have a conversation. Like, dude, teams that don't have the history of Washington. How many times have the Jaguars changed their uniforms?
A lot.
Like the Giants introduced that god-awful red, white, and blue alternate. Like the Philadelphia Eagles have tweaked their uniforms about 3 times over the last decade. This stuff just happens, and it doesn't mean they're going back to the old name or bringing the old logo back. Like some of this is just business. They introduce new stuff so people buy new stuff.
Yeah.
I think
you enhance things. You make it more modern so people can say, okay, cool, it looks good.
There's a lot of stuff I won't rule out, and that includes another name change maybe eventually, but it ain't going back to skins. And I think people just got to understand that and kind of move forward with it. Yeah. All right, there's a lot of stuff I want to look at. And I'm asking just for forgiveness today when I cough. I generally try to turn the mic off and stuff. Today we might just have to power through it. But I want to look at all the coaching developments and kind of gauge what you think could happen, B. I also think there's an incredibly simple underlying premise surrounding all of the interview requests for Commanders assistants. And I'll explain that. 2, I believe it was Nikki, somebody from the Post put together a list of the best moments from the season. I want to go through that list, see if we agree, disagree. Brian Westbrook joins us at noon.
This sports update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. The Capitals rallied to force overtime in the third period in a 5-4 loss to the Ottawa Senators. Alex Ovechkin scoring a power play goal amidst the rally.
Blue line, Ovechkin. Shooting, scores! Alex Ovechkin with 2 seconds left on the power play. Goes top right corner, and it's a 1-goal game again.
John Walton on the call, heard here on the Fan, as Ovi is now 19 goals away from surpassing Wayne Gretzky. Dylan Strome scored twice in the defeat that sees the Caps earn a point. The Wizards fall 134-96 to the Lakers. Max Scherzer signs a 1-year deal with the Blue Jays. And Georgetown will host Butler tonight at Capital One Arena. A 6:30 tip. Listen on the Team 980. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on the Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. B, no lie.
Yeah.
On last Saturday night, I did the live show in Philly.
Uh-huh.
And I bet I had 5-10 people come up to me asking about, yo, what happened with Scotty's Vodka, man? Is it not Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday anymore? And I was like, nah, man, it is. It's still Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday.
Yeah.
And they were like, dude, you didn't mention it. We were worried. I was like, everything's cool. We love Scotty's. And we might have just been a little laser focused on football on the last show before the NFC title game, but all's well. Shout out to Scotty's. Scotty's Vodka is amazingly smooth, Maryland made, and loved throughout the DMV. Of course, Fridays on the B. Mitch and Finley program are Scotty's.
It is.
Better hope your camera's broken.
Oh, my camera not broke.
All right, so us and Scott, like, there are a few relationships stronger than the B. Mitch and Finley program and Scotty's Vodka. We are hand in hand. All right. So B, there's a lot of coaching stuff going on here, and I'd like to run through it. I asked DQ about this last week, and he said, we're prepared. We know it's coming. And let's start, like, you know how really rich people are always complaining about paying taxes and how they
I wouldn't know nothing about that.
Sure. How they have to try to move money around and all sorts of stuff. Like, if you're really rich and the biggest problem you got is how much you have to pay in taxes, that's a good problem to have. It means you're rich, right? The vast majority of Americans get money back in taxes. So the rich people that have to pay them, good problem to have. Now, if you're a coaching staff and a bunch of your assistant coaches are getting requested for interviews for promotions, it's a good problem to have. It means you've done something well.
Huh?
Nobody is asking for members of the Tennessee Titans coaching staff to interview.
No, you're not.
Like, if you had an awful year, you might get fired, but you're probably not getting promoted somewhere else. Unless you're the Dallas Cowboys and you had a bad year and then you decide to promote the offensive coordinator.
Yeah, but you know what? That's going to happen. And let's say this: they may get the interview, they may not get it.
Sure. So I mean, the very simple answer is it's good for Washington's coaches to get, at least interviews. The biggest domino in all of this was Cliff Kingsbury sticking around.
Yeah.
Cliff sticking around. I think it's probably just one more year, frankly. Maybe
More likely it is.
Maybe it's 2, but
more likely it's 1 year.
Eventually he's going to get a job. Like, he's going to get a really good opportunity. And honestly, if I was Cliff, outside of the Bears job, and I'm not sure I could talk myself into that situation, just because I still don't trust that Chicago situation is tenable. But all these jobs sucked. The jobs that were available largely sucked. And if I'm Cliff, I'm not leaving. That doesn't mean you can't turn something around, right?
And then
you always
going
can.
after certain people, because Kellen Moore, I hear, has the coaching job in the Saints. That's why McCarthy said no, because he already knew he would go get it. And they're just waiting for everything to end. Yeah, all my little folks that live, Maniac is very connected. And, he hit us with it on the text thread yesterday.
I think the Kellen Moore thing sure seems like a done deal. So Cliff is staying. That's the most important.
Yeah.
Now, elsewhere on that offensive staff, you're going to have other situations. Brian Johnson was offensive coordinator in Philly before he was scapegoated as that team fell apart, even though it wasn't his fault. Brian Johnson has a really, really strong track record.
With Houston.
Working with young quarterbacks, I would say.
Yeah.
Throughout his time. Hurts.
That happens, man.
He's from Houston. Brian Johnson has been requested to interview for the offensive coordinator position in Houston.
Yeah.
I looked these numbers up yesterday. CJ Stroud went backwards last year. It's not that they had a bad season. Houston still won, I want to say 10 games. They won a bad division.
Mm-hmm.
They won a playoff game. But Stroud's personal numbers went backwards.
Yep.
And they fired Bobby Slowick, and now they have an opening, right? Houston went 10-7 in a bad division.
Yeah.
If you look at Stroud's numbers particularly, you need somebody that's going to come in and build that relationship back up. There's also a factor that I've mentioned this before. This guy, Dylan Thompson, Washington hired, who's like a player development guy.
Mm-hmm.
But Stroud talked glowingly of Dylan Thompson.
Okay.
And Thompson left. He's here now. Whether that had a huge impact on his game or not, I'm not sure. And it might be extrapolating too much.
Yeah.
But if you are looking at, okay, we've got this talented young quarterback in CJ Stroud. This kid has won 2 playoff games in his first 2 seasons in the NFL.
Yeah.
How do we get him back to where he's excellent? How do we get him back to, what would bother me the most? His yards per pass, yards per game, all of the yards went way down.
Uh-huh.
And that just should probably go the opposite way. He even played more games and the yardage went down.
Yeah, it probably
took a lot more sacks.
It's not all on that coach either.
Sure. It's got to be on him.
Some of that on CJ Stroud. Like, is he laser focused? Is he still the guy he was before?
I don't know.
He got a little success. That's what you look at a lot of times. Will he remain, like, over the years, just like you look at Tom Brady, looking at Pat Mahomes right now, they are the same people they were in the first year when they got the start. They probably got more focused. So I think a lot of time this day and age, like we always know, they'll get rid of a coach before they get rid of the player.
Totally.
If that happens again with another coordinator, I'm not going to believe CJ Stroud. I'm going to think he needs to do a little more.
You might be right, because the accuracy numbers stayed, but the yardage dropped. In 15 games in 23, threw for 4,100 yards. This past year was 3,700 yards in 17 games.
Mm-hmm. But that could be line. He had a lot of receivers that were injured throughout the year. So
they performed better without adding Diggs the year before.
I'm saying they performed better without adding Diggs, but then what was it? His other receiver was hurt most of the year.
Collins.
Collins was hurt, so that's why your numbers go down too when you don't have those people. That's not all on Slowick. And listen,
I'm with you.
Yeah, I just think, like, a lot of times we can look at these things and they are looked at a certain way, but they go completely south when you don't look at the whole picture.
Agreed. The sacks, I think a lot of that is on Stroud. If all of a sudden you're taking roughly 25% more sacks in a season, that ain't great.
Yeah.
Regardless, though, when you have a quarterback that you think is a franchise guy, you're going to try to build around him.
Yeah.
And that just means tough luck for Bobby Slowick. I think the Brian Johnson interest is very real in that situation. Do you?
I agree. I totally agree with that.
Now, and here's the secret. Here's the simple underlying truth to Brian Johnson, Tavita Pritchard, and David Blau getting these interviews. When you are part of a staff that works with a young quarterback that comes in and has an all-time season,
everybody wants to talk to you.
Everybody wants to talk to you, man. They want to see if there's some secret sauce involved that they can maybe get in on. And
what was it that made it go?
Right. Like, I like Tavita a lot. I've known him for a few years now. After 2 years ago, when Tavita worked with Sam Howell all year, nobody was calling.
Yeah.
Tavita works with Jaden all year. Whoa, what do we got here? And
a lot of times it's what do you see in this kid that made him good? In Jaden's sense. What was it? How can we get our guy to do the same things?
Totally.
All those little things happen. It's not always just the coach. It's what they got the coach who experienced, like players get an experience with a coach. The coach get an experience with a player. The coach learned a little bit of how to deal with certain levels of players too. The way you talk to them. Did they have I don't want anybody ever on a team if he's not self-motivated. If he's self-motivated or not. Those type of things.
Now, I think Tavita Pritchard is a talented, really smart guy. Tavita Pritchard, it's wild if you think about it in this fashion. He was Andrew Luck's backup at Stanford. And he's a Stanford guy, incredibly smart, incredibly down to earth. Now, Liam Cohen is thinking about bringing him in to Jacksonville to be the Jaguars offensive coordinator. So what do we know about Tavita? He's been the QB coach here, some mobile quarterbacks throughout, and helping guys. I mean, Howell threw a lot of picks, but if you look at Jaden this year, they really played under control despite being a mobile guy. And similar to the Houston situation where that is Stroud's gig. Stroud ain't going anywhere. So whoever's coming in needs to make it work with CJ Stroud.
Totally.
In Jacksonville, that is Trevor Lawrence's gig. Lawrence ain't going anywhere. They just committed to $60 million a year for that kid last year, I think. So they need a guy that could come in and make it work for Trevor. And I could see how, if you're Liam Cohen just got that job coming from Tampa, right? Liam Cohen's going to be the play caller. He didn't take that job to give somebody else play calling. This is his first time being a head coach. So he needs, you don't want to oversimplify it and say it's a vibes guy, but you want somebody that watches film the right way. You want somebody that makes sure their quarterback understands when to risk it, when to protect the football. And those have been really big problems for Lawrence, I would say. And I think Tavita makes a lot of sense in that capacity. I'm not sure he'll get that job, but I do think he makes a lot of sense in that capacity.
Yeah, he gets the experience. He gets the of going through the interviews and things like that. But I just think that people, why, if we all get jobs and we are looking for a better one all the time, why do people get so concerned and worried when coaches get that opportunity? Because they're going to get it. That's why they get into it. I don't know a coach that gets involved that want to stay at the same place his whole time.
I mean, there's when you go into coaching, I mean, I've talked to enough guys about this, about how hard it is on their families and everything. Because, if you're going to be a coach, dude, my buddy, a dear friend of mine, is a college football coach. And the amount of bouncing around he's had to do, and when a staff gets blown out from one place, he's got a wife and 2 little girls. And they met when he was coaching at Troy, which is that Alabama or Mississippi? I can't remember. Troy University. Look that up, White Brian. It's either Alabama or Mississippi. It's somewhere deep south. And I think his wife's family is from Mississippi. He's from up here. He's bounced around so much. And one year, all the staffs got blown out, and they got blown out late, and he kind of got screwed, couldn't get another job. He had to go coach in Canada for a year. I think he coached Saskatchewan.
Oh, he did? Way up there?
Either Saskatchewan or Edmonton. I can't remember. I'll look it up.
But it's like, that's a life.
His wife and daughters just stayed at the in-laws in Mississippi for that year. Now he's got a great job. He's the special teams coach at Syracuse. Like, they're killing it.
But that's a job when you
take that
when you get into that job, the mate you have to be real with that, because that's what you sign up for in a sense. Like when I left here, I went to Philly, our family stayed here.
Right.
It's like you don't just automatically I'll move up because it came down to school systems. What was best? If it was best to stay in Fairfax County than going to Philly.
Doug,
we saw the mayor spelled Eagles, so you know.
he went to Edmonton. Edmonton Eskimos? Is that right?
Yeah.
Or, maybe they changed it to the Elks. Be more politically correct in Edmonton. Yeah, dude, he had to go to Edmonton. Now he's killing it. Syracuse had a great year. The special teams were great. But that's that life, dude.
Yeah.
Now, what I think is the most interesting, most intriguing out of all these hires, and I'm curious where you land on this. First off, I want to be clear. There's not a sham interview in this bunch. Everybody that's getting these interviews are for very real reasons. 2, David Blau is fascinating to watch. This dude was playing 2-3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I think his playing career only ended in 23. Blau played for Cliff out in Arizona, and then Blau was in Detroit. Yeah. Blau played for Cliff in Arizona. 3 years prior to that, he was in Detroit. The guys on that Detroit staff included Anthony Lynn, included Ben Johnson, included Aaron Glenn. Glenn and Johnson are now head coaches.
Mm-hmm.
And folks are calling about David Blau. His reputation around the league, and I heard this back in training camp, is, wow, this dude is so smart. This dude really sees the field well. And one thing I think is really impressive about Kingsbury throughout the year is, B, you know this, there's a lot of times when coaches or even coordinators don't give out much credit. They want all the credit coming to them.
Yeah.
And every time there was a play call, like Cliff would get asked about a certain thing, he'd be like, oh, Blau came up with that. It was a really cool concept. And there are coordinators that would not do that. They'd be like, yeah, we came up with that. And they would never highlight an individual's name or anything. Blau, I don't know that he'll get a different job. The Jets are interviewing him. The Bears are interviewing him. There's clearly relationships there with Glenn and with Johnson.
He picked up I think Cliff on top of it picked up a lot from Dan. Dan said we're here to develop coaches too. I think if you are real about this thing and you know where you grew, you know that a coach that you have as a young one, if you see something positive in it, you push that and you know he's going to be out your door one day.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of coaches believe in that and they want to see how their the lineage, what they call it?
The coaching tree.
The coaching tree.
Sure.
Yeah. So I think that is vitally important as well.
If you love something, let it go. I think the Blau one is the most fascinating. I think in an ideal world for Washington, if Johnson gets the job as OC, or if Tavita gets a job as OC, you can easily promote Blau to quarterback's coach or passing game coordinator, maybe both of them, to keep him. I'm very much. I think all those guys are very exciting. I think there's a reason Blau is so young and getting so much attention so quick. He might be a special one, but you never know. A lot of these things evolve organically. The thing a lot of people keep asking, like, "Oh, don't let him interview. Don't let him interview." One, that to me, that's morally wrong. Like, let people grow.
I don't know why people think like that. If you were in a position, would you want them not let you interview?
Right.
That pisses me off when I hear people say stuff like that.
But 2, you're not allowed to block them, okay? Unless if the interview is for a promotion, you have to let them take it. Now, if the Blau is currently assistant quarterbacks coach, if the Jets called and said, hey, we'd like to interview him for the assistant quarterbacks coach job, you could say no.
No,
but nobody's doing that. Everybody's aware of that. So that's why it's always a promotion. And frankly, that's why you see some of these really kind of wonky ass job titles that have emerged in the NFL is because they either have to give somebody a promotion to hire them or they have to give them a promotion to stick around. So that's how you've seen passing game coordinator, run game coordinator, defensive backs coordinator, like all these things that have emerged. But good for them because they're probably getting a little more cash.
There you go.
That's your coaching tree update. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mr. Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. LeBron James scores 24 points and dishes out 11 assists. The Wizards blown out by the Lakers 134-96. Alex Ovechkin scores with the Caps fall in overtime to the Ottawa Senators 5-4. Commanders pass game coordinator Brian Johnson will interview for the vacant Houston Texans offensive coordinator position. Max Scherzer inks a one-year deal with the Toronto Blue Jays, and Georgetown hosts Butler tonight at 6:30 on the Team 980. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crump Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067, The Fan. All right, a little bit of breaking news here on The Fan. The Commanders have lost their first coach of the cycle.
Who's that?
Want to guess?
Brian Johnson.
No.
Blau.
No.
Pritchard.
No.
Well, damn, who?
John Glenn.
Who?
The astronaut.
Man, what the hell are you talking about?
John Glenn was assistant special teams coach, and the Raiders have hired him to be their linebackers coach.
You know what? It's the first time I heard John's name.
Glenn worked with Pete Carroll in Seattle. He's obviously got ties to Dan Quinn. I said this the other day with Wagner.
Carroll last time with the more whack ass breaking news.
Hold on, that's actual breaking news.
No, ain't no breaking news. Nobody know who the hell he was. I never heard his name before.
Now hold on, because you would push way back if this was in reverse. Just because people haven't heard of the assistant special teams coach doesn't mean he hasn't made an impact.
That's true. No. It might be the truth, but with breaking news, when it's a name we've heard and we really see as making a big deal.
It's the first dude to get hired.
No, there's no breaking news, bro.
It is. This guy just got hired.
No. You understand what I'm saying? That's not no big time news.
I mean, compared to the other stuff we've been talking about, I guess.
When you say breaking news, save it for one of those special
I disagree with you.
You and I are going to have to start fighting.
When I do it, when it's clearly a joke, I think you can come at me. But
it's always
this
a joke.
Is a coach getting hired.
That's a joke right there.
No, that is not fair to Glenn and the impact he made on a really good special teams unit.
I think the impact was really made by Larry.
Okay. Well, I think we should check. Have the Patriots hired a special teams coordinator? Because I think there's a real reason.
It's a possibility.
All right. Pat's up-to-date coaching staff. Because Izzo had so much success up there, and because it's Vrabel back there and McDaniels, like they're bringing back the crew up there, I would be. Now you'd have to give him oh, okay. They made a hire. Jeremy Springer. What was my man that had the TV show?
Don't must go there.
What was that guy's name?
Jerry.
Oh, right. All right. So Izzo should be sticking around unless there's a assistant head coach or something. But that's good. First side, listen, there's always going to be changes on coaching staffs no matter what. And the first one so far doesn't seem that significant. I've said this already, though. Pete Carroll getting that job in Vegas is going to have a little bit of ramifications because Dan Quinn put together a lot of what was there from Seattle, and now there's going to be guys with other options.
Mm-hmm.
I believe going way back, Ken Norton.
Yeah, Ken Norton was there.
And I think on some level you should be happy that Pete Carroll's not making a run at Ken Norton.
Well, not yet. So you don't know.
That's
not
true.
Yet.
Yeah, I mean, had the Raiders hired a DC yet? Because Quinn didn't get with Witt until Dallas.
Yeah.
Because Witt was a Green Bay guy with McCarthy. Oh, wow. So Pete Carroll already hired Marvin Lewis to be his assistant head coach.
And that's a defensive mind, too.
Yeah, but that still means they're going to hire a defensive coordinator.
Well, suppose they make Marvin that. They're still not lost yet.
No, sure. But I think you could build out your staff more by by hiring a DC, because Pete's a defensive guy. And then you add Marvin, who's a defensive guy. Like, the D coordinator is going to be a title. I don't think you'd go after Norton there, but kind of interesting. A guy with a lot of ties.
I think they can keep those two guys right there, and you can maneuver with them.
Sure.
I don't think you have to have a guy with a title that's just never been one. You can easily go defensive coordinator is going to be Marvin Lewis. Because, hell, with him and Pete there, they're going to be running the damn defense anyway.
Ken Norton was Pete's defensive coordinator until 21 in Seattle. Something to keep an eye on. Going to be a lot of moving parts here. Probably, how long do you think the coaching carousel stuff goes? Next couple weeks?
Yeah. It goes for a while.
I think at least by the time these guys are going to the combine, which is, hell, only 3 weeks from now, I think everything will be pretty settled. It's a fascinating time to watch what's going on. By the way, that was Fortier that had the coaching news of John Glenn going to Vegas. Shout out to my man Travis Wigfall. He said, "You know what? I actually thought that was breaking news. That's actual news. A coach got hired to go somewhere else."
What Travis says.
A coach got hired to go somewhere else. Landfill. That was real news.
Oh boy.
Let's check in with the aquarium.
Everybody news ain't real.
Everybody
news.
looks locked in as always. Jeff's got a cutoff on for whatever reason. How we doing, boys? Jeffrey, are you hot in there, or are you just showing off the guns?
No, I was hot. I did my walk this morning with my walk/slight jog because my legs still hurt from hooping. But yeah, it's hot in here too.
When did you go hooping?
I was hooping on Wednesday till about like 2 a.m.
Some late hooping, Jeff.
Yeah, man. It was some good bump in there too.
Excuse me?
It was good bump. That means it was good competition, JP.
Pause.
That's what athletes say.
Landfill, are you hot in there? Landfill seems very cool and calm, Jeff.
When does that happen?
We cut from different cloths, man.
What about you, White Brian? Everything good, buddy?
Yeah, feeling good. Happy it's Friday.
Are you going to the event tonight, White Brian?
I can't. I'm working.
You're working right now. Where else you working?
Brian got 4 jobs, I found out yesterday.
How many jobs you got, Brian?
I do have 4 jobs.
Brian, I think Brian might be remember the old
the Jamaicans?
What was it? Coming to America? Not coming to America.
Living Color.
Living Color. He might be one of those guys. 14 teams.
What all are your jobs, Brian?
I work here. I work at SiriusXM. I write for Auburn Wire, and then I have my own business I'm trying to start.
Look at that. Entrepreneur.
Go, man. That's what I'm talking about, B.
What are the vibes with Auburn right now? Basketball's got to be through the roof, right?
Yeah, super high. They're minus 125 to make the Final Four.
Damn, really?
You took them?
I took them preseason.
That means they're not going to make it. Brian's horrible in betting, dog.
He is.
He's horrible.
Yeah, I'm very bad.
God.
Don't put money on that. Maybe Brian should be our college hoops insider. I think we're going to need one as the season progresses. Are the Terps ranked yet, or rankings not till next weekend?
They'll come out on Monday.
Okay, they got to get in there. Brian Westbrook's going to join us at noon. I think a lot of folks. I don't understand. I really don't understand people in DC that are Commanders fans that are contemplating rooting for the Eagles. Why are people so mad at the Chiefs? I can't wrap my head around that.
People don't like winners because winners make them have to work harder. You heard that?
Yeah, but
successful people make your life look worse because you're not willing to work. The Eagles work.
Yeah, but dude, this is about
the Kansas City Chiefs work.
Even for fans, you think that?
For
I understand,
because
people in the league.
It's still like fans started hating on New England. Anybody that wins consistently makes people, oh, I don't want to cheer for them. Or they win too much. If you try to do some of the things they're doing, maybe you'll win a little bit more. I admire consistency.
I don't disagree with you. I'm rooting for the Chiefs. I don't understand. Like,
it's called haterade, JP.
Even if you're
it's a prominent part of society.
The Taylor Swift stuff and like whatever else. If you're from here, how could you root for the Eagles? I just don't understand that.
That's nothing new. People back in the day, there were fans say, "Oh, my team was in the NFC East. I'm a cheer for the NFC East. My team was in the AFC. I'm a cheer for the AFC." That's been going on for years. This is nothing new. It's absolutely the same crap that's been going on for years. Some people want to cheer for the people because they make their team look better, and other team want to cheer against the team that's winning all the time.
One of the dumbest things.
That's the stupid part of human beings.
One of the dumbest things, I think, are people that are like, oh, I'm going to root for the Eagles because it's the NFC East. Like, dude, this isn't college.
That's what I just said, dude.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying, like you act like you're rooting for your conference to win.
Yeah, but that's a mindset.
Like that.
That's a mindset. So cheering for your conference to win, I can understand if your conference is playing against a conference that you think is better than you. Like every time the Big Ten is going to always cheer against the SEC.
Sure.
Because they are aspiring to be them. But if you're playing somebody else, I'm cheering for my conference. Dude, please.
I totally agree.
This is pros,
team,
not
team
college. Whoop your team's ass to get to the final.
That's only relevant.
Why are you cheering for them? I bet you nobody, I guarantee Ohio State will never cheer for Michigan.
Right. Big Ten's won the last two. Just saying. Brian Westbrook at noon. Don't you worry. All right, folks, Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, and our friend Miss Donnie from Goudas Barbecue came in with some ribs. They are banging. I'll show the people on my stream. I got barbecue sauce on my
Your shirt was hungry, huh?
Yeah, dude. It's not great, but we're gonna survive. I was at the grocery store yesterday, and this woman. So I'm wearing this shirt. Pretty clear what it says, right? This lady's like, "What does that say?" I was like, "Huh?" I couldn't tell if this lady was like in outer space or something, but like if I was in Memphis or Montana or something, maybe you're not familiar with terps like that.
She's just not a sports fan.
Clearly, I told her those ribs are absolutely
certainly not a sports fan from this area if you don't know what the hell terps is.
Right. But she was nice. I was happy to explain it to her. We all kept moving.
I know how they are.
I have no idea what you just said. If that was
when you spend 6 digits at a place, you know the hell they are.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
I bet. Now, Brian, I am not particularly excited about the Pro Bowl this weekend. To tell you the truth.
Well, Jay, it started last night. You didn't watch anything. I didn't watch anything. We are both in the same boat,
all right.
brother.
Now, here is something I also probably won't watch, but just on the surface level, I have way more excitement about.
What's that?
The Royal Rumble. When I was a kid, the Royal Rumble was it, man.
You mean the wrestling?
The wrestling joint.
Probably won't watch that either.
Sure.
It's gotten too much drama and fakeness going on. It's always been fake, but it's too much super fake crap in there now.
I agree with you, but the Royal Rumble I always liked because it was 30 dudes all at once. And it's like somebody was speaking to me.
Kind of like that's it. You gotta explain it when 5 dudes go drink mimosas.
Right, exactly.
30 guys in leotards grabbing on each other all day.
So, of the 30 dudes in the Royal Rumble, apparently it's John Cena's retirement tour, which matters to people.
But I like John Cena because John took his stuff in and
made some movies.
Yeah, he took
He's
that
like
thing.
a low budget Rock. Like the Rock achieved superstardom, and John Cena was able to get to like stardom.
John above. He's above low budget.
All right, but he's not the Rock.
No, he's not. But he's there. John makes a lot of damn money.
Sure. The dude that's a really big deal is Roman Reigns. I'm not particularly familiar with his work.
Yeah, I know Roman.
So there's 30 dudes getting in there, and this is what was perfect for me is that it says, here's a Royal Rumble preview for people that don't watch wrestling. And that's me entirely. They're saying it's going to be John Cena wins because they're trying to get him into WrestleMania.
Dude, there is a game plan, which tells me that adds on to the fakeness.
Right. But one of the things I always loved that Rosenberg would say is he's like, people get worked up about wrestling being fake. Does anybody care when they go to the movies that it's fake? Like, it's entertainment. You know what I mean?
But you know that the movie is necessarily is fake. You know a movie is a movie.
Right.
You know that they went and they produced it and acted out. They present wrestling as real.
Right.
All I know, if I hit you in the head with a steel chair and I split it right here,
right,
your ass not wrestling tomorrow.
Yeah, but B, how often does that happen in movies and stuff too? This show I've been watching.
You did not listen to what I said. I know a movie is fake.
Right.
But the wrestling is presented as real. But if I split your wig, you are not wrestling tomorrow without a cut and without any swelling.
I watched the Netflix joint on Vince McMahon, and I feel like since you and I watched wrestling 25, 30 years
Jimmy
ago.
Superfly Snooker.
Right. For you, you were probably early.
I'm taking you back.
You were probably
Harley
early
Race.
80s. I was late 80s, maybe early 90s when I watched it.
Mhm.
Somewhere along the way, they gave up any pretense of it being real. I think that it was in the documentary. It happened like it might have been like Undertaker versus Shawn Michaels. There was
Andre
some
the
moment.
Giant.
Right. Yo, the one thing I do like, because Instagram is just constantly listening.
Junkyard Dog.
Watch, now you're going to get a ton of old school wrestling footage on your Instagram. And I get sucked into that. Like Jake the Snake throwing a cobra on the Ultimate Warrior, Macho Man. I'll watch that.
I can hit you with something about Junkyard Dog.
Hit me.
We kind of dated twins.
You and the Junkyard Dog?
Junkyard Dog was married to a lady, and I kind of dated her sister.
At the same time?
Yeah.
So did you get to know
it
the
was
JYD?
my sister's friend. My sister hated it because my sister Frida is about 11, 12 years older than me. And I was dating her friend.
You like older women, dude.
Hey,
or
she looked younger than the young women.
All right.
Cynthia.
I never would have known about Cynthia, the Junkyard Dog's sister, had we not brought up the Royal Rumble.
That's what I'm saying. It sparked my mind.
You know, my boy John Sadler calls my golf game the Junkyard Dog. He's like, man, we won't know where you are for 2 holes, and then bang, all of a sudden JP's got a birdie. We'll be right back. Brian Westbrook joins the program.
This sports update driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. The Capitals rally from 2 goals down in the third period to force overtime in Ottawa, but they've ended up falling 5-4 in the extra session to the Senators. Now, Alex Ovechkin did score. He's now 19 goals away from passing Wayne Gretzky. Dylan Strome had 2 goals as well for the Caps, who do earn a point. They will take on Winnipeg tomorrow at Capital One Arena at 7. It's a battle of the top 2 teams in the NHL. Listen here on the Fan. The Wizards blown out by LeBron James and the Lakers 134-96 last night. Washington heads on the road. They're going to take on the Minnesota Timberwolves tomorrow at 8 on the Team 980. Tonight, Georgetown hosts Butler from Capital One Arena, a 6:30 tip on the Team 980. Tomorrow, a college rivalry game. Listen to Virginia Tech at UVA. Tip time at 4 right here on the Fan. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. And all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on the Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Rainy out there, man. But the good news, dude, let it rain and wash away all this damn snow. I was thinking about this, B. In my life, you've been in D.C., whatever, 30-plus years.
Mhm.
I've been here 40-plus years. I've never seen snow stick around this long. Have you? I mean, there was snow on the ground the entire month of January.
Yeah, it's been like that before.
Has it? It's been a long time.
It's like, you think about I think about 2-3 years ago when it was, and then we had them days where it was down. It was dropping below 7, for 2 weeks straight.
I feel like, I don't know. We'll ask another DC native. Brian Westbrook joins the program now. Of course,
be riding horses out there. He ain't worried about the
snow. Brian found the bulk of his NFL success with the Philadelphia Eagles, where as a young man, he encountered a veteran, Brian Mitchell.
He gave me that little sly look after he left that game the other night.
I can only imagine those conversations. Brian, what's up, man? How are you?
Good afternoon, guys. So good to talk to you as usual. I am riding my horse, so that's exactly what I'm doing right now. So I jumped off my horse to talk to you guys.
How muddy is it right now riding a horse?
Oh, it's muddy. It's muddy everywhere. After that ground thaws out, it's mud everywhere. But I'm on top of the horse. I don't have to worry about the mud too bad.
That's awesome. I am extremely naive when it comes to horses. When it gets really cold, do you have to do anything different when it's snowing and stuff?
You know what? Horses, being 1,500 pounds, you don't really have to do too much different. We may put them in the barn for a little bit so they can warm up, but they develop a thick coat, so the water and the snow is not penetrating the coat, and they warm themselves up by eating. So we give them a lot of hay, and so other than that, we don't have to do too much. We may throw a blanket on them if it gets extremely cold, but for the most part, they're just outside enjoying themselves and eating hay.
Are they like some animals? Their coat get thicker in the winter. Are horses just like that?
Oh yeah.
'Cause I know back in Louisiana,
it
didn't get that cold, so hell, I don't know.
Yeah, no, yeah, their coat gets thicker, and so they're actually really good in the snow. I mean, they don't want to be in the barn though. They don't want to be sitting in the barn. They're used to being outside, and so when they go into the barn, they'll be upset. They'll be kicking at the door and everything like that because they want to be outside.
Who would have known? B. Richard Finney, give you horse talk.
There you go.
I mean, you learn something new every day. Let's talk about probably what people are more expecting us to talk about. The NFC title game. What did you think of Philly's really dominant performance in that one?
Well, I think they had all three phases of their game, started working for them. And this is one of those games where we saw the offense explode, obviously, in the first play with Saquon, and then them getting the passing game going just a bit. Then the offensive line just continued to plow forward and take over. And so that was absolutely amazing to see that, something that you're going to have and you're going to need really in the Super Bowl to win that football game. Defensively, getting the turnovers, that's the difference in the game. Yeah. Being able to get turnovers, being able to make plays, get stops. I was surprised that Dan Quinn decided to not go for it on that fourth down where they kicked the field goal in that first drive there. But, I think offensively, defensively, and special teams, the Eagles played very well. And that's the type of game you're going to need against a very good Washington Commanders team.
I talked to a lot of people after the game, and they were like, "Oh man, we got y'all this time, but you know what? Jaden Daniels is going to be a problem." What's your thoughts on him?
Yes. No, I think I agree. He's certainly going to be a problem as long as they keep weapons around him. You got to still get a running game going to protect him just a little bit. But I think as long as you have weapons around him and build that offensive line up, Jaden Daniels with his excellent arm strength, his accuracy, great decision making, and then having the ability to pull the ball down and be a threat in the run game. I mean, that's exactly what you want in a quarterback. Really, when I think about it, I think about Jalen Hurts and his ability to almost do the same exact thing. Jaden Daniels is faster. I think he has a quicker release and probably better decision making in the pass game, and so that makes him a scary thing in the NFC East that we're going to have to deal with for quite some years to come.
Brian, you and I both had an opportunity of playing for Coach Reed, and you know how he is. And once you're around Coach Reed, you're indebted to him for your life. How are your feelings going to be pulled? You're going to be pulled left and right on this one?
That's a good question.
I love Andy Reid, and actually he invited me to come out to their practice while I'm out there in New Orleans. Listen, I want him to always win, but when they're playing the Philadelphia Eagles, I'm always going to root for the Eagles. That's my team. That's where my heart is at. It's weird when the Eagles win, I win, right? So it makes me feel better. It makes everyone around me feel better. So I'm certainly going to be rooting for the Eagles, but I want Andy to do well also.
Talking with Brian Westbrook here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Of course, the DeMatha grad, played for 9 seasons in the NFL, 8 with the Eagles, 2-time All-Pro. I mean, used to just absolutely slaughter the Redskins. God, do I remember that. Brian, I'm curious. I assume, did you grow up a Skins fan, burgundy and gold fan?
I did. The Hogs, Doug Williams, Mark Rippon, all them wide receivers, Art Monk, Gary Clark. I absolutely was a Washington Redskins fans growing up. And certainly, listen, if you're in that area, you're not a Washington Redskins fan, then you got a problem. And obviously, we got a lot of DC, we got a lot of Dallas fans down there. But
they're starting to leave. We got a guy in the studio right now, Brian. He got on the Jaden Daniels number 5 jersey.
Yeah,
he ready to jump on the bandwagon.
Good. Bring them back. That's what it's about. So I certainly was a Washington fan pretty much all of my life.
I'm curious. Obviously, when they got to the NFC title game and they're playing the Eagles, and that's where you made your career, I'm sure you were rooting for the Eagles. But prior to that game, were you rooting for Washington? Like, how much did you enjoy this season for the Commanders?
I absolutely was rooting for Washington. So my house is divided. So with my brother playing for Washington down there for a few years, and my family and even my kids understand that Uncle Byron played for Washington, and so they're always rooting for Washington when the Eagles are not on. And so it's good for the NFC East. It's good for football when they have other good teams in the NFC East. When Washington good and is good, and Dallas and Giants are good, and so I've been waiting for a long time. Well, yeah, of course, but I've been waiting for a long time for Washington to get back on the horse and be a good football team. And now, different ownership, brand new coach, and you have a young quarterback that can be a leader of a football team for many years to come. I mean, this is the exciting part of football for me. And so I'm super happy that things worked out down there.
Can I ask a non-football question? I have 2 daughters. and their names aren't remotely close, Ainsley and Shelby. But sometimes just being a parent and things are going 100 miles an hour, I'll call one daughter the wrong name. You and your brother are Brian and Byron. Did your parents mix that up all the time and just call you the wrong name?
They mixed it up. They mixed it up all the doggone time. But but I'll tell you this. Now, when your mother has that tone, you know exactly who she's talking to.
Yeah.
You know that. So there was never a doubt of who she was talking to. But she could say whatever name she wanted, but we knew exactly who she was talking to. And really, I look at my kids, Bria, Brielle, and Brian, and so I get them mixed up all the doggone time. But they, just like my mother, they know exactly who I'm talking to. So there's no doubt.
Hey, Mama Z don't play, boy.
I love it, man. Yeah, there definitely is there's definitely a tone that once you're when the parent has it doesn't matter what name they're saying.
That's right.
So before we kind of look ahead to the Super Bowl matchup, I wanted to ask you this: the run game for the Commanders this season really fell off a cliff over the second half of the year. There were some injuries to the O-line, but guys still played through it. I'm curious, as you watched kind of what you saw, and then we really saw it in the NFC title game. They weren't able to run the ball at all. How does that happen over the course of a season?
Well, of course, injuries are the biggest part, but then there are times when offensive coaches, and I saw Andy do it for a long time, he would see us have some good things going in the run game, and then the defense will pop, and he said, oh, you know what? I have a bunch of pass plays that I want to introduce into the game. And he quickly got away from the run game. And when you have a quarterback like Jaden Daniels that can turn the course of a game in one 40-yard pass to Terry McLaurin, or one pass down the field to Crowder, it really trumps a run, quite honestly. But the thing about the run game, you have to be consistent. It helps your defense. It helps your quarterback. It helps you make the defense get into a situation where you're trying to stop the run, what makes it easier for your wide receivers and quarterback. And so you have to be dedicated and intentional to your run game. It looks like over the course of the season, the Commanders just weren't dedicated to it, and partly because they saw so much success from the quarterback. But the truth is, you have to stay committed to that thing because it's only going to help your quarterback. Jalen Hurts is not the quarterback he is right now if he doesn't have that run game. He's just not. And Saquon has changed the way the defenses have played them. He changes schemes and techniques. And then what happens even if you're dropping back and passing, now your quarterback has a chance to run the football as well. And so you got to be committed to that run game. And of course you have to be healthy as well.
Brian, I think a lot of times the running back get blamed for it when the running game goes. But I kept saying all year, I watch football from the side. I like to see the offensive line. The line of scrimmage. Whatever way it moves back to, that side is losing. Okay?
That's right.
And I saw, as the year went on, I saw guys getting penetration against our offensive line. And a running back doesn't hit a hole full speed. He's trying to gather, trying to pitter-patter to find a hole. And like when you had penetration or when you had a clear lane, you hit it full speed, did you not?
That's right. Yeah. Absolutely.
So I just think that a lot of it came down to the injuries were more of a problem than it was the running game or even sticking to it. I think a lot of times they were like, okay, we getting killed on first down. We got to try something else. So they went to their quick passing game, which seemed to work for them.
And the quick passing game replaced the run game in some situations. You're absolutely right. And so the success of the Eagles run game, and it's truly the Saquon is special. He is, in my opinion, super close to what Bo Jackson was with better hands, if I was just being completely honest. I think, but the success is that offensive line. And B, I'm trying to tell you, I think I could have played 15 years if I had an offensive line that I wasn't getting touched by any linebackers, any defensive linemen to 10, 15 yards down the field. It's crazy what I've seen Saquon been able to do, but it's solely predicated on the offensive line being successful and them not allowing any penetration. They're recreating the line of scrimmage. They're pushing guys 4, 5, 6 yards down the field before Saquon can even get touched. Listen, Saquon is special, but it's hard not to be successful if you have an offensive line that good. And the Eagles' offensive line has been very good for quite a few years here.
Dude, specific to that, Brian, what do you think of is that Eagles' offensive line one of the best you've seen? Now, I know you lose Jason Kelce, but damn, they are still excellent.
The scheme that Jeff Stoutland, the offensive line coach, has installed, and the way they get into some of their stuff is absolutely amazing. When I talk about some of the best offensive lines, you have to put them up there. Cam Jurgens is all pro. I mean, he's a Pro Bowler this year,
Sure.
center, and is really his first year of seeing solid action, and he's getting the job done. I mean, you take out a Hall of Famer in Jason Kelsey, and you still get a Pro Bowler center, a young guy that's getting the job done. It certainly talks to your scheme, your coaching, your development of players. But at some point, you just got the will to get the job done. And they've shown the will to continue to stick with the run game. And the offensive line has been really the pride of this football team.
How much did his, dog level go up when he went back into the game the other day?
That was wild.
I stood there on the sideline in the end zone before the game, and he wasn't taking any snaps.
Yeah.
Just wasn't taking. So I figured he wasn't going to play. And for him to play, period, after that injury, that's what offensive linemen are all about. That's what the dog is all about. That's that hunger and will to go out there and win. That's what you want. That's the expectation. And so it's certainly credit to Cam and everything that he's been able to do, but also credit to the coaching staff and his willingness to keep the players beside him happy and keep them going as well, because he didn't have to go in the game. He could have found somebody else to go in there, but it does take a certain type of person to go in that type of game, especially being injured.
Talking with our friend Brian Westbrook here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Brian, let's look ahead to the Super Bowl now. Both teams should be pretty damn healthy. They get the 2-week break. Both, Jurgens should be okay. We'll see. We'll learn a lot more as the game gets closer next weekend. This Eagles team is, I'd argue, significantly better than they were a few years ago when they lost to the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. Obviously, having Saquon, who's just an incredible player, but still, Kansas City doesn't lose, man. They're made of alligator skin. Well, what do you make of this matchup?
Well, it's a tough matchup, and I think you're absolutely right. We have a much better team. The Eagles have a much better team, a total team, right? Power positions, you're talking about wide receiver, running back, quarterback, offensive line, great play from all those positions. Defense that's just been solid all season long. This is the thing that you have to do against Kansas City. When you look at the loss against Buffalo, they had a bunch of turnovers, right? You got to get them to turn the ball over. And more importantly than that, you have to be able to possess the ball and score when you have an opportunity. Buffalo had almost 10 minutes more of time of possession than the Chiefs did in that football game. That's how you beat them. You hold on to the ball, you score in your possessions, and you get some turnovers, right? When you look back to the Bengals game that the Chiefs barely won, they won by 1 point. I think they had 3 or 4 turnovers in that game. Mm-hmm. And so, and then they possessed the ball maybe 5 or 6 minutes more than the Chiefs. The Chiefs are going to throw the ball down the field. You got to find a way to get some turnovers, and you got to make Patrick Mahomes sit on the bench. I mean, that's how you get to the best quarterbacks in the league, and he certainly is the best quarterback in the league. You make him sit on the bench, you pressure him, and then you have to worry about those third down scrambles. 3rd and 9, 3rd and 10. Yeah. He finds a way to look you downfield and then still scramble. And so you have to be able to guard against that. I mean, listen, last week was a testament to some of our defense's ability to guard against that with Jaden Daniels coming in town last week. And so it's going to be a tough game. As good as your team can be, as good as the Eagles are, when you're playing against a superior talent in the quarterback position, those teams are really hard to beat. Mm-hmm. And so it's going to be a tough game. I'm excited. I'm expecting an exciting game, and hopefully we can find a way to win this thing.
I think a thing with Pat, with this whole team, the whole year, nobody wanted to say that they were good. Oh man, they're not good. You know why? Because they wasn't winning with their offense. They were winning with their defense early on. And of late, the offense has shown up. And I think that makes it even more, make it even tougher to beat them. Because what Spags is doing on the defensive side, if you can hold teams below 20 or right at 20 and you got Pat Mahomes on your side, you give yourself a chance.
You're going to win. Yeah. Think about this, B. And listen, we both know Steve Spagnuolo really well.
Yeah.
Great defensive coordinator. Here's where Jalen Hurts struggles just a bit. And it showed up against Tampa Bay with Todd Bowles and that blitzing style of defense. there are times when when you're able to stop the run and get us in second and long, third and long. Now you can create some issues for Jalen Hurts. And so if you're Steve Spagnuolo, you got to focus on stopping the run on first down. But then you're trying to put us in a situation where Jalen has to throw the ball and send some blitzes. And if you can get him off that first read and make him go to his second and third read, that's where Jalen hasn't had as much success this season. So I'm sure Spags is thinking about how do we get that run stop early on and then pressure the quarterback to make sure that he gets rid of the ball. And hopefully Jalen Hurts makes some mistakes if you're a Kansas City Chiefs fan.
I think it could be an awesome game, man.
Yep.
Brian, thank you for making time for us,
bro.
Appreciate you.
Anytime.
All right, man.
Sounds good, guys. Thank you.
All right,
It's
bro.
our guy, Brian Westbrook. What a stud he was on those Eagles teams. And I just remember him carving up the burgundy and gold linebackers, man. Andy had that. You talk about the short pass game to replace the run game. I feel like Andy Reid.
Andy created it.
If he didn't create it, he certainly
created
he poured gas on the fire, man. Plenty for us to discuss. Opening the phone lines up at 1 o'clock. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
I'm Earl Forsing, and here's what's happening. Start with Commanders off-season news. The coaching staff very popular after a great season. The first one under Dan Quinn in D.C. Houston Texans have requested an interview with Commanders passing game coordinator Brian Johnson to be their new offensive coordinator. Commanders QB coach Tavita Pritchard interviewed for the OC job in Jacksonville on Wednesday, and assistant QB coach David Blau has interview requests from all the three teams. In fact, the Jets, Bears, and Jaguars still looking for assistance. So we'll see if they can keep everyone together. Going to be a short offseason. NFL free agency is less than 6 weeks away, and NFL scouting combine about a month away for the NFL. College hoops tonight. Georgetown hosting Butler. That's 6:30 p.m. on the Team 980. Pregame tips off at 7:15. Wizards buried by the Lakers last night, 134-96. 16 straight losses for Washington for a second time this season. Capitals lost in Ottawa to finish up the Canadian road swing 5-4 in overtime, but Ovi did score, so he is now getting closer to Gretzky, 19 away from breaking the all-time goal-scoring record in the NHL. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
It's sick. B. Mitch and Finley on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Enjoy responsibly, folks, and we hope you're all coming out tonight. 106.7 The Fan live. Tally Ho Theater out in Leesburg. If you ain't got your tickets yet, I think you're short because the tickets are very, very sold out. But if you text at Mullins 1067, but let me make sure I got that right. I think it's Mullins 1067. If you text him, I need a ticket. It's my understanding Landfill has up to 10 tickets left to give out to people that send him the best picture. He wants selfies, especially if you could take a selfie from the drive-through lot.
I'm going to send it out to people.
From the drive-through lot of any Popeyes or Raising Cane's. If Mullins, you send what? At Mullins 1067, if you send Landfill a selfie from the drive-through lot of a Popeyes or a Raising Cane's, he will send you a ticket to Tally Ho tonight. Is that accurate? Right, B? You heard the same thing. This is from the Cluster Buster himself. I don't know. Right? You heard the same thing?
Hell yeah.
I think Landfill's about to start playing Darth Vader music on us or something. He's got something happening in there.
Landfill crazy, man. I didn't notice that a long time ago.
B, I wanted to ask you this. The NFL, I got this press release yesterday, and
is that gonna go to Landfill now?
He's at Mullins 1067. That's him. That's him, B.
That's sure as hell what I pushed.
You tweeting it out? Oh boy. I got this press release yesterday.
I hope that goes to Landfill, not to somebody else.
I hope so too. I don't know what you just did.
You know what? Let me extract this.
Nah, I think you just let it ride, B.
Oh, Lord.
So the NFL sent me an email yesterday. They had a press conference on player safety data, how much things have changed. And the NFL has determined that player safety had its best year yet. You ready for this, B?
Yeah, what did they say?
The NFL is determined.
What are they lying about now?
Concussions decreased to a historic low in the 2024 NFL
How many people
season.
we know had concussions on our team?
I know a lot of people were evaluated.
Well, no. Austin missed games. Eckler missed games. A couple more guys missed games because of concussion.
Ertz didn't miss a game but had one. Somebody else earlier in the year didn't miss a game but had one. I'm just going to read you the data, okay? This is the data that certainly couldn't be questioned. The National Football League announced today injury data for the 2024 season, which revealed a significant decrease in concussions. Key results include decrease in concussions to a historic low, including a 17% reduction compared to the 2023 season, including all practices and games in both the preseason and regular season. Largest safety improvement in helmets worn on field since 2021. Continued reduction in lower extremity strains for the 2024 season. How do you feel about the data, Brian?
I don't agree with it. My eyes have showed me a lot of people limped off the field and missed games, and a lot of people were concussed.
Jeff Miller, NFL.
You can make this stuff out to what you want it to be. You know, I understand what they're saying, but stop lying to the public, telling them that you will never, ever take concussions completely out the game. When you got people running full speed, it's going to happen. And the leg injuries and all, it's going to happen too. So let's stop trying to BS the damn public and let them public, they'll take the truth. People get hurt in this sport.
What do you make of what the NFL wants to point to is the dynamic kickoff, the kickoff rule change?
I like it. I like it because, listen, I understand that rule about the super collisions. I understand what they were doing in that situation. And I think they've accomplished it. And a lot of people go, oh, no, they're still returning. And listen, a lot of people go past the 30 when they run the ball. But I watched what Washington did against Detroit. They know they had an advantage with their coverage team, so they kicked it high and short, and they were tackling them inside the 20, inside the 25. The thing about football, we have gotten so offensive-minded and just big yardage-minded that we don't think about the little things in football.
Makes a difference.
Larry Izzo, and what's the astronaut name that you said?
John Glenn.
John Glenn. They came up with a scheme that they knew they could make the guys have to travel 11, 9, 7, 10 more yards to get a touchdown. And we beat them because of the field position battle. It wasn't just that, but that helps it. But nobody thinks about all that stuff. But it works.
How about this? So now, again, I'm reading this from NFL.com. The new dynamic kickoff rule worked as intended. Returns increased 57% in the regular season, and there were 7 kickoffs returned for touchdowns, the most since 2021. The new rule slowed the average player speeds as intended, which led to a lower concussion rate. That, to me, is speculative and certainly.
All right, my question
fact.
is, people got concussed on kickoff returns.
Well, so they're saying
that's the first one that happened to Austin.
They're saying that because people aren't running as fast, the collisions are slower. To me, you're totally confusing correlation with causation.
This is where I give one finger salute to that. You know who have more concussions than anybody in football? The offensive lineman and the defensive lineman. You know why?
Constant collisions.
Who has the most trauma when they leave the game? CTE, offensive lineman, defensive lineman. They're not running very fast, are they? But they're hitting.
They're hitting their heads
constantly.
Yeah.
Whether you try to listen, man.
I almost wonder if we're getting to a point where the O-line and the D-line will wear guardian caps year-round.
Yeah, but I just think that the thing about it is everyone thinks you have to hit full speed head on to get a concussion. People been hitting the chest, and their neck snap and their brain slam into the skull,
when you just
and they
go
get
down.
a concussion.
Totally.
People go down on the ground with a guardian cap, your neck snaps back and hit the ground, concussion.
I think this is extrapolating far too much, especially from only 1 year of data, frankly.
It's making, listen, this is what you do when you can manipulate the numbers, you do it to make yourself look better.
So I read, this is from the doctor, Dr. Alan Sills, who's the NFL chief medical officer. This season's injury data underscores real progress in our efforts to reduce concussions and lower extremity strains, key areas of focus for the league's injury reduction strategy. We're glad to see continued focus on these injuries pay off, and as always, we'll be using this injury data to inform and further strengthen our injury prevention and reduction approach during the offseason.
I'm a volunteer myself, doctor.
There's 1 year.
Doctor, who is doctor name?
Sills.
Dr. Sills. When you all talk to people in the offseason, I would love to sit down and have a conversation with you because I'm not going to just agree with everything you say. I would ask questions, and I would probably make your data better and make your situation better because you need somebody to tell you that you're full of crap every once in a while because you are.
I don't think there's nearly enough information to conclude that just because you changed the kickoff rules, that's the direct cause for concussions to be decreased. Like, that just to me is, I mean, you're jumping to the conclusion you want. And what I learned.
Why? Because they wanted to make the kickoff return in that manner obsolete.
Well, they wanted to make it.
You could point it to what you want.
And they wanted to make the change they made this year a success.
Yeah.
Hey, we did this. Look how great it is. Also,
can you get the referees to be more consistent?
And to
tell me how you gonna get that done,
dude. And I think with the kickoff, to credit that you had the most kickoff return touchdowns since 2021, dude. Because you changed the play, people put more dynamic returners out there. Like Eckler, prior to the second concussion, was returning a ton of kicks. He's a dynamic back with the ball in his hand.
Yeah.
But in the previous 5-7 years, I'll look it up. How many kicks was Eckler returning prior to this year?
Probably none.
I can't imagine it was a lot. Maybe I'll be proven wrong.
But I told you at the beginning of the year that they were going to begin to use running backs and people that understand how to run offensive plays in this kickoff return thing.
Right.
And that's clearly what happened.
Prior to this year, when do you think the last time Austin Eckler returned a
Probably
kick
about
was?
5-6 years ago.
2017.
That's 7 years ago.
Right.
That's even
So,
more
like,
than I thought.
Is the kickoff return working because of the play, or because of the play are people willing to put better, more dynamic
People
players
are putting more. Listen, man, if you put people back there, like, what's my man that used to at Cleveland, the return guy,
Cribbs,
Josh Cribbs.
Yeah.
Put a Devin Hester back there. But let's get
Turpin.
Put
What about Turpin from Dallas?
Turpin. What's the dude that was in Atlanta who played receiver?
I know who you're talking about. He's like a running back.
Yeah.
Put
Put all those guys back like you had when they would go out and get exceptional running backs or exceptional returners to do it. Put those people back there in this stuff today, and guess what? It'll be more than 7 touchdown return. Hell, put me back there.
Right.
It'd be way more touchdowns return now than with those type of people. But what did the NFL start doing for a long time? Afterthought was the special teams. And they just threw somebody back there. Cordero Patterson.
Yeah.
They just started throwing people back there. What guys did back in the day? They put exceptional returners
Athletes,
back there.
right.
And they broke it a lot. If you had those same level of guys, talking about 7, might have been 7 in the first 3-4 games.
I think obviously the league is putting more effort into concussions, and I think that matters.
Because they're trying to add that 18 game, Jay.
Sure. I mean, for them to take this kind of a victory lap after 1 year of data, that sure adds up, B. Because they're probably going to go to the negotiating table. When do you think? March, April? Bro. They're not going to be able to get it done this year, but I bet they'll have it done by. You know what'll be fascinating, and this is some serious pulling back the curtain.
Uh-huh.
This Super Bowl in a week or so, I guess 8 days, right? Is 10 days is on Fox.
Yeah.
Next year's Super Bowl is on NBC. I happen to work for them. I believe the Winter Olympics start just about right after the Super Bowl. So, and just think about for a network, you go from Super Bowl right into Winter Olympics.
Mm-hmm.
That's a strong
That's
month.
Big time money right there.
I bet the 18th game Super Bowl moving to President's Day weekend doesn't happen until 27.
Probably so.
Because there's some television partners involved.
Yeah, some partners that you can and you can put it in when something else is going on, and it can kind of come in as small news.
But I bet it happens.
Yeah.
It's coming.
Listen, man, it's all good.
I have not confirmed this. I've talked to his agent. I think Chris Russell will join the program next. It is B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn the Root. With Wi-Fi capability, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something is not right. These guys are the best. They've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
And here's the thing. If you are thinking about a Rude system, they are whisper quiet. No more of those noisy interruptions keeping you up at night. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. comfort and performance perfectly balanced. And B, I know you got those federal tax credits. You can get up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Check out ruud.com/federal incentives to learn more.
That's Ruud, R-U-U-D, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Remember, if it ain't Ruud, it ain't right.
B. Mitch and Finley, Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. White Brian, go get Russell in here. I don't know where the hell he just went.
Brian don't wear headphones. He don't hear
None
nothing.
of them hear me. Jeff, go get Rooster. Where'd he go?
Jeff headphones are above his ears.
Landfill has headphones on, but won't
Landfill just
relay to
ignores
these
you on
two.
purpose.
Somebody go get Rooster.
He's out there talking to Redhead and Donnie.
Tell him to get his ass in here. B, I've looked up Lauren Dangle.
Is it Dangle or Daigle?
Daigle.
Daigle, dude.
I don't know that this is for you, dude. It seemed it's maybe it is contemporary Christian pop music.
Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, I can go. I go to stuff. I listen to stuff like that every once in a while, but somebody asked me to go there on a Tuesday night. Isn't that the night they do
That's a media party.
the media party? Nah.
Yeah. What's up, Bruce?
I gotta be at the media party. They gonna have food there.
What's
Good
up,
food.
boys? Speaking of the media party, the Roost has only been invited to one Super Bowl in my life. Right?
What do you mean invited?
Well, invited.
They're not invited.
Among the
don't get
upper
invited.
level elite,
No,
the upper crust elite.
You
I'm
get
not
sent to
invited
work.
to anything. I have to go work, and I leave
Well, I know,
Friday afternoon.
invited to work. I don't want a
the people
vacation.
that are invited fly in Friday
Well,
and leave
all right.
on Monday.
Anyway.
Those of us that have to work go Sunday and
Maybe-
leave
Well, it's
Friday.
not Thursday night.
Maybe
because
wrong
the
language.
hotel room you got to get 4 nights.
Anyway,
Right.
the quick story that I wanted to tell you, in the one Super Bowl I was in, Super Bowl 40 in Detroit, that you would have been proud of me. That media party that the NFL threw on a Tuesday night, your boy got absolutely demolished.
Drunk or food?
They were pouring. Oh no, trunk. They were pouring. At that point, I drank a lot of Crown and 7-Ups or what is it? Crown Royal and Crown Royal and 7-Up.
Yeah.
No, I did
7 and 7.
7 and 7. There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
And
That's
in a
Secret
cup
7.
like that size, man, they were pouring like about 9/10 of it with liquor, and I just kept tipping the guy, so he just kept pouring and pouring and pouring. I went on national radio that
He
night.
said that guy's really rich. They already tipped him. So
Yeah.
He's still tipping me.
I
What-
went on
what was-
national
what was
radio
your
that night
standard
and
tip?
cursed and
$1?
cursed. No, like I don't know, $5 at a time or
Let's
whatever
go.
it was.
Well, you know what? That dude thought you
I mean,
were
I had
really
some
eating.
money.
He
I
said,
had-
he said, this dude's a fool right
Yeah,
here.
back then I was making a legitimate salary. I was under contract and all that stuff. I was doing okay for myself.
Balling Rooster.
And
Balling on the
and
budget.
your boy went on national radio and said a curse on national radio that
What
they had
word?
to dump. Well, it was the S word.
Eh.
I was referring
mean
to
stuff?
having to wear
Man, people say stuff all
bleep
the time.
kickers because it was snowing outside. So I was right outside the Fox Theater in Detroit, absolutely, completely, totally hammered.
I'm gonna have to
And
get
it's probably one of the
you
last
gotta learn
times.
how to handle yourself better. I'm
Yeah.
gonna teach you how to do the Louisiana thing.
Bruce, there have been plenty of times on
I
the
need to
road
party with
where
you, B.
I don't know that that's the story you tell, and then be like, I don't know why anybody sent me to the Super Bowl since.
Hey, that's the reason.
Because especially cursing on the air. B and I had to
I
work
mean-
for 4 hours after that Kirk Cousins Alex Smith trade, and we had been enjoying
And
ourselves
I
for
think
about
we
5 hours
might have had
prior.
about 12,000 steps apiece, just
Yeah.
running from downstairs upstairs.
Listen, you're probably not wrong. I've probably been excommunicated from every Super Bowl since because of that. But
Believe me, that's not the worst thing that ever happened at a Super Bowl. Believe
I
me.
do remember. I do remember the last and only time I was in New Orleans for RG3's debut. I got pretty loaded there too on those
Well, that
hurricanes.
This is just
Those
turning into-
hurricanes from Pat O'Brien.
Chris gets drunk everywhere he goes.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
the
Chris-
story.
I mean, you
One-
guys all think that I don't have fun. I mean, I have fun.
Well, if you get drunk everywhere you go, you may wonder why you don't be invited to anywhere. You don't have to work
Let's
no
get
more.
Brewster on the stream.
What's
Here,
up?
Say hello to everybody.
Hello, everybody.
All right, Bruce,
How are
I have 2 topics I'd like to address with you. One's a mystery topic. One is the coaching search. What would
boy.
you like to address first?
Let's do the mystery topic because that's probably going to take more time and probably
Okay.
generate more laughs.
I just want to be clear that you requested this, and there is a reason I put you on the stream.
Oh boy.
If you will, what is all this weird orange stuff on your shirt, dude? It looks
Oh.
like leftover, like when you carve a pumpkin up. It looks like that. Why are you wiping it on me, man?
I don't know. It may have been for my coffee, or
Coffee?
I had some
Wait,
Doritos.
wait.
I had some Doritos
How does the
on the
coffee
way in,
get
so-
on you? How does the coffee get on you?
It was probably Doritos.
I
I
think
had a couple
Wait,
of
wait,
Doritos.
wait. So you feed your shirt Doritos?
Listen, Pete, when you have
for
to do
those that aren't watching, I'm talking about like on his bicep. There's just all this
when
orange
you have
stuff.
to.
Oh, he was washing his
it's
hands
not
on it.
all this orange stuff. It was
You
like
just
one
wiped it
little
all
bit.
off.
Okay, but it was one little bit.
It's still there.
I mean, listen, I am not a fashionista. This should just be known and this should be established. Okay,
Okay. I'm glad it was either coffee or Doritos.
it's hot as
Landfill.
hell in here. How do you guys survive, man?
It's a sweat box.
Hey, man.
We're sweating out my.
Hey, man, I feel
sickness.
good. I don't know about all y'all. I must be in shape.
You're wearing a flannel. Oh my gosh.
All right, Rooster.
Baby, stylish.
How big of a deal? The biggest deal is they kept Cliff.
Yeah,
but I think it's a when, not if, that they lose at least a couple of these offensive assistants. Kind of, what are you expecting? Who goes? How big of a loss is it?
Well, I mean, I heard you guys mention about John Glenn leaving for the Raiders, the assistant special teams coordinator. So it would suggest that they need one of those, right? I think you happen to know a pretty good special teams coordinator that's available that was wrongly fired from the Denver Broncos because Sean Payton's a jackass.
Yeah, but would he take an assistant?
I don't know. He was an assistant before getting that job in Minnesota. So, listen, go hire Ben Kotwika is what I would say.
Yeah,
and don't forget, he was with Dan Quinn in Atlanta.
Right.
So they have a close relationship.
That's a possibility.
So that's one thing.
Hell with it. I'm going to throw my name in the hat.
Boy.
Larry, what's up, bro?
I wasn't surprised at all about Kingsbury staying. That never made any sense to me for various reasons.
Very good.
Yeah.
And Kingsbury's look, it's only going to look better in a year when it's possible Cincy or Buffalo comes up.
Absolutely. So that's one. I guess Brian Johnson's going to interview with Houston. I mean, that could make some sense for him. He's a former play caller, former offensive coordinator, working with CJ Stroud. I could see how that would be very appealing for him. So certainly if he were to get offered that job, I would think he would leave. And maybe Blau. Right. And maybe Blau, who I know
Tavita
Kingsbury really likes.
too.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot about him. You're right. I mean, listen, there's going to be some attrition year in, year out. They might lose 2 or 3 assistants this cycle. That's the cost of doing business when you won 14 games. Because I'm an idiot.
When you're good,
yeah,
that's the cost.
Yeah, right. Because teams don't want coaches that suck, right? Because I'm an idiot.
They weren't losing a lot of coaches during the Ron era.
No. Except for the ones that they fired.
They were paying them to stay.
Where do you stand, Brian and I? Now, this draft class may prove to be something different, whatever. Me and B. Mitch are kind of in the camp of like, you don't have to go shopping for T. Higgins here.
Yeah.
Where are you? That was
a story out today about DK Metcalf, but all right, they came talk to him.
I don't believe that.
Yeah,
well, I think people were talking about trading.
No, they
people are just random dudes on Twitter.
People are just throwing stuff out now.
Gotcha. Connect the dots, people.
What is your priority this offseason?
Offensive and defensive line.
Okay.
I mean, start from the interior.
As much as you are a cartoon character at times, you do have a fundamental understanding of football, and the three of us are aligned. Build the trenches.
Absolutely. Thank you. Can I toot my own horn for a sec?
You're going to one way or another.
I am now the prince of the press box at Northwest Stadium. Did you hear the good news?
What's the prince of the press box?
I won a contest, a preseason contest amongst, I believe, 9 members of the media, including some drunk, horny woman. No, that's a good one, Dave. No, for some stupid half-ass predictions. I don't know. I made a couple of them about Emmanuel Forbes, who's not even on the roster anymore, and somehow I won $160.
Wow.
If you are calling yourself the prince of the press box for that, God bless you. I will say, so Ben Standig, I guess before the home opener, sent out like a list of questions, and whoever got the most right won the contest. So
Roos took the money.
How I got enough right, I have no idea.
So,
good boy.
So hard to concentrate with that. So one of the questions was Jaden total touchdowns, throwing and rushing. He finished with 31. Rooster said 30. I said 29. Wasn't that far off.
And by one, Rooster.
Closest to the pin, baby.
Let's go.
What else did Rooster win? I'm pulling it up here.
I had a couple of Emmanuel Forbes ones in there that did not go well. That I know.
Rooster hit this opposing quarterback with the most passing yards. He said Joe Burrow. He got that.
Right. Pretty good bet.
I don't like
leading interceptions. We should credit whoever that is. Only Chick Hernandez said Mikey Samerstill to lead the team in interceptions. I said Quan.
Who led it?
Samerstill.
Samerstill did? All right.
Rooster said...
I said Emmanuel Forbes.
Forbes.
How you win?
I don't know.
We got 2 people won some stuff. We don't know how the hell they won it.
I made some Italian sausage.
Rooster the Queen and Landfill got the employee of the year.
Yo, I mean, the world is a mystery.
All right, you guys are funny, but I gotta go. Thanks for the barbecue. It's awesome. It's unbelievable. I'm so jealous that you can cook your ass off like that. What? Yeah, 2 o'clock.
You're
Right. But
signing-
I got a lot of show prep to do.
You're signing
I'm right about everything.
You signing autographs in Leesburg tonight?
No.
All right. If you need tickets tonight, make sure you tweet at Mullins1067.
Yeah, don't
He'll
ask
set
me.
you up with tickets.
I would.
Do you need a ticket? Tweet Mullins.
I need a ticket. I wasn't invited. Serious.
Are you
Goodbye,
really lying
Rooster.
about this, JP, or you telling the truth?
I don't know. We'll be right back. Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Ask B. Mitch anything. Phone's open the last hour.
I'm Earl Forsing, and here's what's happening. You heard the Rooster, JP, and B. Mitch talking about Commanders coaches. They have lost one member of their coaching staff now, as assistant special teams coach John Glenn is going to be the new linebackers coach for Las Vegas, with the Raiders reuniting there with Pete Carroll, who he used to work for in Seattle. Houston Texans have requested an interview with Commanders passing game coordinator Brian Johnson as they look for a new offensive coordinator. QB coach Tavita Pritchard interviewed for the OC job in Jacksonville on Wednesday, and assistant quarterbacks coach David Blau has interview requests from multiple teams, the Jets, Bears, and Jaguars. Hockey, the Caps finished up Canadian road swing with an overtime loss in Ottawa last night, 5-4. Now, even with the setback, Ovi had a goal and 2 assists. So Alex Ovechkin now 19 away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time record. Big one coming up this weekend as the Caps head back home. They will take on the Winnipeg Jets, showdown of the top 2 teams in the NHL. That's on Saturday night. Wizards were buried by LeBron and the Lakers last night, 134-96. 16 straight losses for Washington. For a second time this season, that ties a franchise record. They are back on the road, Minnesota, on Saturday night. College hoops, Georgetown, home, hosting Butler tonight, 6:30 tip-off, 6:15 pregame on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Get some Scotties. Enjoy it responsibly. Shout out to Quince Orchard Lacrosse. Here's what we're doing now.
Did he play or he's just wearing a shirt?
I don't know. I don't know. He seems kind of little for lacrosse, but there's a space for everybody.
Hey, he could be
there.
a quick guy.
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah, you never know.
800-636-1067. 800-636-1067 is the number. It is time for Ask B. Mitch Anything. Going to leave these phone lines open the entire remainder of the show. B, I'm going to start. I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Who's closer to winning a Super Bowl, Baltimore or Buffalo?
Oh, man. Is Pat retiring?
Not that I know of.
Because I would say they're about what and what. Until they figure out a way to slow down that dude, ain't none of them going to win. They can get to the AFC Championship game, but they're going to lose to him. Pat Mahomes.
Donnie, it's Ask B. Mitch anyway. I didn't want to have to do this, but I'm going to have to do it. It's an audio medium, brother.
Hey, I'm serious, bro. Because, like, let's be real. I thought this was the year for Baltimore. Lamar had the best year, MVP year. He had Derrick Henry with him. And still, they lost to Buffalo. Okay? And then Josh rolls over to Kansas City and is in position to win it.
Took him to the wire.
And they lose. So I would say both of them about what and what, to be honest with you. One of them is not, somebody has to have a higher threshold. And I have to believe that if Baltimore lost to them this year, they make the mistakes at the wrong time. They make their mistakes at the most inopportune times. They make it in a AFC Championship game. I have to say Buffalo is closer than Baltimore.
The problem is, it's like if you have two really pretty girls and then Rihanna, and it's a who's the prettiest girl contest, it might not matter because the one is just so much further ahead of the other.
But if you don't have but do you have a shot at any one of them? That's the whole question.
Listen, I told you, much like Brian Schottenheimer was addressed about being a head coach many, many years ago, there were Scarlett Johansson and Jennifer Lopez were interested in me. I just decided not to pursue it. Since we can all just declare things without.
Yeah, that's the way you need to present that to make yourself not look bad.
Any sort of fact.
Yeah, I don't think you're on the radar.
I got one more. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067.
What's the next
one? Dude, Donnie. We're gonna have to put Donnie in the aquarium. B, the 49ers have had a hell of a run.
Yep.
This year, things kind of fell apart for San Fran.
Mm-hmm.
It was kind of injury-driven, but it kind of wasn't. It's not like their quarterback went down. There were other players that went down, but Niners went 6-11 this year.
Yes.
The Niners, as presently constituted, Super Bowl threat.
Yes or no?
Is that over?
I say yes, because they have older players that are their nucleus. And you know what happened to older players? They get hurt. And also, you watch them. Everybody gives Kyle all his love. I give him love too. I think the guy comes up. But when he is down, he's awful. Because he does not change anything in his scheme when he's down. When he's up, he'll run away from you. But when he's down, he cannot come back because he does the exact crap, and defenses stop that all the time.
Interesting little footnote here. The Niners lost to the Chiefs in the Super Bowl in 2019. The next year, they kind of bottomed out. Now, that was quarterback injury driven.
Yeah.
They went 6-10 that year. The following year, another winning season, and they lost in the NFC title game.
Yeah.
So then, look, 23, they lose the Super Bowl. 24, they go 6-11. History could tell us they get back to the conference title game here. I'm not sure that'll work.
Do they pay Purdy? If they pay Purdy, they can't pay everybody else. They're going to drop off some.
What's going to be interesting is that they go into this offseason in really healthy cap shape.
Okay, well, like I hit you on another one. I've always said, when you get to a certain level, your expectations now are no longer what they used to be. And yes, they fell off this year, and that was a very, very much a letdown. You think everybody whether it's front office, owners, or fans, are they expecting them to come back and have a losing season, or are they expecting them to be able to compete? And if they can't get to the NFC Championship game, they're going to start looking at people's jobs. That's just how it goes, bro.
Dude, you can already feel that like earth shaking a little bit out there. All right, let's start these phones. Vinny is in Seat Pleasant.
What up, Vinny? How you doing, man?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing today, man?
We good, brother.
But B. Mitch, Amon-Ra St. Brown had a list of receivers that went before him in the draft, and De'Ami Brown was on that list.
Uh-huh.
De'Ami Brown went to Detroit and had one heck of a game, probably one of the best games I've ever seen him have. So, do you think Amon-Ra St. Brown still has De'Ami Brown on the list? And
yeah.
De'Ami Brown coming back next season can, I guess, replicate what he's done in the playoffs against Detroit?
I think De'Ami got better and better as the year went on, and late in the season he was very good. He gave them another weapon other than Terry McLaurin. And let's be real, Amon-Ra St. Brown is the type of guy who's going to have things to motivate him. So yes, De'Ami Brown is still on his list. But, but nobody can be concerned about that fact. De'Ami can't be concerned about it because Amon-Ra is going to get himself. That's like I always say, Joe Dumars never said he was a Jordan stopper. Michael Jordan said Joe Dumars said he was a Jordan stopper. And he lived through that thing his whole career. So, De'Ami got to just keep moving like he's been. He took a major step this year. Next year, he could probably take another one. He's a free agent, so will he be back here or somewhere else?
That's the question. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you.
Thanks, Vinny. Rick is on the route. What up, Ricky?
What up, Rick?
JP, what's going on, guys? Long time.
We good, brother. What's happening with you?
I'm cool. Real quick, when I met you guys last time at DC City Smokehouse, I was wearing some Chiefs gear. Quick backstory to that. My mother, born and raised diehard Washingtonian fan. My father was from Kansas City. He died when I was 11 years old, so I took the Chiefs side, but I always have my heart with Washington. But I've been with the Chiefs since 91. So my question for you, B. Mitch, and I really wanted to see Washington versus Chiefs, but sorry about that. Ambulance is coming.
They're not chasing you. I'm messing with you. Hi, Rick. What's up?
The question is, if you do talk to Andy Reid next week coming up at any point in time, please tell him for me and for Washingtonians and Chiefs fans to beat the snot bubbles out of the Philadelphia Eagles home.
All right, I'll let him know. I reached out to him, so he normally hits me back and let me know.
Sweet.
All right,
Appreciate you guys. Always good listening to you guys.
Thanks, Ricky.
Cool.
All right, Alan is in Rockville. Alan, hit us up. Ask B. Mitch anything.
Okay, B-Mitch, let me ask you a question. There's an old story about Sonny Jurgensen. He said when he was a rookie, he was trying to get out of the pocket and run around the side, and he got in Chuck Bandera put his lights out and shook his finger at him, says, "You come over here again, I'm going to break your leg." So they said, "So what did you do?" "I didn't go over there again." So I'm bringing it to the point doing when Baker Mayfield early in that game, he ran up the middle. And he didn't slide. He dove. And coming right on like a train was Bobby Wagner. And Bobby Wagner sat there and was shaking his finger at him and saying something. Was he saying something similar? Because he could have crushed him.
He probably told him, if you keep being a running back, I'm gonna treat you like one.
That's what I thought, and that's what Ben Derrick said. And good enough for Ben Derrick and him. It's good enough for me. Thanks a lot. You cleared that up.
Thanks,
right,
Alan.
brother.
Appreciate you, man. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. Going to take phones the rest of the hour. It is Ask B. Mitch Anything. Daniel's in Virginia. What up, Danny? Ask B. Anything.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up, bro?
Love the show. Love the station. Listen all day on the Odyssey app.
Appreciate you, bro.
Question about whether we are ready to put Cliff to bed now.
Well, I never listened to it because they're like the thing with today. This is the problem with sports and all of these damn nerds with their stat stuff. They don't ever give you context of anything. And when you lose context, you lose a whole bunch of stuff. So I never, like, if your quarterback gets hurt, it's not you falling off a cliff, the whole damn team fall off a cliff. If you have offensive linemen get injured, hey, that's a part of it. So I never cared about it, never thought about it anyway. So at this point, it's been put to bed by me anyway. So I'm probably the one dude that the analytics community hate, and I can give them the one finger salute. I don't give a damn.
I don't think you're the only, but you're definitely on their list.
Oh yeah,
for sure.
And you know what I say to them? Bleep you.
Thanks for the call, Danny.
Okay.
It's kind of to that point with the Cliff. Nobody worried when Kyle Shanahan went 6-10 after the Super Bowl, and Garoppolo got hurt.
Yeah. See, but the thing that context
sure
explains everything most times. But nobody cares about that because they don't care about context. They don't really care about to educate you on the actual sport. They just want you to think that they're smarter than everybody. And I think a lot of times, no, they're not. Look, they could tell. I could go get all kind of equations to tell you stuff. But that equation is not one all in all. It's not that.
Yeah, I mean, the Cliff stuff to me is just so remarkable because I do think there's some truth to, especially early in his career, that he wasn't making a ton of adjustments later. You know, we have our offense and it was primarily an air raid and it went really well. Mm-hmm. But like so they went 5-10 his first year. Kyler's a rookie. They're learning. Right. They go 8-8 the second year. They were really good. And then they kind of plateaued in the second half. They go 11-6 the last year. And then in 22, after he got his extension, they fell apart. But Kyler also missed half the damn season.
Jay,
I don't understand how people,
what is the one thing people say? If you're up 28-3, what do?
Run the ball.
Okay. And the fact that the offensive coordinator kept throwing the football, everybody blamed the defensive guy and never blamed the offensive guy. They still are blaming Dan, but nobody gives Kyle any blame. The world is too offensive friendly now. Kyle was the biggest culprit in that game, not Dan. Dan hired him, and he allowed him to do his thing. But he also felt like, your daddy ran the ball to nauseam. Why the hell are you throwing the football? Because he had already gotten the job. Why the hell are you trying to still prove him?
Right.
So,
Jaden is in Columbus. Jay, ask me anything.
Okay, I got a question, guys.
Yo.
I was talking with some buddies out here about our roster. Do we have one player outside of Jaden Daniels or Terry McLaurin that starts on either team in the Super Bowl?
One player on either team that starts in the Super Bowl.
No, on our team. Like,
on our
besides Terry
team
and
that
James.
will start in the Super Bowl?
So I think this
For any yes.
question, and
I'm trying to think, and I would probably tell you yes, somebody would, but the ultimate thing is we sit up there and we say that if we go through all 25 starting positions, somebody probably would start.
Well, so there's also an inherent flaw in the question, especially defensively when there's so many rotational pieces.
Yeah.
But I find it hard to believe that either of these teams wouldn't have use for Louvu or Wagner or McLaurin. You're telling me, I bet McLaurin would be the leading receiver in Kansas City.
Well, he said I already gave you McLaurin.
Oh, okay.
But the way Mikey played, Mikey would be on your field a lot.
Yeah.
Well, he wouldn't start over McDuffie, right? Or Quinyon Mitchell or Cooper DeJean.
But,
yeah, but there's usually three corners on the field.
There's three corners on the field. So I'm not saying my thing is if you think they need to go get a whole 51 new players, you name two people, you're mistaken. They won 14 damn games this year.
Yeah, and the other flaw with that is KC and Philly have been building those rosters over time, like for a consistent period of time. They've drafted really well. They've signed guys. Like this was the first year of Washington doing this. You know,
I think people would think that Detroit, they wouldn't start on Detroit, and they beat them.
I think a lot of their defensive players would have started on what Detroit had.
Right, because they were beat up.
They still were performing. It was in right before the NFC Championship game.
It's a useful question, but what do you mean to get at with the question?
Okay, so here's what I'm getting at. I think both can be true. I think I heard people were getting mad at like what the junkie said. I think the wording's wrong, fluky, but I think both can be true. Jaden's an absolute stud, but I do think I guess the expectation for me next year, it's like 9 or 10 wins. I don't think we're really a 12-win team because, we had 7 wins at the buzzer. That's an NFL record. So I think it's just kind of where we're at. I think some people think, we need to win a playoff game next year or it's a failure. I don't really see it that way. I mean, Vegas has us at 8.5 wins next year, which I think is fair, in my opinion.
Okay. Well, I think that the fluky is completely wrong because you don't win that many games in a row if it's a fluke. Okay. I don't have a problem disagreeing with the junkies. So let me break it down for you again. People think that the Washington Redskins of 1991 was not a very talented football team. But you know what other people say? It's the best team ever put together. Why? Because they didn't have a lot of individual stars. And the problem with society today, you all care more about individual stars than you care about a team. So the whole team was better because they weren't trying to present certain people out there. So when you find a team that plays together as a team consistently, you'll win a lot more damn games. And I believe if they could get more talent and play the same way they played this year, they'll get double-digit wins again.
I guess just looking at the NFC model, it's San Francisco and the Eagles that run our conference. There you have the most.
You gotta
have a lot of talent. Yes,
they went 6-11.
No, I'm saying that, but over the last 7 years, it's been 2 franchises that have run the NFC.
Okay, but maybe it's another one about to kick down the door.
Team.
But so, do you want to dismiss what they accomplished?
No. I mean to ask you. I don't think what we did this year is repeatable. Like if I asked you guys.
So here's where I disagree. If you want to apply the word fluky, the Hail Mary result is completely fluky. The ball gets tipped up the right way and a dude brings it in. I get that. That is a fluky result.
Okay.
That happens 1 out of 30. The rest of those results. Is it my turn or your turn, Jaden? The rest of those results, dude, are a direct result of stuff they practice and a guy with just straight ice water in his veins. And I don't think you can be dismissive of that.
No, but I guess if I had to ask you guys, put money on the line, what would you guys guess? What's a good season next year? Like, what would you guys be satisfied? Like,
I'd be satisfied with them making it to the playoffs again.
I think to me now, you think they're a divisional round team. That the wild card.
No, I think wild card. I think we're a wild card team.
And if they make it to the playoffs again, they have a chance. So I would say put all your money on it, all your rent on what you think, and see what happens.
When we come back, we're going to keep the phone lines going. It is Ask B. Mitch Anything.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The FanDuel Kick of Destiny is back, and this time it's every manning for himself. This Super Bowl, 2 legends will take the field in a sudden death field goal showdown. Peyton versus Eli. Big brother against little brother. Live from New Orleans. One kick to claim the ultimate family bragging rights. Who will rise to the moment? Pick your winner now or on the FanDuel app, and if you back the right brother, you will earn a share of $10 million in bonus bets. It's the FanDuel Kick of Destiny 3. Make your free bet, or don't forget to tune in to watch the showdown live during Super Bowl 59 pregame show on Fox at 3 p.m. Eastern. May the best Manning win. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Brian. That's BRIAN, and bet with FanDuel, official partner of Super Bowl 59. FanDuel Sportsbook is an official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. No purchase necessary. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-246-2537.
I'm Earl Forsing, and here's what's happening. Start with Capitals news as they have finished up a Canadian road swing. Lost last night overtime in Ottawa, 5-4. Ovechkin scored, so Ovi now, even in the loss, pulls closer to Gretzky. Now Ovi 876 for his career, 18 away from tying, 19 away from breaking Gretzky's record. Meanwhile, reports surfaced yesterday that the Caps are looking to sign goalie Charlie Lindgren to a contract extension after locking up Logan Thompson to a long-term deal on Monday. That could be related to an ESPN report today. ESPN says there is a significant salary cap increase coming to the NHL now over the next few seasons. Wizards beat up by the Lakers last night, 134-96. 16 straight loss for the Wizards. 16 losses in a row for a second time this season. College hoops tonight, Georgetown, home hosting Butler, 6:30 p.m. for that one on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1:30 on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Grant and Danny coming your way at 2. I think they're already out in Leesburg doing a live show. Somebody tell me where their show is. I know it's in Leesburg in advance of 106.7 The Fan tonight. Phone lines are lit up, but I don't want to waste time. The MGM National Harbor listener lines is where you can call 800-636-1067 for Ask B. Mitch Anything. But on the Rude Guest Hotline, we have an NFL owner on the line. Hello, Jera. How do you do?
I'll be honest with you, Finley. I don't know what kind of cold you had or flu, but I've been under the weather for 4 days. This crap has hit me in the lungs.
It's called being a Cowboy owner.
I'm telling you, man, I feel like I'm going to die, and I thought I was over the hump.
Jera, I'm serious. Go get a Z-Pack. That joint, it's like when the Undertaker sits up out of the coffin. It gets you back to life, man.
Or just warm up your bourbon when you drink it and make you sweat better.
Got you. Let me give a shout-out to Jeff. I think he's the best call screener. Good guy. I like him a lot. I might say the same thing about you, Landfill, but you don't stand up and answer the damn phone. But listen, B. Mitch, I gotta ask you a question. Do you think I need some psychiatric treatment?
Yes.
Why is that?
That was quick.
Because, I mean, damn, you've been having the same area and you're going lower and you keep wanting to make all the decisions. How somebody let them do it and sit back and reap your benefits?
Well, I'll tell you what, man, my dumbass son Steven said I might need to go get a check from the neck up, and I'll tell you why. I thought I was hiring Marty Scheidenheim. I had no idea that he died. I had no idea. In fact, I looked at him, and I said, damn, son, you look like you got that Benjamin Button's disease or something. You keep looking younger and younger. And my son said, no, Dad, that's not him. That's his son. I'm like, well, what the hell would I sign him for? Hey, listen, I'm getting death threats all over the place. And so I told Steven I'm promoting him to my food taster and drink taster from here on out until I know I'm beyond anybody doing something nasty to Jared. But I think y'all should have a great day. I got to go fight this cold.
Hey, man, hot toddy. I gave the recipe yesterday. I know you were listening.
Z-Pack, Jera. Z-Pack. All right, Brian, I'm going to read something, and then I'll let you react. This is my Ask B. Mitch Anything. Mark Seagraves, reporter for NBC4, does city government very, very well. Per Seagraves, the lease extension for RFK Stadium site is almost complete. Mayor Bowser sent emergency resolution to the D.C. Council to approve at Tuesday's legislative session. Once approved, the recorder of deeds will publish, and it's a done deal.
All right.
Well, how do you feel about that?
Feel great.
I figured you would.
Things are going in the right direction.
Gosh, man. What a world that seems plausible. Let's go down to Solomon's Island. What up, Joel? Ask me anything.
What's up?
Hey, boys, what's going on? Is it a Vodka Rebel Friday today? Or
yes, it is.
Yes.
It is?
Yeah, celebrate.
Right. Hey, that's awesome. Hey, I want to preface this real quick. B. Mitch, I want to thank you, appreciate you for all you do for the communities, both down here in the DMV, also what you did in Philly as well. And me being a Philly man, I want to ask you this. How's that steak and cheese taste after the cheesesteak we served you guys on Sunday?
I don't eat steak and cheese, so didn't taste good to me. I didn't like it when I was here. I didn't like it when I was there. I like crabs. So I'm coming down. I'm coming down to South Island. You better have me some damn crabs. So coming over here trying to talk to us all crazy.
Man,
hey, you get us a 2 dozen of the what you call it, the Texas monsters or whatever they call them, the Texas bulls, the big crabs. We gonna come down there. We're gonna do a B. Mitchell Finley show right at your place. Come
Maryland crabs. Maryland crabs.
They're not from Maryland,
crabs.
though.
Thank you, Joel.
Joel can tell you. He's from down there. He know they go down and ship from the south.
Reese is in Silver Spring.
This is Reno Reese. How are you?
Who is this?
You talking to us?
Who is this?
This is Reese.
What's up, Reese? How you doing, brother?
Hey, I talked to you yesterday. I had a great time. You remember our talk?
Which talk?
Remember, I talked about Myles Garrett and
Yeah. Myles Garrett, or you named 2 people. Myles Garrett. Who was the other one?
And Myles Garrett and Khalil Mack.
Yeah, and I like Myles Garrett more.
Yeah.
Okay. What did I say when we talked about?
He doesn't know, dude. Just say it again.
Super Bowl.
I'm tired and
Myles
sick
Garrett.
and cranky. Let's speed this up.
No. I'm just. He'll
Relax.
remember this.
What, you said what about the Super Bowl?
Yeah, I said I think I'm going to the Super Bowl. What did you say?
Oh my God, I'm gonna put him on hold.
I can't remember.
I'll be
I can't
nice and not
understand
hang
what
up.
he's
I'm putting
saying
him on
right
hold.
now.
Jeff, if you want to try to make sense of that, God bless my man. I'm out on that. Will's in DC. What up, Will?
How y'all doing?
JP must be taking some medicine.
Look, I think I need more.
What's up, brother?
I think my meds are wearing off.
First of all, can I propose a trade?
Yeah, go ahead.
Drake May for Jaden Daniels. That's for your 2 o'clock guys.
Oh, you
But
joking?
anyway,
Okay. I thought you were serious because I almost cursed, bro. I'm sorry.
Before you be Mitch, the other day the 2 o'clock guys, they said something to the effect, who deserves more credit as far as Cliff and Jaden? And one of the guys gave Cliff it was like 60-40. Jaden, I'm wondering if you agree with that percentage. Because if it was up to me, I would say it was probably more like 70-30 or 80-20.
Man, it's players. It's just players, not plays.
Exactly.
Cliff's a huge part of it. But
Cliff is a great part of it, but I'm gonna break it down for anybody that wants to not give credit where credit is due. I've never seen great coaches without great players.
There you
but
go.
I've always seen great players without damn great coaches. So you can look at it how you want to look at it, and you can think what you want to think. But when someone wants to get a coach more credit than the player, like a Jaden Daniels, like fantastic, then they just fooling themselves because they didn't like the player in the first place. Hands down, point blank. And
appreciate you, sir.
I'm here all day for discussions if you want to have it.
Thanks, Willie. My guy Crank is on the line.
What up, Crank?
Crank, what up, man?
Yo, hey, B Mitch, look, this question right here is for a 10-year-old to about 12, 13-year-old Crank, man.
Man, I don't
look,
remember those days, man.
Hey, look, I know you're going to remember. Listen. This ain't got nothing to do with in-game performance. This is strictly your eye test, the B Mitch eye test.
All right.
So who was, and these are questions that I used to argue with. I'm the only time I used to argue with myself. Like, man, I think such better. I ain't even really see these dudes play like that. So who was better? I'm going to give you 4 players altogether. Who was better?
Who?
Danny Copeland or Alvoy Mays? No. Yeah, Danny Copeland or Alvoy
Danny
Mays.
Copeland.
Danny Copeland was better?
Yes.
And who was better? Sam Shade or Alvoy Mays? Oh, no, or Alvin Walton.
Ooh, wow. Walton was the hitter, but Shea was the overall better player.
So Shea was overall better.
Yeah.
So, and then out of Mays and out of Copeland and Mays, who was better?
I already told you Copeland.
No, I'm sorry. Out of Copeland and Shade, who was better?
Copeland and Shade.
Shade. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's all I got, man.
All right, bro.
Thanks, Crank. Let's get one more in here. Stretch.
Shade coaching now. He's a head coach in college. Alabama A&M.
I meant to talk about this earlier. Did you see D. Hall got let go by the Panthers?
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Wow.
My guess is just the way the league works that he was hired by the previous staff.
Yeah.
And then there was a staffing
That
change.
goes.
So
That
it might not
happens
even be
like
let go. It just might be that his contract
Contract's
expired.
up, yeah.
That's my guess. Stretch is in DC. What up, Stretch?
What up, Stretch?
B Mitch, JP, happy Friday, fellas.
Same to you, brother, man.
B Mitch, I got a question. Earlier this week, the Cleveland Browns GM said that they wasn't going to trade Myles Garrett. As we know, things change over a course of maybe 3, 4, 5 weeks. 2-part question. Number 1, B Mitch, would you go try to get Myles Garrett? And number 2, what's the max compensation that you would give Cleveland?
I
for
don't.
his search.
I listen. Will I try to talk to people if they're willing to try and trade him? Yes. Do I? I don't know what the max compensation would be. You know,
it's also worth pointing
What
out.
do you think? What do you
is
think?
Miles
What do you
Garrett a
think
free
he's
agent?
worth?
No. And
If he's not a free agent, then I don't think we're talking.
the
They're not
Browns
letting him
GM
go.
Andrew Berry has come out and said absolutely not. Are we trading Miles Garrett?
So I mean, but if they start talking about trading him, yes, I'll be in that conversation.
Sure. Thanks for the call, Stretch.
Yeah.
Here's what we're gonna do. If you are paying attention, you could win an ultimate tournament trip to Las Vegas just by listening to 106.7 The Fan. Win a trip for you and 3 friends during the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championships. Flights, hotel, $20,000 in spending cash.
Woo!
Just download the free Odyssey app. Listen to The Fan for at least 1 hour. Listen tomorrow for at least an hour for another entry. It's Odyssey's Slam Dunk in Vegas national contest. For more information, go to Odyssey.com and hit /slam dunk. $20K in Vegas will get it done. That's not the only thing going on, folks. It's the best time of year for football, and it's finally here. The big game has arrived, and fans are excited to see who will be hoisting the trophy in New Orleans. Does KC get the three-peat, or does Philly break through and beat Mahomes? You can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Check out the big game giveaway promo for your chance at $1 million in prizes. 25 winners will walk away with $10K in cash. Think about that, 10 grand in your pocket. And 7,500 winners will get $100 in bonus bets. No deposit or bet required. Opt in today in the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. B. Mitch and Finley 1067 The Fan. Looking forward to seeing everybody tonight out in Leesburg, Tally Ho Theater. Should be a lot of fun. Landfill's sitting on all the tickets, so if you need them, just hit them up at Mullins.
Actually, you can stop by his house. This is his address. I just found it.
Oh boy!
No, I'm joking, Landfill. I would never do that to you, dog. The first time I saw him laugh that much.
Landfill has been extremely quiet today.
What is he hiding?
I'm over here just praying for death because Jeff won't stop singing. It's awful.
I do have Landfill's address if you want to swing by.
Landfill, don't turn his mic on, please.
If you want to pick up the tickets in person, it's 44061 Ashburn Shopping Plaza, Ashburn, Virginia, 20147.
But that's the grocery store you going to pick his vegetables up at?
That's the Popeyes.
Popeyes like, thank you.
I do feel like Jeff has been on one, especially today. Just
he ate some ribs, man. He happy now. You like a little fat baby. Every time the fat baby gets his food, he get happy as hell.
Do you want to respond to that, Joe?
Hey yo.
Hey yo.
Hey yo. Yeah, I was happy. I'm a fat baby. Yeah.
All right, we got one dude still on the phone. Colin and Clinton.
What up, Colin? How you doing, brother?
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Quick, how many players are still on their rookie contracts on the Commanders out of 34?
Out of 34? What you mean? We didn't have 34 rookies.
No, we have 34 players on contract for 2025, according to Over the Cap.
Yeah, well, technically that doesn't start till March. So right now they're all still on.
They're all still on the rookie contract.
But you're saying,
yeah, I mean, yeah.
Of the 34 going forward, how many are on rookie deals?
Yeah.
If I can ask, you're basically just asking us to do some math for you. I bet AI could do that. But we could probably name them off the top of our head. Payne, McLaurin, Allen, Lattimore. Who got guaranteed money? Luvu, Armstrong.
They're not on rookie contracts.
He wanted to say who's not on rookie deals, right?
Oh, he said who's on rookie deals.
Yes.
So if I name the people that aren't, that means the rest of them are, right?
Yeah, all the people that were drafted this year,
the last 3 years.
Last 3 years, they all still on rookie contracts.
You got to ask the chat bot for that, but it's not that many. It'd be this whole rookie class because they've cut most of Ron's draft picks, frankly.
Yeah.
And then the ones that are still around, a decent amount of them are on extensions. Cosme, the ones that aren't would be easier to figure out, which is what I was doing.
Well, the answer is 13, and only 11 are actually on their real rookie numbers. 2 of those players have elevated numbers due to the proven performance escalator. That's Percy Butler and Brian Robinson. So they're not really actually even making rookie numbers. So my point there is that we have a very small number of players on our roster that are getting better. Most of them are free agents, in their 5th, 6th years or more. And so I guess my point there is I think that's why I think it's tough to say how well they'll do next year, because there's going to be so many players on our team that may not be getting better. Like, we're just hoping that they stay as good, if not get worse, if that makes sense.
Well, I'm just saying it don't make sense because people get better throughout their whole career
But
for the most part.
they also just changed the front office and the coaching staff. Don't you think that has an impact on it?
Not as much of an impact as it had last year. And to your point, B. Mitch, I think players get better for their first 4 years, and then they probably peak on average. Every player's different.
Well, sometimes people are better than average. I think Terry McLaurin has gotten better every year. I'll take you back to my career. I got in my 10th, 11th, 12th year, for my 11th, 12th, 13th year, I was better than I was in my first 4 or 5 years.
I got to be honest. I don't understand the point.
I think you got to listen. I'm gonna be honest with you. I want people to stop pulling up all of this analytics BS and calling here trying to act like you're smart, because you just regurgitating something you just read. You didn't calculate that stuff, and you don't have a clue of calculating. Let's stop doing that.
What's so stupid about that is looking back is that was the previous administration's picks. That it's well documented how poorly that went. So how is that relevant? Play the sounder for the bets. Do something.
Hell yeah. We were having a great show to that. Gather around. But heard it here first.
Dude's testing me at the finish line. Let's just get through this, White Brian.
JP's 1-2. Everyone else is tied at 3-1.
Wow, good week for the
I
boys.
win because I'm the oldest.
Damn. You guys subscribe to that theory.
Yeah, they gotta subscribe to it. I asked Diane to come in.
I mean, to be honest, I think I was first place because I was the last to lose. I was undefeated all the way until tonight. I mean, last night.
I agree with B Mitch because he is much, much older than us.
I accept it. I'm smarter, faster, more intelligent.
All right, let's calm down.
I don't know about the faster part.
Jeff, I'll beat you in anything.
White Brian's
You want to race?
fast as hell.
Yes.
All right, let's do it.
Yes, we're gonna do
Hold
it.
on.
Let's do it.
White Brian's throwing his hat in the ring for fastest? What's your
Brian move around so damn slow. I think he's a snail.
Brian like lives underwater.
I'm gonna start calling him
saving
white
his
snail.
energy.
He's not white snail,
Brian?
not white Brian.
I wouldn't. No, I'm not fast, but Jeff told me his 40 time, and I'm definitely quicker than that.
I am definitely here to watch Brian and Jeff race.
Actually, I would let Bryce run against Jeff.
B Mitch
No.
lost to Ahmed in
I
the 40.
want to race Brian Mitchell.
I'll let Bryce run against
He
Jeff.
will smoke
That's
you,
my
Jeff.
10-month-old.
How do you know
grandkid.
that? We don't know that unless we try.
I know that.
4'6'9".
I
9
years
say he'll
ago?
beat you. No, it was 6 something. Not no 4.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
9 say he'll beat you.
Yeah, I ran a 4.69. Thank you, B.
6'4'9". I
Yeah,
meant.
yeah. I think we missed that one up. Let's get the hell out of here. Grant and Danny coming your. Where are they? Anybody tell me where they are? in
And
Leesburg?
Greg, yes, you can't spell. I'll see you around 7ish.
Brian, find where Grant and Danny.
They're
are.
at. Oh damn! I
They're
forgot
at a
the name.
bar in Leesburg. I know that much.
Yeah, a bar in Leesburg.
We're go to every bar in Leesburg until you find them. Here we go. They're at the Green Tree Tavern.
There you go.
They'll be there today until 6:30.
Green Tree Oil.
We're all going to be at Tally Ho Theater tonight for the 106.7 The Fan live party. Should be a blast. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Thor Nystrom, and thank you to Brian Westbrook. Thank you to most of the callers today, most of them. Shout out to Donnie for bringing the ribs. If you don't already, go to facebook.com and like Gudis Barbecue. Grant and Danny live at the Green Tree Tavern coming up next. You made it this far. I owe you some Z-Pack.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Capitals are coming home after losing another one on the road last night. The Canadian road swing ends with an overtime loss at Ottawa. Now, in the loss, Alex Ovechkin did score, so Ovi is now only 19 away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time NHL record. Also, the Caps are reportedly looking to sign goaltender Charlie Lindgren to a contract extension now. That after locking up Logan Thompson to a long-term deal on Monday. Big reason why some of this may be getting done is a report today, ESPN, saying that a significant salary cap increase is coming to the NHL over the next few seasons. Projections of up to a total of $25 million more per team in cap space over the next 3 years. Football Commanders trying to keep their coaching staff intact. One member is leaving. Assistant special teams coach John Glenn will be the new linebackers coach for the Las Vegas Raiders. Reunited there with Pete Carroll, who he worked for in Seattle. College hoops, Georgetown hosting Butler tonight, 6:30 p.m. tip-off, 6:15 for the pregame show over on the Team 980. Wizards lose another one last night, blasted by the Lakers, 134-96, 16th straight loss for the Wizards for a second time this season. Golf, Sepp Straka, 11 under par, has a second-round lead right now at Pebble Beach. Rory McIlroy playing this week. He is 3 shots back. Main Street Bank's a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-star sports desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Yeah, Friday. What's up? Welcome in. It's Grant and Danny, and we are live out and about in Leesburg at Green Tree Tavern. You know I'm a Leesburg guy. You know I love this little strip downtown, main strip of Leesburg. We are in the thick of things at what is an awesome little setup and bar today. We've had some delicious food. The staff is taking good care of us, and we're going to be celebrating an amazing Commander season with listeners all day long at Green Tree Tavern.
This is one of those big ones, one of the big nights, big day, big night, the whole 9 yards. This is a great way to round out the Friday Field Trip series, which has been such a blast for us all year long. It's been really, really cool. Our hosts at every stop have been great, and Green Tree Tavern is no exception. I've already dined on some incredible foodstuffs. Everybody has chowed down. It is so good here. It's a great vibe right around the corner before 106.7 The Fan live tonight. Which is always a blast as well. Just a whole bunch of like-minded folks getting to chop it up with the Junks and B. Mitch and Finley and everybody in between. These are those really cool get-to days.
Yeah, it's a sold-out venue at Tally Ho Theater for the big show tonight, which is going to be a blast. It starts at around 8 o'clock on stage, I think. There might be a couple of things beforehand, but the doors are at 7. So you want to get here, pregame a little bit with us at Green Tree Tavern. We're about 100 yards away from the Tally Ho Theater right around the corner. And then we're going to walk over with listeners when we're done to go enjoy ourselves over at the Green Tree Taverns and then Tally Ho Theater. So going to be a great day. Come spend it with us here on G&D. Before we talk about tonight's event, I do want to ask you, I couldn't help but notice, it was literally yesterday afternoon that you were busting Ryan's chops about eating avocado toast. Like there was a lot of chirping about him being an avocado toast guy. And then you sat down and looked at the menu with
That's what I did.
273 amazing things on it, and then you ordered avocado toast.
I certainly did. Now,
there is some hypocrisy that needs to be explained.
No, I said something in jest that I will never repeat, even when pressed on air, off air. I'll deny saying it, and I would never have made that joke that you think I made right now. So I'm just putting that to rest real quick.
I don't need anyone to know what the joke was.
Yeah, I'm just saying I'll never say it.
There was a lot of chirping about Clary liking avocado toast.
Well, there wasn't a lot of chirping. It was a joke that was made that will stay dead and buried.
Okay,
it's gone.
Sure.
That's number one. Number two, it wasn't like an aggressive hounding for hours on end where he had to deal with, he was the butt of jokes for a long time. I made one crack, and of course I'll deny it forever, and then we moved on with the day. So
Clary thought enough of it to take pictures of you eating the avocado toast today.
Which is totally fine. He's allowed to do that. It put the idea of avocado toast in my head, though. right? And so that's all of a sudden, it's like, you know what? I want a little something before I have my Italian beef sandwich, which was divine, if I can say that. And so, you know, I kind of balanced the new with kind of the old school, right? I got a meat sandwich that I'm dipping in its own sauce, which is, you know, sort of the very, you know, let's talk about, it's like a machismo, masculine fries, dipping sauce, hunks of meat kind of a sandwich. And then kind of the new school, in touch with the new, in touch with all parts of me. All right, the good, the bad, everything in between. Put on my reflection trunks, take a swim in Lake Me. A little bit of avocado toast with a delightful balsamic drizzle.
Speaking of a little ball busting and some joning, you have prepared, I believe, to kick off tonight's event, a roast of all of the members of the staff.
Apologies in advance to everybody.
It's always very nice, by the way.
Yeah.
When we agree to do this event, CK sends out a nice email. We all show up. No money changes hands.
Yeah.
You know, we just want to go hang out with listeners, and then it starts with Danny making fun of us for a little while.
Just 10, 12, 15 minutes of, you know, where no one gets to take a shot at me, and I'm just, you know, turning the guns on everyone. It is. Now, if someone else is willing to do it, they're more than welcome to do so.
Here's what I would say. I think there are probably willing participants, but that's a no-win situation.
That's true, yes.
Like Danny's done with his 12-minute set. Let me now come out and do 3 minutes about Danny. There's no good way to do that.
No.
I would say on top of that, then it's like you're rebutting him, so you didn't take it well. So you're essentially, you come off like a big baby.
Yeah, you
just kind of wear it. You let Danny do his thing. He gets through without any kind of
You're supposed to win. If you do, no one gives you credit for it. If you lose, it's a devastating loss. And at the end of the year, Ken Palm's like, look at that bad loss they had to the mid-major.
Let me ask you this.
Get it. Yeah.
Who would you not want to be going into tonight's 106.7 The Fan Live event, knowing your set list and your jokes that you've jotted down?
You.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Wow.
And I didn't mean it that way when I started.
Okay.
But that's that, and I love you dearly.
You're
my guy, 11 years. But this is one of those ones where I went, am I sure? And I was like, I'll apologize after. And that's kind of what I'll have to do on that one.
Okay, good.
And the junks also. But yeah, that's kind of the list. And
all of the junks.
Yeah.
So B. Mitch and Finley are getting off a little easy.
No, there's one in there that I ran by you and you went, ooh, that's tough.
Oh yeah, that one.
You know what I'm talking about?
Well, I told you not to say that one.
Yeah, I'm going to do it. And what my hope is that Brian can't hear from the green room.
Okay.
That's my hope.
So I know that last year there was enough interest in what you were going to be saying.
Yep.
That people left the green room to come up on stage behind the curtains and watch and listen.
Well, what was interesting is this, the way the venue was, it's, you know, a professional term here, bear with me as a professional entertainer. It's stage right. All right.
Okay.
It's in.
How does that work, by the way?
So it's the opposite of the audience.
What I view.
Yeah. So if I'm on stage looking out at the audience, that's my stage right, pointing to right with my right hand. That's stage left with my left.
So stage right is based on you as the performer.
So the opposite.
So yeah, we were all on stage right behind the curtain watching your set.
And the thing is that curtain's not obscuring anybody. It's an open walkway, and I can see everyone standing there. A couple guys, arms folded. One person's name rhymes with Schmeyen Schmitchell. Is an intimidating presence, and he's standing there with his arms folded while I made a couple of jokes.
Few of them.
Yeah.
So that's going to be right to kick off the night, right at about 8 o'clock.
Yeah, just to kind of set the tone.
Set the mood a little bit. Again, always a great way to get the night started for a big evening of station fellowship.
And when we were talking about, like, you know, setting up for the event, the run of show and things, and you and I are kind of, you know, emceeing this thing and sort of, you know, running the ship, so to speak. And I was asking our boss about it, and I was like, hey, I'm happy to do that again because that was so much fun. And now that we're a few hours away from it, I'm really nervous about that part of it. The last time, I don't know, I wasn't really. This time I am. I'm like concerned that people are going to be upset at me.
I wouldn't be overly concerned. I think you got to be able to take a joke a little bit, roll with the punches. I mean, the tough thing I would say just normally about being roasted, though, is that there is truth to all of your jokes. Like, they're coming from a place of, so Danny's like, oh, he made that joke. You know that's what he thinks. So that's going to be tough for you to have to deal with.
Yeah.
if you get a good pop, is it worth the pop?
I mean, it is to me.
Is it worth the momentary pop?
And that's why I've argued for years. Argued is the wrong term. I'm always like,
you're standing on the table, going to the mattress, really fighting over it.
I've advocated though that we should do this as an event. We should have a station roast. I've always believed that. Like, let these really talented broadcasters and people that can speak well and are funny write funny stuff and like sit down and actually do it. And I can help people with it. Like the Junkies producers, Matt, the boys are great at this. They come up with excellent material about everybody. So my point is, I think we should do that. And it's immediately shot down where it's like, no, everyone's skin is so thin. These fragile weirdos that make up radio could not handle this. But for some reason, I'm allowed to do this.
I don't think the skin is as thin as you think. Again, you went really hard last time.
I did.
Nobody really took great issue with it.
That's true.
Right?
I think there was an intoxication level that made it fine. I don't know if that's going to happen. Yeah. I don't know this time. I don't know.
I mean, if our crew's getting together, there's going to be some inebriation probably.
Let me some oat sodas.
That's definitely what helps. No doubt about it. If you go into that thing completely sober and you hear some of the jokes, I don't know if you like them as much.
He said what?
But cannot wait for tonight. Should be a lot of fun. We're very, very excited to hang out with listeners over at the Tally Ho Theater all evening long. Specific to the DC sports scene, which we'll be talking a lot about throughout the event. I did want to mention that the Capitals in an overtime loss last night proved themselves yet again hilariously capable. I mean, they were getting their butts beat, weren't playing particularly well. They're down multiple goals.
Count them out at your own peril, man.
And then they immediately, I have texts from 3 or 4 different friends, including you, about how terrible they're playing and how annoying the game is and how maddening this team is in this performance against Ottawa. My brother's going nuts, all my buddies. And then it's tied after 3 good minutes of hockey.
Just incredible.
Because they're that good. But the story is not necessarily that they stole a point, which I was immensely impressed by, because they're out of gas, a couple of weeks on the road, 5th game of a road trip. There's really no reason that you're getting off the mat to scratch and claw for that 1 point with 2 third-period goals, and they did it. But the story is another Alex Ovechkin goal.
Yep.
We have not talked, because we've been all eyes on the Commanders for so long, about where he's at in the chase for Wayne Gretzky. But to update people, there are 31 games remaining in the Capital season, right? 31. He has played 35 on the year. He currently has 23 goals. So some rough back of the napkin math tells you, he is on a pace the rest of the way for around 20 to 22 goals, right? He is scoring at a rate of 0.66 goals per game. So don't get lost in the weeds on these numbers. I'm just making a larger point. His current goal pace this season, which is one of the best of his career, is 0.66 goals per game. He needs to score at a 0.54 goals pace the rest of this season to break the record. So he is on pace to do just that. Right now, the projection is, it's going to be tight, that he would clinch in game 80. That with 2 games to go, Alex Ovechkin, who is now just 19 goals away from becoming the all-time goal scorer in the National Hockey League, would break Wayne Gretzky's record. Not next year in the final year of his deal. That's all just adding to his own record. But this year, which would be...
with a broken leg in the rearview mirror.
Just an unfathomable accomplishment.
It's stupid. It's stupid. Again, there are several plays that I was watching. My oldest son actually wandered in after his basketball practice and was watching the game with me, while they were giving up goals on their own power plays, by the way. As I said, they weren't playing great in some of those moments. If they had the power play for 60 minutes, they might have lost 12-0 in that game. That was just so weird. I've never seen anything like that. 2 shorthanded goals on 1 power play. I don't remember ever seeing that. Anyway, point of the story is, as we're watching, he was asking me about Ovechkin and, curious about the record and all these other kinds of things. And I was trying to explain to him, when he was younger, I said, look at this play right here. There's a puck that's looks like 50-50 that he can't get to anymore, right? That he's going to lose that puck battle now. Whereas when he was 26, he knocked that guy into next week, had the puck, created a scoring chance, may have scored, maybe not. But just, it's different. It's a different player now than he was then. And he's still scoring at this prolific rate. It doesn't make any sense. When you take away an athlete's ability to do this, and this, as he's done for so many years, you're not talking about a player that should be doing anything like what he's doing right now. He should be on a 10-goal pace, and we're kind of awkwardly wondering, is it too late? Should he hang him up? The answer is no. It's so absurd. This is a once-in-a-lifetime athlete that nothing he does makes any sense, and bet against him at your own peril. I mean, it's beyond incredible what he's doing at this point.
He's sitting at 876 goals.
Amazing.
Gretzky's all-time record is 894, 18 from tying, 19 from moving ahead with 31 to play, which just suggesting that a guy on the verge of 40 years old could go out and score 19 goals over a 31-game span down the stretch in a year in which he's coming back from a broken leg. That in and of itself is ridiculous. Like, that's not a conversation or a thing that should be reasonable. But when we've seen him score at a pace the likes of which he hasn't for the majority of his career, like he has this season, I mean, we're talking about a year where he could be in the running for, maybe even be the Rocket Richard winner for the most goals in the NHL this year, if not for the injury he suffered on a trip out west earlier in the season. It's just startling. It's absolutely crazy. But I'm here to tell you, Danny, I think he breaks the record this year because I do think there's going to be a couple of games where he pots a pair of goals, maybe an empty net goal here or there, where he scores 2 in a game that makes up for some games where he doesn't. And he has not had a heater really since right when he came back from the injury. One of those, and these are inevitable and they just happen all the time. His goals come in bunches after scoring last night. Maybe that's going to be the start of this. But you know what I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about, yeah.
6 goals in 4 games, 11 goals in 9 games or whatever. He's one of those stretches away from it being a lock that it happens. So I don't know about you, but right now, this moment, if I had to bet, I would say he breaks the record this season.
So here's what I'm never going to do again, is predict any sort of Ovechkin won't do it thing at any time. I've learned my lesson. I have been incorrect, not like a malicious way, but I sort of said, hey, this is kind of normal. Guys slow down at this age, and still the greatest goal scorer of all time. And there's an appreciation for it. I have said he won't on a couple different occasions. Never again. He's doing it.
Yeah.
There is something bigger than just regular hockey being played here when he goes about it. The nose for the goal, the shot is still lethal. The way that he's finding a way with 2 more assists last night to contribute to an excellent hockey team, it's happening, man. The biggest reason I think it will, in addition to his prowess, and he's phenomenal, the team is so much better, and they're playing so many close games and winning them that those empty net goals, those 3, 4, 5, even 7 or 8 more over the course of this season, those are obviously going to add up. Right? I mean, when you're down, as they were all last year, it's 1-1 or, nothing deep into the third period. You don't have those opportunities. When you're winning 1-goal games late, now you have those chances. And he's got a handful of those this year that I just think didn't exist last year.
Yeah, I also want to just say, while we're talking empty net goals for a moment, because one of the things I hear that frustrates me is that Ovechkin is some great beneficiary of a bunch of empty net goals that Wayne Gretzky didn't get to benefit from. Here are the actual numbers on that. Gretzky in his career scored 56 empty net goals. Ovi right now is just over 60 at 62. So we're 6 goals different between Ovechkin and Gretzky. And maybe when he breaks the record, the number will be 64, let's say, and he'll be 8 goals in the clear of Gretzky with empty net goals. But when you hear someone say, oh, it's an empty net goal, it's not like he's got 90 and Gretzky had 6, or like he's got 70 and Gretzky had 40. It's essentially the same amount. He's got 6 more empty netters in his career. That's point number 1. Point number 2 is, you trust me, people that want to diminish the Ovechkin accomplishment. You don't want to talk about the quality of goals. That's not a conversation you want to get into, because you can go back and watch Wayne Gretzky's highlights when goalies were 172 pounds and didn't wear pads, and the net looked like a soccer net, and the game was wide open, and goals were way easier to come by. The average goals in a game were higher. Scores were routinely 7-4. Scoring is so much harder now than it was when Gretzky played. And scoring throughout Ovechkin's era has been imminently harder. So any kind of dialogue or discussion, and I see this from the occasional anti-Ovi troll or whatever, oh, it's an empty net goal. Wayne Gretzky scoring a goal, every goal he scored comparatively was an empty net goal. He's never had to do this in this era with these goaltenders who alternate every other game so that they're mentally locked in with these pads and the net smaller than it's ever been based on what's covered. So you can miss me with that conversation. I think it's ludicrous and it's completely ignorant.
Yeah, if you'd like a data point that says Alex Ovechkin has more empty net goals than Wayne Gretzky does. Correct. Thanks. Really appreciate it. So if you want to talk about the ease of scoring and whatever factor you want to put on, let's put a number on it. Let's say those empty net goals for Ovi are 1.3 times easier than Wayne Gretzky or whatever. Well, every goal that Gretzky scored was 1.3 times easier than Ovechkin's. I'm just making up that number. It's arbitrary. Maybe somebody really smart could put one together. The point is, I think when Wayne started, not all the goalies wore masks. Not all the defensemen were wearing helmets. And it's not telling you that Wayne Gretzky's not the greatest player ever. He is. I saw it. He was perfect. He's the best hockey player I've ever seen. He'll go untouched in that regard, right? He's the best. In terms of goal scoring, though, as you said, not just because I'm here in D.C. and I happen to love Ovechkin, but it is a really bizarre, kind of narrow, pick and choose conversation that you don't really want to have if you want to talk about ease of scoring or cheap goals or kind of whatever. So the greatest goal scorer of all time was number 8 in red.
Yeah. The other guy is the greatest player of all time.
Without question.
And I don't think anybody would really dispute or debate that at this point. But amazing that he scored again last night, and he is on the brink of history. We'll be tracking him throughout the remainder of the season to see if he can pull it off. One of the big topics in town the last few days has been the idea that the Commanders are set to change their uniforms this offseason. Should they already be tweaking uniforms, and what do we want them to do? As I'd say 2 people who have been detractors of what they've actually been wearing the last couple of years. We'll get into that next. You're listening to Grant and Danny. We're in Leesburg. We're at the Green Tree Tavern. We've got our big event tonight out at Tally Ho Theater. So if you've got tickets to the show and you're going, come on out, hang out with us here in pregame. You're locked into the Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey, presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. So the Commanders trying to keep their coaching staff intact, at least trying is the right word. Commanders have lost one member of the staff, assistant special teams coach John Glenn. Godspeed, John Glenn. Going to the Las Vegas Raiders to be the linebackers coach, reunited there with Pete Carroll, who he worked with in Seattle. Texans have requested an interview with Commanders passing game coordinator Brian Johnson to be their new OC, and Commanders QB coach Tavita Pritchard has interviewed now for the OC job in Jacksonville. That happened on Wednesday. College hoops tonight, Georgetown hosting Butler, 6:30 p.m. on the Team 980. Looking to upgrade your office game? Swing by PVI Office Furniture, where we've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention the Fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. PVI.com, because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Live at Green Tree Tavern on a Friday field trip out in Leesburg. Come on by and hang out with us. We're going to be here until 6:30, 4 hours from now. And then we're walking over to the Tally Ho Theater, which is right around the corner, for our live 106.7 The Fan event on stage, which is going to be a lot of fun. Welcome back, and thank you for making the show part of your day. Hopefully we see many of you out here as the day goes on. Danny, there was a story that came out from one of the members of the team's broadcast crew, actually.
Yeah.
Saying that Washington was looking into changing its uniforms and that there would be some tweaks to the unis going into next season. I think a lot of people were surprised by that. We have been hearing at the station that there's going to be changes to the uniforms for months, actually. And this goes back to the fall from when I had first heard that there were going to be changes made next year. This is a process, has to be approved by the league. It takes a long time. And the way it was described to me was that this is actually not something that's just happening right now. It's been happening.
It's been in process.
Yeah, exactly. For a couple of years. And they couldn't get it all done and approved before this season. But by next year, that they're going to be changing the uniforms. We don't know the specifics, really. The thing I had heard along the way was there's an attempt and an effort by this ownership group to have uniforms that look more like the uniforms did when Joe Gibbs's 1.0 version Redskins were winning Super Bowls. And that was kind of the idea, is that old burgundy that's different than certainly the burgundy on the white jerseys, right? Or that USC-looking burgundy currently maybe comes back into the fold. Now, we haven't been able to confirm, corroborate all of these things. We don't know exactly what's going to happen. But I can tell you that this is not something that there weren't rumblings about. This has been talked about a lot in inner circles around the team. I think what's going to happen is that they're going to look a lot more like the old Redskins jerseys. Now, don't get ahead of yourselves. Don't get excited. No Redskins logo. They're not going back to anything Redskins. It'll be that block W. But whereas most of us have looked at these unis and said this color scheme is not the same, I think they're trying to fix that. That's my guess, is that what we heard along the way was it's going to look a little bit more like it did back in the early to mid 90s with Gibbs with the current logo.
There you go. I'm the only, there's nothing's going to please everybody, right? There's no possible way to do everything perfect here. You can either do as much as you can and live with the consequences, or go in a totally new direction and see if that catches on. So when you do a burgundy that's similar but not the same, that to me is the worst thing you can do. We talked about that. And we were told that, no, it's going to be the same, and it's not. I don't care what the color palette says. I don't care if a computer tells me it is. My eyes tell me that it's not the same. I know it's not the same. Don't tell me it's the same and then not have it be the same. If you'd like it to be all new, you want to make the team colors red, white, and blue to fit in with the rest of what DC does, that's your call too. But when you try to sort of do it kind of like the old way, but with your new interpretation, I think that's the worst of both worlds, right? And hopefully that was clear enough. So to me, when you talk to this fan base, especially guys kind of my age, and I think a little bit younger than me, but say 38, 39, 40 and older, anything you can do where you go, Hey, man, this will be like 1991. The answer is yes. Done and done, right? This will be like 87, correct? This will be like, all the best teams where they wear white at home. You'll recognize the jerseys. It'll look like your legends are in those jerseys again. Yes, that's as big a step as they're able to take, in terms of whether it's rebranding or changing a name here, there. There's so many complications. You don't have to do anything else other than you give us that. That's a good piece of candy to receive.
Yeah, I mean, look, they want to appease and appeal as best they can to the forgotten group that feels like they're never going to love the team again. And I don't know how many of those Redskins diehards who didn't like the name change to Commanders got in during this playoff run. I'd imagine the majority of them were excited, watched the games, cheered, got amped up, and just in spite of the name, we're giddy for the success of the organization. But there are certainly some holdouts, some people that don't like this name and have sworn off the organization because of the name change. I don't know if they're reachable. I wouldn't really worry that much about that group of people if I was this ownership group, because I think they're lost in a sense.
To a
right?
degree, yeah. I think there's some are. Yeah.
If an NFC Championship game run and doing everything different and better and having a good process is not going to appeal to them in some way, then there's only so much you could do. You're trying to help. You're trying to help. At some point, you just got to cut bait and say, okay, it's not Redskins. They're anti anything else. It's never going to be Redskins, so you lost them.
Mm-hmm.
But there are plenty of people, I think, that feel like you are just trampling on their history. And maybe they're not, what would you call it? Like politically, it's never this or never that.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they're not never anything Redskinsers, but they are disenfranchised and annoyed that when you put out a jersey, as an example, when you retire Darryl Green's jersey, you're showing him in the image of like a Commander's jersey. You shouldn't be doing that.
Right.
He was a Redskin. Let's not pretend like he wasn't. I think there's a reasonable faction of the fan base that is livid that the name got changed, that is still reachable. And those are the people they should be focused on.
Mm-hmm.
I think correctly they're going to. And those are the people, if the uniforms look like the Redskins jerseys, just with a W instead of a Redskins logo.
Right.
If, you have that patch on the top still that celebrates the history right above the letter plate, but it's the correct burgundy and the correct gold, and I turn on the game and I don't see what looks like an expansion team, because when they wear those white jerseys, I'm used to it now, but the ones they wore throughout the playoffs, I don't know about you. I mean, I'll always think about Carson Wentz because it was kind of when it started.
Yeah.
But I look at those and I go, that's not the thing. That's not the thing I grew up with. It's not the thing my mom told me about. The black jerseys, of course, has nothing to do with this organization. I don't know what they'll do with those. Those are very, very popular with young people. So maybe you could have an alternate. But they've got to just keep finding ways while they're still the Commanders, which might be in perpetuity now, to throw it back to the people that feel like you've taken something from them.
Or, yeah, I mean, to me, it's the strategy or the question, and these guys are fans, so I'm guessing which way they're going to go, but just to hear myself talk for the sake of argument, what's the biggest tent? How do I get the biggest tent if I'm Harris, Rails, Ein and company, Magic Johnson, and everybody else, right? Is it to just say, you know what? We're never going to win back some of those, only this type fans. And we need
only fans, you said?
No, only this type fans. I don't even know what the other thing is you mentioned. That's weird, Anyway, and we're doing nothing but black jerseys. We're doing these things that have no connection to the old thing. It's a new name. It's basically like an expansion team. You could go a million miles in that direction and just try to build a new thing. I don't think they're doing that, by the way. What I'm saying, that's one strategy to try to make the tent as big as possible. It'll take longer to be more of a challenge. The next way, or the opposite way, short of doing the thing that maybe some of these, diehards or people that refuse to, get on board with the new thing, is as much candy, I keep calling it that, as you can in the older directions, right? So don't pretend that Charles Mann was a Commander. Don't pretend that John Riggins was a Commander. Don't do that. Acknowledge, use the 90 uniforms, use the Joe Gibbs 1, everything but the things that you can't. Go as far in that direction as the current climate and time will allow. I'm guessing that's what they're going to do to try to build that biggest tent possible.
To me, that's got to be the bare minimum, though, is that you can't act like it didn't happen. And there's frankly no reason to, really, if we're being honest.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can change the name and tell me that that should happen because of the fact that we've advanced or terms matter and we're acknowledging now why the name was changed, whatever, that's fine. The idea that I can't then, like, someone somewhere cringes when I say Darryl Green was one of the great Redskins of all time. I'm sorry. That's the team he played for. That was the name of the team. I will play along with any name. When they were the Redskins, I called them that. You refuse to say Commanders as often as possible. Do you? I call them what they're called. I don't advocate. I'm not, going full Mike Wise here. They're the Commanders. That's what they are.
They are, yes.
At this moment. And if they were the, Green Tree Taverns, I'd call them that too. Whatever the name is what I'm going to call them.
Hey, Green Tree Tavern, sponsorship idea.
That's right.
Right? That's a lot of cash, but I think you could do it.
You could figure that out.
Sell a few more beef sandwiches and some avocado toast, and now they're the Green Tree Taverns.
But the bottom line to me is you have to not pretend
it's the pretending.
Like the previous thing didn't happen. And so when you change the colors a little bit, that's kind of what you're doing, in my opinion. So here's the question for you, and we can open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines on this, and you and I can answer this next. You're in charge of new uniforms. What are you doing? What changes would you make? What don't you want to see changed? Is there anything that's grown on you enough that you say, let's actually keep this? Because even though maybe initially it wasn't loved, there's something to this now. We'll open up the phones, 800-636-1067 for you guys, and we're going to answer that question next. How would you tweak the uniforms, and what should this ownership group be thinking in this regard going into what's a pivotal offseason now after the momentum of Commanders with all the winning seems to really have taken hold? We're Grant and Danny. We are at Green Tree Tavern in Leesburg, head of our big show at Tally Ho Theater tonight. You're listening to The Fan. I'm a big Green Tree Tavern guy. That's where we're broadcasting from today in Leesburg. Come on out and kick it with us. Enjoy some sports banter and fellowship. We are live on 106.7 The Fan until 6:30 from Green Tree Tavern, and then we got our big show tonight over at Tally Ho Theater right here in Leesburg. Should be a great day. Question at hand for you guys. MGM National Harbor listener lines are open for you right now. The story that has trickled out this week is that the Commanders are going to be tweaking their uniforms, and that came from a member of the team's employee, right, from their broadcast crew. This is something that we've heard rumblings about since the fall. We've been told they're trying to go back to their roots a little more, something that looks like the early 90s Joe Gibbs Redskins Super Bowl uniforms, and that would obviously be pretty well received, I'd say, by the fan base. But, Danny, let me ask you this. If you were in charge of this project, which has been going on for an extended period of time behind the scenes, with this ownership group, what would you want the uniform tweaks to be?
I want the 1991 jersey combo. The first thing is I would say, what did Joe Gibbs do? They wore white at home. Wear white at home. White tops, burgundy pants with the old school burgundy gold and white stripes on the side. White jersey, again, with the burgundy gold and white piping on the sleeves. That's the time for celebration. That's when they were great. Road jerseys, white pants, single red stripe on the side, burgundy tops with the yellow, with the gold, white, and then the burgundy piping on the sides. Done and done. Helmet's got the stripes. Let's rock and roll. We got to change out the logo. We'll fix that block W when we get a chance to do it. But first things first, 1991 jerseys. That's when it was perfect. Make it so again.
I love that. I'm not going to add a whole lot. I will just say that I do think once a year they should be wearing throwback jerseys that are actual Redskins jerseys. Now, I'm not a crazy person, right? I understand they're never going to have that Redskins insignia or logo on their uniform again. I'm not suggesting that. But I don't know why they can't have the R as an example, which is not offensive. It's a letter, right? So, like if you remember the Jason Campbell, Chris Cooley team for the 75th anniversary, they had these beautiful yellow helmets with the burgundy R with the white circle. I loved this kit. They had the yellow and burgundy stripes on the sleeves, on the white jersey with the burgundy numbers. I think you could wear that as a throwback. I think they could go back to, really, if they wanted to play it safe, the uniforms that they wore every year for their homecoming game that were like the kind of, I guess you'd say actual gold pants, because the gold pants are like more of a mustard yellow, right? But those gold pants with the deep dark burgundy and the very basic like gold numbers. Think about what Robert Griffin or Kirk Cousins wore for those years where they had like the brown helmets that were supposed to be like leather helmets. I think you could wear that once a year and it would look awesome. I don't see why they couldn't wear the throwback jerseys from, maybe it was the 70th anniversary, one of my favorites ever, with like the would have been like not an arrowhead, but almost like the feathered. What would you call this?
I thought it was the spear. The spear look.
Spear is the word I'm looking for. Thank you. A spear with the feather. I don't know why you couldn't do that. I mean, I'm watching the Chiefs Super Bowl against the Eagles from a couple of years ago with the arrowhead and KC on their helmet, right? Like that burgundy, deep burgundy that they wore for that throwback year, I think would play. But there's got to be a way for them to actually have, a true throwback uniform to the Redskins that I would like to see them implement whatever changes they make once a year. But let's see what you guys think. 800-636-1067. Let's go to Felix, who's in Leesburg. Felix, we're in your backyard, man. Come on over to Green Tree Tavern. What's up?
Yeah, I heard about that too late, man. Sold out. First-time caller.
Appreciate you calling in. Thank you, bro.
Anyways, I agree with pretty much everything you just said. I've been a fan since like 72, and the fact is this franchise has had many shades of burgundy and gold, so, you can either, as a primary, go back to the 90s, Gibbs 1.0 version as a primary, or use that as your alternate and go to something more like deeper burgundy. But the one thing they got right, I think, this time around, the one thing and the one thing only is the matte burgundy helmet. I think that looks really cool. It makes whatever detail on the side of the helmet really pop. But
I'm a matte helmet guy. Appreciate the call.
Thanks, buddy.
I think the matte helmets are really cool. I've always liked matte helmets. What about the black uniforms? Because I'm sure you hate them, Danny.
I do hate them, yes.
to be expected, like easiest layup ever. But you've got to acknowledge how popular they are.
Oh, they are. Well, without
and
question.
especially with young people, how much like that's what kids are buying.
Yes.
That was the jersey Jaden
You couldn't
Daniels.
find the black Jaden Daniels jersey. Couldn't find it.
I think that's something they've got to wear maybe once a year, even if they go back to the Gibbs kit.
If I get my, let's say for sake of argument, let's say of the 17 games, if 16 of them are the correct old school 1991 then Redskins, now whatever the dumb team name is, jerseys. Yes, fine. I'll trade you one alternate. I'll trade you one Thursday night game where you wear the newfangled thing. As long as I get my thing for the most part, I can live with a couple of tweaks here and there. The problem is when there's no home base of anything that I recognize, and then you also have this newfangled thing that has no connection to the past, then I've been served nothing. Like nothing is coming my way that I would like to eat.
I just don't think you're asking for much if you're a lifetime fan of this team who wants to turn on the TV and see something that looks recognizable to what you loved your whole life. That's not a big ask. And 95% of us are acknowledging you're not getting the old logo, we get it. You're not getting the old name, we get it. But I'd like to not see something that makes me think this is not the team that I watched with my mom and dad when I was a child. That's not a big ask.
Right.
Brad in Manassas, what's going on? How are you?
How are you?
Good, buddy.
I was just curious what you guys' thoughts are. What if the football team made a Florida State Seminole type deal with the Blackfoot tribe? They could go back to the old uniforms, including the logo, and call the team the Washington Blackfeet.
Well, it's just not happening, honestly. And I appreciate the call.
Okay, thank you, bud.
I hate even giving any oxygen to the conversation, and that might annoy people. It's just not reality. Like, we could keep spinning our wheels if we want to. And what if they did this and they honored this team? The ship sailed. That needed to be done 20 years ago, 10 years ago. Meanwhile, Dan Snyder was just trolling people in the USA Today. They missed the boat. And because he was hated and he tormented a lot of people and treated a lot of people terribly, their name and their logo are gone. In addition to the fact that their name and logo is not the same as Chiefs or some of the other phrases, I think most of us can acknowledge that. So that's gone, and it's not coming back. So I'm trying to deal with the reality of what is and not what ifs that are just not practical.
I think that's fair.
I hate to be the bad guy.
No,
and I know that I vilify myself. Like, there's a lot of people that hear that, Danny, and are like, screw you, man. I'm sorry. That's just reality.
And I want to be clear. I'm not upset at the question. It's thoughtful.
Agreed.
Right?
Yeah, totally.
Because one of the things we've talked about a number of times is I can't believe what else is allowed to go. And my thing here in Washington was taken away. I understand the Dan Snyder factor, and that's obviously is a catalyst for all this stuff. But I'm stunned constantly as to that's fine, and nobody really seems to bat an eye, whereas my thing was so beyond defensive that it had to go away immediately, etc. So his point's a good one when you're doing comparisons. I don't mind that comparison. I think it's a good thought exercise. But the correct point, I think, is the one that you just made. There's no other way to spell that out. The thing that so many of you are asking about, wanting, care for, I understand. It's also not realistic.
Also,
no matter how bad you want it, no matter how long you hold your breath.
Or Harris wants it, or let's say the ownership group desperately wanted it. This is all approved by and in some way dictated by the league. The league will not allow for that to happen.
Right.
So we could talk about it if we want to, just like we could talk about what happens if Danny and I go on a double date with Scarlett Johansson and Jessica Biel.
Let's talk about that. Actually,
we actually should do that. That would be a lot of fun.
Our wives are cool with it too. By the way,
I think they'd be thrilled. Yeah, my wife. I know my wife is fine with it.
Yeah, my wife would be like, dude, go ahead. Good luck. What are you going to say to them?
What change would you make to the uniforms? The news is that the Commanders are tweaking their uniforms. And is anybody willing to say that the new look has grown on them enough that they wouldn't go back to the old one? 800-636-1067. You're listening to Grant and Danny from Leesburg on The Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Start with a little football off-season news concerning the Commanders trying to keep as much as they can of their coaching staff intact. They've already lost one member of the staff. Assistant special teams coach John Glenn is going to go to Vegas to be their new linebacker coach, reuniting there with Pete Carroll, who he worked with in Seattle. Now the Houston Texans have requested an interview with Commanders passing game coordinator Brian Johnson to be their new OC. Commanders QB coach Tavita Pritchard also interviewed for the offensive coordinator job Wednesday in Jacksonville. The other NFL news, we get set for the Super Bowl a week from Sunday. The Saints have reportedly zeroed in on Philly offensive coordinator Kellen Moore to be their new head coach. That, though, can't happen until after the game a week from Sunday. Hockey, the Capitals are coming back home after losing in overtime in Ottawa to finish up the Canadian road swing last night, 5-4 in overtime. Alex Ovechkin did score, so now he is just 19 away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time NHL record. Also, reports are saying the Caps are trying to extend their other goalie now, goalie Charlie Lindgren, trying to lock him up after Logan Thompson signed a long-term deal on Monday. Could be related to a report today from ESPN that the NHL salary cap is going to increase significantly over the next few seasons. College hoops tonight, Georgetown hosting Butler, 6:30 p.m. on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
At Green Tree Tavern in Leesburg. Grant and Danny live on The Fan. We are brought to you by our friends, the law firm, Condori and Murrah.
As Washington continues to build the foundation of success on and off the field this season, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. As an exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Murrah can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them Grant and Danny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Can't help but notice that on NFL Network right now, on the big screen to our left,
oh yes,
we got lots of TVs right in our view here. Very cool bar
that is nice.
Out at Green Tree Tavern in Leesburg, where we'll be until 6:30. They are re-airing Super Bowl 57, I think, Chiefs-Eagles. This is the rematch that we're getting this weekend. I'm watching Andy Reid with his IHOP menu, getting ready to call a play here. We get to see this and run this one back one more time. You know, for all of the talk and the hand-wringing about Major League Baseball's lack of parity, and don't get me wrong, the fact that every single player signs with the Dodgers is annoying. But if you look at the LCS, if you look at the World Series, baseball actually has more winners, more LCS participants, so the equivalent of the conference championship game, than the NFL, which is actually way more predictable at that level, that the Chiefs are just going to be there. It's not quite the NBA where, you know, in LeBron's prime, if you had LeBron, you're going to
play the conference championship
in the conference final. But it's kind of what it's like for Mahomes now. 7 straight years they've been there, 5 of 6 Super Bowls. The NFL is all about parity from a division standpoint. Major League Baseball, less so. The Dodgers are going to win the West almost every year. But in terms of actually winning a championship or getting to the Final Four, you can make the case that the NFL has the biggest issue of anybody.
It's interesting because the NFL would come back with the turnover every year for playoffs and not playoffs beats anybody else, right? We're the best at that. Teams that were good are not good. Teams that were bad get good.
There's a lack of predictability in that regard.
Yeah, teams that are 4-13 win 12 games the next year. See Washington. You know, the teams go from worst to first in the dumb AFC South all the time, and you can pick your division. For baseball, I think there's 3 or 4 years where the Yankees haven't made the playoffs in the last 30. There's no parity there.
But they also have won 1 World Series since 1996. So it's kind of one of these, like, what really matters? The Mets outspend everyone, and everyone says it's unfair because Steve Cohen is ruining, like, the expectation of owner spending, yeah? What have they got to show for it? Zippy.
That's right.
They've been to the playoffs. They've been on a couple of runs. They haven't won yet. Even the Dodgers just won their first championship that actually is authentic, respectfully, to the 2020 pandemic year with 60 games and playoff games at neutral sites, you know, where there were no fans in certain ballparks. You take that year out, which I think is kind of a fraudulent overall exercise. They've won titles since the late 80s when I was born. So, yeah, the spending guarantees that you're good, helps you to win divisions, but it gets you nothing in the grand scheme of the tournament. So you actually have a really good point, though. It's like, what matters? Is it just my team might make the playoffs, or my team could actually win a championship?
Yeah, and so it all depends on your perspective, right? In terms of parity, you're right. For people that complain about the NBA, and this is a side complaint from my complaints this year, or this last couple of years, but they go, it's nothing but dynasties. Yeah, but you look at, the fact is there have been more championship winners in the NBA than there have been in a lot of other sports, right? When you think about the Bucks getting one, the Raptors getting one, and the Miami Heat getting one or two, and the Mavericks. So like, there's enough parity in that regard. But it just, when a team in baseball that I'm just picking on, you wake up I couldn't even tell you every player on the Yankees roster right now. They're winning 96 games this year. That to me defeats some of the purpose of kind of having the up and down. The same way, by the way, I could say I don't know who the second cornerback is in Kansas City for the start of next year. They'll be in the AFC title game again if Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid are upright and ticking.
Fair. I just look at the final result, which is that the Eagles will be in a third Super Bowl in, I think, 8 years, and the Chiefs will be in a fifth in 6 years. And that tells you a lot. Whereas the Yankees have played for the World Series this past season, and before that, not since 2009. And before that, not since 2000. So, yeah, it raises your floor, to be clear, when your payroll is massive and you have all the talent. But it guarantees you almost nothing from a title standpoint. Let's get back, though, to the topic at hand. A lot of people want to weigh in. We've been talking about the story that came out this week that the Commanders are going to be changing their uniforms. I'd mentioned that, we've heard a lot about this, members of our staff, myself, over the last several months, that there is an attempt and an effort to go back to the uniforms of the Joe Gibbs 1.0 Super Bowl days that look a lot more like what the Redskins wore. Now, I keep saying this. I think it's common sense, but I think it still needs to be said. There's going to be no R. There's going to be no logo with the old helmet and the feather, and that's all gone. But we're talking about the colors of those uniforms with now the block W replacing the old logo. You and I are both all in on that.
100%. As much as you can do for me. And I know that's the selfish viewpoint, but I'm basically talking about fans of my age, a little bit younger, but mostly older, that reminds us of when it was good. Because one of my main objections with the dumb name now is this was a group of tourists that aren't here anymore, and Snyder gave me that gift. No. When I see the colors, I think of Snyder and ineptitude. No. When I think of anything that's over the last couple of years, handful of seasons, that reminds me of that 2-2-22 Shabingus, I want out immediately. I want to escape that room and not come back. So the more you can do to say, reminder, we're not this, we're the good thing, do that.
Let me ask you this. I wonder if I'm right about this. So my point is that I think young people, kids that are fans of this team, so anyone in the, I'm going to say 4 to 15 range or whatever, they don't really, him right there in the blue hood.
That guy right there.
They don't really care that much that they change the colors. They don't care that they're not wearing the old uniform. They probably like the black jersey, right? They like a lot of the old kit, or rather the new kits that they wear. And my point is, if you're to change and go back to the Joe Gibbs colors and look, while I think you do a lot of good with older fans that are here wearing Redskin stuff right now, and you and I own that stuff and wear that stuff, I don't think the young people are going to be bothered by that. You still have Jaden Daniels.
They're not wedged
anything
right? yet.
Is Terry McLaurin still running routes? Now, I would still keep the black jerseys that are wildly popular as like a once a year, twice a year thing, just to give them, throw them that bone, so to speak. But I mean, are they going to be? Is he going to be bothered by the old gear? I don't think there's like an affinity to. Oh, you can't change my look as a 12-year-old fan of this team. Do you agree with me on that?
I do. I'm 100% with you. So the reason that someone who's grown up and loves something and it's been with me for decades, when you change that for reasons that I may or may not understand, that's not fun. But if I wasn't wed to it, if they changed something in 1985 when I was 6 years old, I kind of wouldn't know the difference. If they changed something in 1990 after dropping a couple playoff games over the previous several seasons, and then the Giants are going to win the Super Bowl that year. Okay, there's no longer piping on the sleeves. It's now just one solid color. All right, I guess that's fine. But I've got all the memories. I've got all the lifetime of thing. And then when it changes and everything new is associated with bad, oh my God, what a stark contrast. So now if you're tweaking something, I don't think that anybody that's that young has gone through it basically took this 10, 12, really 13-year run of unparalleled excellence. The 49ers won, Washington 2, that made this whole generation, me and a little bit older, of fans for life, that it's in your blood. There's no, you can't do enough for us.
Yeah, one
you know
14-win season where you kind of stubbed your toe and accidentally got to the NFC title game doesn't equate the 15 years, which I get. Someone on Twitter here, D, says, why can't we just go back to the old uniforms from Washington football team and just replace Washington or Redskins that was on the jersey with Commanders? To me, I don't understand why that wasn't what they did when they went to Commanders. Because remember, the Washington football team gear was the exact same colors, like nothing changed in the way that it did when they went to Commanders. They put the number on the helmet. That was the big difference because the logo had to go away and they didn't have a logo because they didn't have a team name.
Mm-hmm.
So they just, for Terry McLaurin, it was just a gold or really a yellow 17 on a burgundy helmet. I think you need a logo. Now you have one. Why can't you go back to that? To me, that would be a nice bare minimum move that would be probably not take a whole lot. Again, all of this has to be approved by the league and does take time. Let's go to Quinn, who's in Rockville on line 4 on Grant and Danny. What's up, Quinn? How are you?
Dave and Granny, how are you on what's the local team wear day?
Die.
Fashion talk day.
Indulge me, guys, here. A few points, but I'll make them quickly. First of all, my 22-year-old son, who's been a fan all his life, is being rewarded now. So there's a young person who's a fan of the team, and we call them Redskins. I've never stopped calling them that, and I think if people want to call them that, they should just call them that. They're not going to change the name, but I can't stand the name like Danny. I can't say it, so that's that. One thing that concerns me about all of this, I know the NFL has always had a rule. If you change your uniform significantly, you have to keep them for 5 years. They can tweak them, like they put the yellow pants on this year. That was an improvement, but not enough for me. I'm fine with going back to the circa 91 uniforms, but I would really love to see them go back to the 60s. I think it's the most beautiful thing they wore. It was actual dried blood burgundy and actual gold, like you dig out of the ground. Everything else is red and yellow to me. So that's what I would really like to see.
I smell what you're cooking there. So in terms of that rule, and I appreciate the phone call, we've asked folks about that, GP, over the years, and here's my understanding. In general, that's the rule. I don't know how hard and fast that rule is because you got to start writing down permission and a new ownership group coming in that would like to make a change like that and the reasons for it. I think you could get permission. That our understanding was, and again, I don't want to speak for you, but I'll just say for me, my understanding is that's absolutely the rule. I think there are exceptions to that rule, with some grace and understanding.
Yeah, I think that's true. I also know I was talking to someone recently about this, and they're like, it takes years to make changes and to tweak things and, to get different uniforms approved. My understanding is that they're not starting this process right now, that they were working on this and that it didn't happen before this season, but they are far enough down the road that the expectation is that something is going to be changed by this coming season. Robbie's in Indiana, listening on the Odyssey app. Robbie, what changes are you making to the uniforms?
Guys, I am punting the black ones into the sun or into the ocean, wherever they belong. They do not belong on my favorite football team. They should absolutely
Can I
go
ask you
back
really
to
quick,
the Gibbs.
Kanye style? I'm going to let you finish, but will you you hate them like Danny hates them?
Correct.
But do you acknowledge, sir, that they are actually beloved by a big faction of the fan base? Or is that not something you care about?
If you say so. I live in Indiana, so maybe I don't see a big faction of the fan base.
It's the number one jersey that they're selling is the black Jayden Daniels.
Yeah, the young people that have poor taste like it.
Hey,
they do.
Look, I'll keep breathing. If they keep wearing them, I'll be fine. But
yes.
I'm just saying that, the Gibbs look, the one thing I'll bring up about those is I didn't think that the gold number, and this would be a gold W on the burgundy helmet with the Gibbs uniform, looked very good because gold is kind of a myth in our look. It's really burgundy and white. Not maroon and black, Jim Zorn, burgundy and white.
Yeah. Yeah, and not to your point. What did he say?
Maroon and black.
Maroon and black was what he said.
So the old maroon and black units.
Which that's one example. I didn't bring him up, I don't think. But when we were talking about terrible introductory press conferences
that'll do it.
that did actually tell you that someone was going to be bad, because I gave a bunch of examples of like the Nick Siriannis, where you watched what Liam Cohen did and you go, oh boy, this guy's going to be terrible. And then like Dan Campbell becomes one of the best coaches in the league. There are examples where on the day of the press conference, you had a pretty good idea things weren't going to go great.
This is too much for this gentleman. The responsibilities here that he's going to have to execute are above his ability.
Poor Jim Zorn.
Yeah.
I have no numbers in front of me, so I should acknowledge first that I'm talking out of my tuchus on this. I go to all the games. I'm out and about with fans all the time.
Yep.
I see 3 of the black jerseys for every one of the white jerseys. Now, I think that the second most popular is probably the burgundy, but I don't see a lot of those either. I see the black Jaden Daniels jersey with that. It's not really gold, it's yellow, but that yellow 5, I see it everywhere. After the Hail Mary, which was he was wearing it that day, I had that picture that I posted of like the 4 guys with the tags on walking out.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody that night was in line buying those black jerseys.
That's right.
They didn't even have them at the end of the year in any of the stores.
You couldn't find them. Yeah.
So I'd like to see numbers on what people were purchasing, but my eyeballs, having just gotten back from Philly, been at a couple of the rallies, they are everywhere, dude.
Yes. Yeah, they are.
That is the seller.
And again, it's one of those, as we were sort of, somewhat semi-joking, as the kind of the only downside of this run and how fun it was is, it's now the stupid C word. This is who they are, and that black jersey ain't
C
going
word
anywhere.
has a different meaning now.
Well, you're right. Yeah, it does. I'll think of a better euphemism for it.
Right.
I hate that name so much, but it's here, and that jersey probably shouldn't go anywhere. To be honest with you, again, as an older fan, I'm going. I echo everything the caller just said. That has nothing to do with my team. That's an Arizona State alternate. That's a Pittsburgh Steelers color. It's so not my thing. But I also am willing to say, even though it's not my thing, people like it.
But
and enough
you
people
think,
sold.
I'm going to text my wife this actually because she hated the black jerseys. She thinks it's the Steelers. She thinks that's a Steelers jersey. That's not the. I think there's a more positive connotation than there was. I'm not saying people.
Definitely
like it.
There is.
Like I wonder if her stance has softened or if she still hates it. The people that despised it initially, time like the name. We've said every name's weird at first.
Yep.
I just think the more you see it, the less jarring it's going to be.
Yeah. Now, I'm great at holding a grudge like that for a really long time, but I'm also a weirdo. I acknowledge that.
800-636-1067. Let's go to Jack in South Riding. I don't think that's very far from us. He could come out to Green Tree Tavern in Leesburg. What's up, Jack? How are you?
Hey, fellas. I'm doing good. I cannot make it, unfortunately.
All good, bro.
My first question would be, I know y'all were talking about this earlier. My first question would be, what do we think about putting a Redskins logo back?
On
the
old logo?
Yeah.
We
logo.
talked about it. It's just not happening. The league would never approve it.
Okay. And my second question would be, what do we think about like a gold kind of Notre Dame style helmet?
An actual gold helmet.
As the base color. Interesting. So
it doesn't go with any of their. Thanks for the call.
Yeah,
buddy.
appreciate you, dude.
It doesn't go with any of the trim because they don't actually wear gold otherwise.
Yeah, so the only gold. I mean, now Bruce Allen wanted to bring back the mustard pants, and there's some gold in kind of the old school jerseys before TVs had color. You know what I mean? You couldn't really tell what color they were on.
But that's the one I was talking about with like the Griffin and Cousins year, like
right. I think of them as the Spurrier
games.
throwbacks.
Yeah,
like those 2002 year. So to me, gold has always been the second accent color, and it's on the white jerseys you had the gold. And then on the burgundy jerseys, you had a little bit of the gold, but it's the piping on the white pants. It's just an accent thing. As a primary, it just doesn't feel right to me.
Where do you see gold on that? That's to me. That's
on this one here.
We call it gold. It's mustard yellow, though.
You're talking this here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no gold on that. Like to me, gold is what the 49ers wear. With their red. Yeah. I mean, we call them the burgundy and gold. It's burgundy and yellow.
It's probably more yellow than it is straight up gold, but I think it's probably somewhere in between. But the 49ers gold is a more lustery, shiny.
That's what
gold is kind of the base. Yeah. So, but having that as the primary color no longer feels like the thing anymore.
But don't you agree with what I'm saying is, so like this, where you're saying this is gold, the old Joe Gibbs one, that's more yellow. If you just have a Golden Domers Notre Dame helmet, that matches nothing.
Right.
You need
that's kind of my point.
A yellow to match that. Like when Jason Campbell and them were the 75th anniversary, and it was not.
It had the big R on it. Yeah.
Yeah, but it was a yellow helmet with the burgundy R, and like the yellow jersey. And by the way, those might be my favorite jerseys this team's ever worn ever.
Oh,
I loved those. I had a Chris Cooley and a Santana Moss of those. Those were awesome. I think that was the 75th anniversary jersey at that point. 800-636-1067 is the number. We have not found anyone who doesn't want any changes made, I will say.
Yeah, I was going to say.
That
leave
seems
them like they are.
telling. Like, hey, the lines are open for anybody who thinks they should just keep what they've got. Those lines are remaining open at this juncture. Grant and Danny out in Leesburg today on The Fan. Super Bowl 59, one game, two teams, endless possibilities. There is no better way to make every play more exciting than with the FanDuel Sportsbook. Whether you're predicting the first touchdown, who's going to be the MVP of the Super Bowl, the coin toss, any of the other props, FanDuel makes it easy to place your bets and feel the thrill of every moment. With live betting all game long, you can jump into the action, adjust your bets, and ride the wave of excitement from kickoff to the final whistle. Plus, make the Super Bowl even sweeter. New customers can score $200 when you make your first bet. Just place a $5 bet, and if you win, you get $200 in bonus bets. Go to FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP with my promo code GP. Must be 21 in Virginia. First online revenue wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bet expires a week after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Start with the locals. Wizards buried by the Lakers last night, 134-96. 16 straight loss for Washington. For a second time this season, they're the 5th NBA team in history to lose 16 in a row, multiple times in a single season. That, of course, 16 straight now, once again ties a franchise record. Capitals finished up the Canadian road swing with a loss 5-4 in overtime to Ottawa, but Alex Ovechkin scored, so he is now just 19 away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time record. Caps are back home, leading the Eastern Conference and the Metro Division. Big one on tap to start the weekend. Showdown of the top 2 teams in hockey. Caps will host the Winnipeg Jets on Saturday night. College hoops, Georgetown hosting Butler tonight. That'll be a 6:30 p.m. tip-off over on our sister station, the Team 980. NFL news, the Saints reportedly set to hire Philly offensive coordinator Kellen Moore to be their new head coach after the Super Bowl. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Live from Leesburg at the Green Tree Tavern. We're Grant and Danny, and you are listening to The Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. It means a lot. We've got a big event tonight over at the Tally-Ho Theater that's completely sold out, but it's going to be a blast. 106.7 The Fan live on stage. We only do this, I don't know, annually maybe? Once a year or so.
Annual. Yeah.
So it brings out a bunch of listeners and just a good chance to hang out with people that we don't get to see other than maybe once in a while at appearances. But I can't wait to get over there. It's going to be fun.
It's a blast, man. These are the kind of cool days, right, where people come by this really awesome place at the Green Tree Tavern, and they're so hospitable, so kind to us, and letting us broadcast from here. And then we'll walk over, and it's a bunch of people that just want to have a good time, want to kick it with the Junks and Beamish and Finley, and us to whatever degree as we're playing our small part tonight. These are these kind of like special days that remind you how cool this all is. You know what I mean? This really neat little community that we're sort of part of as broadcasters and people that like consume some of these things here and there.
There's a lot of football items I want to hit today, an actual kind of future combos that need to be had about what Washington needs to address and players they could go after. So we should put a bow on our jersey convo here. Got the double play coming up, but we'll go rapid fire through some calls. The big story in town this week is that the Commanders are going to be changing their jerseys, and we're all wondering what that means. What do you want to see them do differently? Let's go to Max in Waldorf on Grant and Danny. Hey, Max.
Hey, how you guys doing, man? Love your show.
Appreciate you.
All right, so sitting in the living room, Hail Mary, trying to win my wife over to become a Redskins fan, trying to explain to her that for as long as they play the NFL, they're going to run that playback. And the thing that struck me at that time, like 10 minutes after, isn't it a shame that forever Jaden Daniels play, we're going to be out there looking like some broke-ass Pittsburgh Steelers? The biggest disconnect I think that happened when Snyder left was he separated the team from that Native American aesthetic. So I'm one of those guys, if you asked me 20 years ago if the logo and the name was racist, I would have said, yeah, we probably should change it. But we as fans owned it. We claimed the Native American aesthetic. So when you change that name and, that last little kick in the nuts and that money grab by Snyder on the way out, it left a bad taste in all of our mouths. So I'm never going to call him the C word. I'm never going to accept the black jerseys. I just think that we should go back to the 69 era with Sonny, call them the Warriors. That way we get our colors and we get that Native American aesthetic back. And I think that's what's missing for the old school fans. Thanks,
so
guys.
Appreciate the call.
Thanks, bud.
It's well thought out. There's a lot of good points. I don't think that Warriors is on the table in terms of a name change. They obviously went away from the Native American element of all imagery and the name, and he addressed that in his call. But I don't see why they couldn't have the 69 arrow, if that's what we're calling it, because we all know what that means. It's the burgundy background with the white and gold feathers hanging from the arrow, and that's one of the throwbacks I talked about.
That's right, yeah.
That 70th anniversary. That was just fire.
And I'm spitballing on this one, okay? So, but maybe it's anything that could be easily associated where wink, wink, we know what you're doing.
Of course.
May not be able to fly.
No, that's why it won't happen.
I see.
100% believe. I'm just saying I think that should, like wherever the line that we're going to draw is, that shouldn't be past the line, in my opinion. I'm watching the Chiefs on TV right now with their Arrowhead, and before this game started, 70,000
Tomahawk
people
chopping, man.
did the tomahawk chop. So if you're going to get all of that, and that's all fine, I'm not calling them the Redskins, but I can have the spear on my helmet. Like that should not be a bridge too far. I understand that it's probably not realistic. The closest you might be able to do for a throwback jersey maybe is an R or something like that. Let's go to Daryl and Ashburn on line 2 on Grant and Danny. What's up, Daryl? How's it going?
Hey, got a great show over there.
Appreciate you, bud.
I like the black uniforms. I think they look pretty cool as far as comparing them to the Steelers. Look at the rest of the league. You got New England Patriots and a few other teams got the red, white, blue. But I really like the dark burgundy with arrow. I agree with that. I think they should bring that back because nobody has that color.
I missed the last thing. You said nobody has the burgundy and white?
Nobody has the dark burgundy uniform in the NFL. So I
Gotcha.
like
Yeah, and 100% right. And that was one of the cool things is that you don't find that anywhere. It was basically like in all of sports, major sports, at the pro and college level, it was USC had a version of it as the Trojans. And, there's some sort of burnt red or, other kinds of things, but it wasn't that same burgundy, right? And I know USC and Washington's weren't the same, but that was kind of such a unique thing. You see blue and white everywhere. Everybody's blue. Everybody's white. Everyone's somewhere in between. That was such a unique deal that Washington had that, and I kind of want to make sure we hold on to that.
So I'm team go back to when they were winning Super Bowls with Joe Gibbs, which is what we originally heard in the fall was kind of the way they were trying to trend any kind of a uniform tweak, color tweak. Was back to the early 90s Gibbs days. Someone just sent me a tweet here. It says this should be the uniform, including the helmet. And this is the iconic Sonny Jurgensen era, which is like not the mustard yellow pants, but actual goldish pants with the deep burgundy jersey. But the numbers are all just big white numbers. There's no gold. I would not hate this, by the way. Again, you're paying homage to an era. I don't think that you would be able to do the spear helmet that a lot of us are saying would be cool. Maybe you'd have to have the W on the helmet, but it could be a white W, let's say, as the block W that matches the white number on the burgundy. But at least at that point, you are honoring your past. There is a Redskins heritage element to the kits. That's just short for, I know people get annoyed by soccer terms, but like to your general
They're playing on the pitch there, guy?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But like how many times can I say uniforms?
I know, I'm with you, dude.
To the aesthetic. And that to me should be the goal is I am appealing to the people who had something ripped away from them that are annoyed by it in a way that I'm allowed to, in a way that I'm not going to be called awful, unfair names. As best I can, I'm going to try to make those people happy. Let's go to Ryan, who's in Richmond, on Grant and Danny on the Fan. What's up, Ryan? How are you?
What's up, folks? So I am a traditionalist. I'm still calling them the Redskins, and I'll probably call that till the day I die. But, hey, I've moved on. I think for the first time in the past, 30 years, we've been talking about Redskins football. And I think we need to focus on the football. Forget the jersey name. We can worry about the jersey once we have multiple years of playoff appearances. I think we've got a new face in Jaden Daniels to the game. Let's focus on him, developing him. I mean, you could put a frog and a pink tutu on the helmet. Jaden Daniels isn't going to give a crap about what's on his helmet. He's going to play his game. But I think there's a lot of excitement behind this team. Real fans are not focused on those darn jerseys. And, hey, let's keep winning games.
Let me ask you a question. I think you're making a lot of good points. I want to ask you a question, though. So, for you as a fan, you're saying it really doesn't matter what they wear. Like, I'm fired up that they're winning. Do you think that members of ownership and whoever they hired to deal with the jersey stuff can't do that while the football people are focusing on football? Like, that's the only part I'd push back on is there's nothing being taken away from Adam Peters, Dan Quinn, Jaden Daniels. They're not sitting there having meetings about the jersey.
Yeah, Tavita Pritchard's not going over what color seams
this is Josh Harris and Mitch Rales and Mark Ein and some people they're paying $1 million to sit down and talk about this. You can do both at once. Like, there is no waiting. And I would also say the longer you wait, the less necessary it is probably.
I think you can, but I think there's also and not to take away from fans that are maybe less serious football fans and they just like the aesthetic of being a Commanders fan. Hey, I prefer the talk to be about the football. I don't want to hear all the buzz in the NFL about the name, about a potential name change, jersey change. We've been through all that. We're tired of ideologies inside of football. We want to see the sport. That's just my take. But hey,
I get that. I get that.
If they change back to the Redskins, I'm cool with that.
So, but your team, to clarify, then you're basically like, I'm on to football, man. Commanders forever. These jerseys forever. Don't care. I'm worried about week 1.
You know, I'm not saying I want it forever, but hey, don't change anything right now. We finally found some flat ground to run on. We're playing good football. They can certainly come up with something, but we know this organization. They make quick changes. Sometimes maybe they don't think about the fan base when they do this. Maybe they need to do a few years of polling, really, especially right now. Let some people get onto this Redskins Commanders bandwagon and then start polling and really figure out what brand they want to create. It's very early on for the Josh Harris ownership team. Hey, wait it out a couple years. Let's enjoy this victorious time and see what the future holds. But let's just chill. Let's
buddy.
win.
It's a good phone call.
Yeah, good.
So I think that's a great call. Like every word he said, it all makes sense to me. My only pushback is what I suggested, which is it's like when people call up and they say something like, oh, you guys shouldn't be talking about this as a must win or worrying about next week's game. We got to focus on this week's game. I don't have to. I'm not playing linebacker. The team has to. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, of course.
Like the people that are in charge of what the uniform looks like and what the name is and that they're working with are not Adam Peters and Lance Newmark.
Yeah, the organization's onboarding a new business president like this week.
Correct.
Right? The guy that came from Campbell Soup, who's got a great background, who by all accounts is a rock star on the business side. He should not be making a single decision about who takes what snap where.
And he won't be. And
that's the point. That's what good organizations do, and they're doing that. So his point, the caller's point, I think it's a great one, by the way, about figuring out what fans want. And it's always hard to really gauge what's a whim, what's a tantrum, what's a real well-thought thing in polling and different data. So all those focus group things and all those different ideas that you would suggest a reasonable organization do to try to figure out, hey, what's best practice? How do we, again, the same theme of make the biggest tent possible? I promise you they're doing that.
Yes,
they're not going to do anything rushed and on a whim. This is not this is which way the wind's blowing. Let me just do that wild and a huge fluctuation or a huge swing of the pendulum the other direction. This is a thoughtful group that will remain so.
Yeah, they are and have been doing that. They're not doing a YouTube show about it. They're actually doing it. You know what I'm saying? Like they're doing it without it being about a clip that we all get to watch where Jason Wright is showing logos to Ron Rivera. Like they're doing it in an authentic, legitimate way. I also don't know how much of that I need. Honestly.
Yeah, I'm good on that, by the way.
I don't even mean the shows. I mean, I think I'm over the polling. I don't get some people around you with some intrinsic knowledge of the history, and a small group can make a big decision. I don't need no 10 people can do anything, let alone polling tens of thousands or millions of people. I'm sorry. We did that. We did multiple years of let's talk to everybody. Let's see. And what we got was everyone hating it because you tried to make too many people happy. Get a few people together that understand the history of this thing and what people care about, smart people in a room, and knock it out. Let's not make it harder than it has to be. Last time was a 2+ year deal that led up to 2/2/22. How'd that work out?
Yeah, don't do that again. Whatever that is, don't do that.
But the other part is we got the team playing well, so let's just enjoy this for a couple of years. I think now is kind of what, this takes years. So if you want a new jersey that you're going to wear, theoretically, it's a multi-year process with the league. So if you wait a couple of years, now you're talking about 5, 6, 7 years down the road. I don't know. To me, I don't know why if you're agreeing or people are acknowledging, hey, it'd be nice to do something a little different. Why wait? Bobby, Alexandria, what's good?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, buddy.
So, we live in a great nation. You know what I mean? USA is immigrants, everything like that. I'm thinking maybe they should be the Washington nation. And then you could, on your helmet, put an Irish shamrock on there. Or you could put Martin Luther King on there. You could put a Native American on there. for certain little things. I love the old uniforms. 91, that's true. But everybody's trying to be politically correct, but you can cover the whole thing. But I think your helmet, if you're going to call it the nation, should be a U.S. map on the helmet. That's the first one. And then just figure it out from there.
Appreciate you.
Thanks, dude. Yeah, I don't know. We did that for a long time. When what should the name be? And I sort of, everybody has an idea on it, and 1 out of every 15 people tells me about a potato. No, thank you. That's kind of not the discussion. If we get to that point, by the way, where they open it up, like the Utah hockey people are going, we're going to be the Wasachi or the Wasak or the Wakashiba, and then they realize that name's so stupid that they just replaced it at the last second with Outlaws. Maybe that's the whole deal. I don't know. If we get there again, we can do that, but that's kind of not on the table at the moment. We're sort of just talking about some uniform tweaks here.
And to go full Obama on you, let me be clear.
Where do your daughters go to school, Mr. President?
Sidwell Front. Let me be clear. What we're not doing right now is that game again. Hey, let's call them this and put this on the helmet. Although I should tell you, I don't think I mentioned this. Christmas this year. So December, 1 month ago.
A little over a month ago, yeah.
It was like 35 days ago.
Sure, yeah, sure. Yeah, I was there.
A cousin of the wife's said to me,
oh dear,
and I'm not doing a bit. She's like, you know what they should have just done?
Oh no.
And I was like, huh? And she goes, they should have just put a potato on that.
Put a potato on the side.
And then called him the Redskins.
Oh, no. You could just keep it. And it's because it's a potato.
And I love this person. No. She's so great. And so it was one of those where I'm like, yeah, they definitely could have.
They could have.
I didn't let her know that I've taken 800 calls like that over the years.
Did it hurt when you fell down a couple of pegs?
It was tough.
That's not great.
That was tough.
That's no. Thank you, Frank.
Double play is
Miss you,
Nick.
buddy.
We are blitzing at the top of the hour on Grant and Danny. Caps, Wizards, Commanders, all in one segment today. Should be good. Remember, we got our big show, Tally Ho Theater tonight. We're out in Leesburg at Green Tree Tavern. So come on by and pregame with us on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Grant and Danny here for our pals at Window Nation. February, it's here. It's a short month, and if you haven't looked at your calendar yet, it ends February 28th, which, coincidentally, is the last day that you can save 60% off all window styles from Window Nation. Plus, you could get 0 interest with no payments for 2 years, but only now through the end of February. That's less than 28 days to save big on some of the best windows you can buy.
Love Window Nation. Couple of different homes. Took great care of me. Great care of Danny. 28 days is what they're giving you to get these windows. They're going to protect your home and your family for decades. This February, you might miss Groundhog's Day. You might miss President's Day. Look, you could even miss Valentine's Day. Maybe the missus doesn't agree, but I'm going to say that you might. You just can't miss this deal from Window Nation. Do not miss your chance to save 60% off all windows and pay nothing for 2 years.
Schedule that free in-home consultation right now at 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION, or visit windownation.com.
Welcome back to the Green Tree Tavern, live on Grant and Danny. We're in Leesburg. We'll be here until 6:30 today. Tally Ho Theater tonight. It's a full day of your pals if you're coming out to the event with the Junkies, with B. Mitch and Finley, with myself and Danny. It's going to be a big 106.7 The Fan takeover of Leesburg tonight. Packed house, sold out, should be a good time. It is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
By now, I'm not breaking any news on this one. I'm sure everyone's heard that. You know, this kind of thing. You know, the whole, Matt Stafford and Clayton Kershaw were high school teammates. You know, the thing that everybody's heard a million times. So everyone's heard this, but I didn't really actually consider what it meant until I read this, Chiefs. Pat Riley, years ago, trademarked the term three-peat. Did you know that?
I am aware of that based on recent news.
Yes. So what the story, as I read, and somebody who was in the locker room could tell me differently, but apparently Byron Scott, longtime NBA two guard, and then coach subsequently, really good player on those Showtime Lakers teams, mentioned that they were trying to do that he coined the term three-peat. And Pat Riley said, "Ooh, that's pretty smart. That's pretty catchy. I like that." So he, anything that was of or pertaining to a three-peat, three-peat spelled correctly, three-peat spelled incorrectly. It's like someone who squats on a website domain, right? And so anybody who wants to print merchandise or do something that reflects a three-peat, think the Bulls 2 different times, think the Warriors doing it, think, football team, etc., they got to pay a little bit of a fee to old Pat Riley. And so what I read was around 5% is what he usually is entitled to of any merch that says, so let's say you and I, Grant and Danny, three-peat, we sell it, we owe Pat Riley 5% of the proceeds, right? Give or take. So he's made some millions over the years, not crazy amounts of money, obviously like more than you and I will ever see, but made a lot of money over these years. So apparently somebody estimated, I don't know if these estimates are true or not, but someone estimated, somebody really smart said, they think billions of dollars will be spent on Kansas City Chiefs merch of or pertaining to three-peats. Pat Riley could make as much as $200 million.
200?
180 to $200 million is the kind of given range that someone's talking about. So in years past, like when the Bulls did it, he made like $1 million adjusted for inflation, and different times it's like $3.2 million. He could make hundreds of millions of dollars if the Chiefs win and if this person's estimates were correct. What a shrewd, ridiculous investment that was to go, I'm gonna trademark three-peat and pay a little bit up front so that in case anybody ever prints a shirt that says three-peat on it, I get a percentage.
Does he get credit for foresight and being brilliant, or I feel like he just kind of luck boxed into this one?
It's both.
Like, I don't think he really thought, I'm going to make a lot of money in the future on this. I think he goes, oh, that's a cool term. We're the first ones to do it. I'm going to have this term forever.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
Like, respectfully to him, and maybe I'm wrong, I don't think he had vision on this. I think he just kind of had the money, had the wherewithal, made the decision, kind of stuck his flag in the ground because they were the first ones to Plymouth Rock, and he's just going to benefit immensely from it.
So I think he always knew there'd be something to it because he's really smart and he's really good at business and good at pretty much everything. He's kind of the godfather. That's sort of his deal. I don't think he ever thought, I'll sit back as the big boss at the Heat and make a couple $100 million just for this really fun decision I made in 1989.
It's time for my double play. Got to see Den of Thieves 2. I told you I was a big Den of Thieves 1 guy.
You're a Den of Thieves guy, yeah.
This movie was 2 hours and 24 minutes. I think it probably should have been about an hour and 59 minutes. I liked it as far as action movies go, though. We had twists, we had turns, we had great suspense scenes, we had chases, everything you've ever wanted in an action film we got. I like O'Shea Jackson Jr., Ice Cube's kid. I like Gerard Butler, who plays like a down-on-his-luck guy who's divorced and bad to his wife and just a terrible dude, but trying to figure out, am I a good cop? Am I a bad cop? Good flick, man. The first iteration of this film was really good, but then at the end, spoiler alert, most of the bad guys get killed in a shootout.
Oh.
So I'm going, well, now what? All the guys that I liked, all the characters that I knew in this movie are gone. O'Shea Jackson's back. Gerard Butler's back in a whole new cast. But it was really well done as far as, like I said, it's one of those movies where the popcorn score of just going there as a consumer and watching it is going to be a lot higher than the critic who's going, I didn't like this plot point. It's just an action movie for a couple hours.
Right. There needs to be some sort of critic adjustment.
Yeah.
And there never is. Like, I understand this is not Oscar bait. I know it's not going to be like a soulful single tear of someone looking out at like a rainy cityscape with like weird emo music playing. I fully get that. I'm here for a bubblegum and popcorn flick, to your point.
That's all I wanted.
Yeah, there needs to be some sort of rating adjustment.
Thoroughly got what I wanted and enjoyed myself, and can't wait to watch it again when I stumble into it on a network on a Saturday afternoon a couple of months from now, when it's out and about and out of the theaters. But yeah, if you're looking for just a quick action movie with some suspense, go eat some popcorn. This one will be fun. I think I can say that with some conviction. All right, next, our Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny, and then in the 4 o'clock hour, we talked a lot about uniforms. You know, we're big fashion guys.
Yes, very fashionable guys.
You and I. I actually want to get into some matters of sports on this here radio program. We're Grant and Danny in Leesburg. Come see us, Green Tree Tavern, today until 6:30.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers. Let's start with a little Commanders news this offseason, really getting in full swing this week. Commanders trying to keep their coaching staff, at least most of it, intact. They have lost one member of the coaching staff. Assistant special teams coach John Glenn is going to be the new linebackers coach in Las Vegas, reuniting there with former Seahawks coach Pete Carroll. Houston Texans have requested an interview with Commanders passing game coordinator Brian Johnson to be their new offensive coordinator, and Commanders QB coach Tavita Pritchard interviewed for the OC job in Jacksonville on Wednesday. Now, elsewhere, the Saints, last team to need a new head coach, they will reportedly hire Philadelphia offensive coordinator Kellen Moore to be their new head coach once the Super Bowl is done a week from Sunday. Capitals are coming back home with the Canadian road swing done. They still lead the Metropolitan Division, still on top of the Eastern Conference, but now one behind Winnipeg for most points in the NHL. Those two teams will have a big showdown Saturday night down in D.C. Alex Ovechkin, 19 away now from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time record. Golf, Sepp Straka, 13 under, has a second-round lead right now at Pebble Beach. Rory McIlroy, 3 shots back. Hey, Caps fans, the Law Tigers and Harley-Davidson of D.C. are giving away one-of-a-kind 50th anniversary Washington Capitals Harley-Davidson. Check it out in person at the D.C. Auto Show or enter now at capsfansbike.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
We're Grant and Danny. You are locked into The Fan. We are live in Leesburg at the Green Tree Tavern. We'll be here until 6:30 today.
As Washington continues to build the foundation of success on and off the field this season, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. This is the exclusive sponsor of our show. The law firm of Condori and Morad can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
We'll be covering the Commanders and the Blitz, the Wizards as well. Had LeBron in town last night. By the way, tough times for Wizards fans. Got blown out last night by the Lakers, and Bronny was being chanted at Capital One Arena.
Yeah, on your feet for Bronny. There wasn't much about that I enjoyed, to be honest with you.
That is tough. He had his best game ever, I think, like 2 points and 2 assists.
Dude, he had 5 points last night.
Wow. 3 free throws?
Yeah.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Let's get to your Beltway Blitz. We start on the ice. Sammy Silber, the hockey news. Sammy, last night was kind of the embodiment of this Caps team. They did not play their best game. They steal a point, end of a 2-week roadie where they played 5 games away from home, and they emptied the tank and somehow came back 2 goals late. It was pretty amazing.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was one of the crazier games I've ever seen. I mean, all it says about this team is that, you can't get them out. They have so much depth and they have so much ability and talent down the roster that, it can be anybody any night. It can be Ovi, it can be, Stromer, it can be Dowd. Everybody's just getting the job done. Even when it seems like you're down and out, somebody will step up and kind of make sure that, hey, at least we don't leave empty-handed. So reminds me a lot of that 2009, 2010 team that could find, any way to win, even if they were down, 2 goals, 3 goals, whatever. So it's impressive, but that was a wild one where they probably didn't deserve to walk away with any points, but did.
Sammy, what in the hairy hell was going on with the power play last night? I mean, I've been frustrated at times before. It's like, they couldn't get any shots and look disorganized. I would take no shots and disorganized over great scoring chances for the opponent.
Yeah, it was tough. I mean, you kind of saw it, before that breakdown happened, right? There were, problems on the entries. It seemed like, they were trying to get to one guy and, he just couldn't get through. And there were too many turnovers. Passes just weren't clean. And, when you don't have a clean entry and you don't really have, your plans working out, you don't have time to set up and execute anything. It just keeps getting cleared out of your zone. So you also kind of saw, maybe the chemistry wasn't clicking with the same personnel, which is why it kind of changed as the game went on. So things to work up. But, like Dylan Strom said last night, easy things to clean up, just with entries and passing and civil execution. So, I mean, that's a positive.
Alex Ovechkin needs 19 goals to become the NHL's all-time goal-scoring leader. He's scoring at a .66 goals per game pace. He needs to be at a .54 pace from now on to get the record. Do you think with 31 games to go and 19 goals needed, he does it this season?
I mean, I think I said to you guys before, I never bet against the big man. You know, he can find so many ways to score. He's just such a generational talent, and to see him still doing it after 20 years, and he's able to, you know, get to the front of the net or shoot one from long range or, you know, from the office, you know, whatever it may be, he finds ways to get it done. So I'm not betting against O. I think he does it this season. I think he wants it. There's nobody who's as hungry to score as him, and you can see it in the numbers.
I think we're there because of the Ovechkin chase and some other guys that have had such headline seasons. Connor McMichael reminded me of how skilled he is last night. I mean, obviously the goal was absurd, but there was a play, Sam, I don't know if you even remember this. It just reminds me, like, oh my God, these guys are so ridiculous. A puck in midair that's, you know, probably chest high in the middle of the ice. He sort of caught it like it was a lacrosse ball and put it right at his feet on the stick handles in there, creates a scoring chance. I just kind of went, oh, that's right. This dude is just part of this army now of young, skilled players that they have as they've rebuilt on the fly. Emblematic, kind of to Grant's point, of where this organization is. Really, really hard to do.
Yeah, no, I mean, they're in a good spot. I mean, you look at the depth, right? It's not just, you know, the guys that they bought in the summer obviously were a huge boost, but you see it through the organization. This organization, I mean, they know how to draft. They know who to look for. They know which guys have skill. They know who's going to make it, and you can see it, you know, in Connor McMichael, and, you know, Alexei Protas is another shining example, and you have so many prospects and so much depth, and, you know, it's a testament to the work that they put in as well, but just Washington's ability to draft, you know, just great people, and then, you know, that trickles down, you know, it's not just the Caps, you know, it's the Bears and Stingrays, and it just goes from there, so, you know, he's so skilled, and yeah, I mean, sometimes, especially when he goes through a little bit of a spell like he just did, you can kind of forget how skilled he is, but he's got hands, that kid.
Yes, he does. Sammy, thank you. We appreciate you.
Thanks, guys. See you soon.
Thanks, Sammy.
Let's talk about the Wizards.
The Washington Wizards.
Not their finest showing last night. Gave up 42 in the first quarter to the Lakers, who are now 8 over 500. Won the game by 40 points just about last night. Greg Finberg joins us to break it down. Check out his work at Bullets Forever. Greg, first of all, what did you think of last night's game?
Last night's game was what I would categorize as the low point this far of this rebuild. I mean, 16 straight loss, which tied a franchise record. It marked over the last calendar year, there's been 3 such 16-game losing streaks in the NBA. The Wizards own all of them. Just a couple stats to rattle off. I mean, over the 16-game losing streak, they lost by an average of 18 points per game. 13 of the 16 losses have become by double figures. 9 of the 16 by 15-plus points. They're shooting 41% from the field, 31% from 3, 15 turnovers a game, and obviously the loss put them at 6-41, which is nearly 5 games worse than the second worst team, Utah. It was a third straight game that didn't have anybody reach 20 points. Jordan Poole's struggles continued. Him and Kyle Kuzma were combined, I think, 9 of 27 from the field. Kuz only had 13 points. Just there's nothing to hang your hat on from last night. It just kind of looked like the Lakers were playing around and toying around with the Wizards like it was like JV versus varsity. So pretty low point of the rebuild for Washington.
So, Greg, defensively, obviously, that's where it kind of stings. Individually, there's some good defenders. There's some guys that can be problems for opponents. Nick Coulibaly one-on-one. I like Alex Sarr when he's been able to kind of be in space and, you know, his length bothers people, et cetera. But it just seems team defense-wise, they're not there. I get it when you've got Poole and Kuzma, 2 guys that are about as interested as I am Sunday morning in a YMCA of guarding people. You're going to be hurt there. But still, just feels like they're not interested enough on the defensive end. Your thoughts there?
I think you're spot on there. I think effort has a big thing to do with it. They don't, like you said, they don't have many good individual defenders. And if you've seen Alex Sarr miss the second half of the game against Dallas, and he's missed the last 2 games. You've seen that with the lack of rim protection. I mean, you know, for all the effort that Jonas Valanciunas puts in, he's not a good defender. He's really slow laterally as well. And so when you get switched on to players, you can't really do much with JV as your so-called rim protector. And you saw that. I mean, 42 points for the Lakers in the first quarter. They put up 134 points. I mean, Dallas put up 130. The Raptors scored 106, which is actually a win for the Wizards. But then you look at the fact that they only scored 82. And so I think a lack of good individual defenders has contributed to that. But it's also a lack of buy-in, a lack of effort. When you guys have when you lost 16 in a row, there's really no one really expects to win. It's hard in the NBA when you don't have effort on defense to really defend. And the Wizards, for the most part, haven't had that effort at all this year.
The Wizards are 6 games up on the rest of the Eastern Conference and 4 games up on every team in basketball in the capture the flag opportunity that they have to try to finish with the worst record. Obviously, then they could potentially get screwed in a lottery, but we're hoping that that doesn't happen. Greg, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Thank you, Greg.
6-41. That's 6-41 for the Wizards. Let's talk about the Commanders.
The Washington Commanders.
Our buddy Earl Forsey. Earl, why don't we just start with your biggest wants in terms of personnel going into the offseason after the very unlikely magical run to the NFC Championship game?
I think we found out that the line play on both sides is the key. So you need to be better on the offensive line. They did it kind of with smoke and mirrors at times this year. Do we really know that the rookie Brandon Coleman is the answer at left tackle? I'm not sure that's the case. I know I've looked at already looking at the mock drafts, guys. There was one of the Ohio State left tackle was kind of projected to them, which would be a great pick late in the first round. But that would then you move Coleman to the right side possibly, or move him inside the guard. I think both lines. And look, there's a reason why you don't stop the run. It's a pretty simple one. Your defensive line play, right? And that was no matter who was in or out of the lineup, how many times John Allen played, or how many times he and Payne were actually on the field together, they couldn't stop the run. They still haven't stopped the run. So you need to shore up things there as well and not spend $42.3 million on 2 guys who combined can't stop the run. I mean, it's pretty simple, right? We'd love to see a receiver, some of the big play guys. I think we've seen already the year one with the patience of the front office, specifically Adam Peters. He's not going to go and spend $30 million a year on T. Higgins. I don't think we're going to see that this offseason. He said it himself. Listen to what the man said. Like McCartney, listen to what the man said. He said during that presser and everything last year, I'm going to build through the draft, right? Wasn't that his comment? So you can fill a lot of holes, but I think we found out 55-23, you've got a lot of holes to fill on this team. Let me bring something up, too, that I brought up in the postgame when we did it after the NFC Championship game. Those games, NFC title games, AFC, home field is such a huge thing in those games, right? And at times where teams in the AFC need to go to Buffalo. And now it's almost impossible to beat Mahomes, even more impossible to do it in Kansas City. So it was a great year for the Commanders, and it was a phenomenal. I mean, who expected 12-win season? But do you know that was the 4th best record in the NFC? And I brought this up. You've got a Philadelphia problem in the division, because to get home games, you're going to have to win a division to get some home games. You finished 2 games behind Philadelphia. You're going to have to figure out how to make up 3 games on them next year. And you were also 3 behind Detroit. Now, I know you went to Detroit and won, but to get overall home field advantage, you were 3 behind that team. And another team, Minnesota, who was a wild card, you were 2 behind them. So there's so much this offseason that needs to be cleared up. And, second year, a different team next year. Jaden Daniels' second year. You're going to have a winning team's schedule now to play against. There's a lot on the plate this offseason, and it's more about just uniforms and matte and shiny helmets and logo.
Earl, for me, the only thing I'm worried about is kind of what you sort of referenced here. And obviously, Adam Peters and his ilk have earned the benefit of the doubt from a lot of us. I was dead wrong about a million different things. But there's a little bit of like if you watch a basketball game, someone takes a bad shot and hits it. Now they've got the confidence that they're going to take, and they'll end up taking a bunch more bad shots. Yeah. The equivalent here would be, we don't really have to spend on that. We'll figure it out. And I don't want them to rely on that. I want them to be aggressive, but kind of meet that, the temperate, smart approach. I think there's a happy medium there. Are you worried that they'll be I don't want to say too passive this offseason, but maybe too passive this offseason.
Well, I don't think they're going to be that passive, Danny. I don't think that's going to be a problem because they know this window is open now. And I just talked about it, how much, you finished as the number 2 team in the NFC. There's a big gap to be number 1. And it's not just the final score there. And I know you had some great wins and did a lot in the playoffs and to be happy about it and to put yourself in the conversation. But you have so much work to do. We saw there's a pretty big gap between Philadelphia, which is 3 years ahead of where Washington is because of where they started building. Thank you, Ron. And where you need to be. There's a huge gap still. That's going to take probably, even with all this money and all this wiggle room that they have, it's more than a 1-year thing because we can sit here. You can do a show day after day after day and talk about they need this, they need that, they need to get better here. For a team that was a 12-win team, and I don't mean to downplay that. And in many ways, they are as good as most of the teams in the NFC. And by the way, if you do close that gap against Philly and get it done in the NFC, guess who else is waiting for you? The GOAT and Mahomes in Kansas City. So it's not just a few steps they need to make. It's and I don't think, Danny, to your point, that they're going to be frugal. And I don't think that's what this group is about. Magic Johnson has the ear of a lot of people around there. I don't know if you saw him on Twitter, social media after the game. He was kind of like me. He wasn't very happy because he's not used to losing. The guy never loses in life, in anything he does.
Anywhere.
Right? Finishing second is not acceptable to a guy like that. That's a failure. And and it's wrong to wrap up the season because it wasn't a failure. But you've got a guy like that that is an ownership that feels that way. And you've got the Bob Myers of the world. God, is he everywhere? For a guy who was, it was funny, he was on the sidelines, and this was, he's going to help put this whole thing together. He is not going away. Bob Myers is a big part of this, obviously, with Adam Peters and everybody else. And this is your window right now. You are never going to have the rookie quarterback for 3 more years in that deal. We keep talking about it. In addition to the $90+ million to spend and, a draft coming up. They're never going to have this in any of these off seasons, I don't think, ever again. So you can't sit back and wait too long because who knows? And you've talked about it. You guys, I know yesterday, this week, and I stressed this point, and it was tough in the post game because everybody's so happy about how far they've come, and they should be, where this organization was and where they are now. But if your goal is to win championships, there's a lot of work to do this offseason. And I brought it up a few times in sportscasts this week. The time is now. I mean, we're a month and a half away from free agency. So you're a month away from less than that from franchise tags, which means when you see who's going to stay where and how much it's going to cost, that's when you start making deals. And I don't care about the legal tampering period or whatever. The time is kind of now. They're at the all these Shrine Games and the Senior Bowl and stuff like that. This is happening because of the run that they had here. This has already started for a lot of teams. So, it's already a process that has started. It's going to be fascinating to see what they do. But I don't think the conservative approach, that's not the way to go. You don't want to spend $100 million on one guy. They don't need to because they got the one guy that's the most important, and that's the quarterback. So help him, help you. It's Jerry Maguire. Help me, help you. Help Jaden, help you, right?
That's definitely going to be the plan.
Give him some help.
Earl, we appreciate you, brother. Thank you as always, my guy.
Time flies when you're using up your entire segment, huh?
Time flies when you're kicking butt, as Earl Forsey says. That's one of my favorite lines, by the way. On Sundays, time flies when you're kicking, you know what? Very good.
I digs it.
That's how he ends his shows, which is always a good time. That's Earl Forsey. That's our Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny. I want to talk about whether or not Washington is going to lose any of their offensive assistants. Many of them are being interviewed. We'll get into that next on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Ruga here from my pals at Ted Britt Ford. I'm a Ted Britt guy. Here's why you should be, too. Ted Britt for life. That's lifetime vehicle coverage. When you buy from Ted Britt Ford, you get Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. I just mentioned it. With every new and pre-owned vehicle with less than 100,000 miles. Ted Britt for life means peace of mind for life. Powertrain coverage, battery replacement, complimentary service loaners, Virginia State inspection, and so much more. In fact, it was I think it was late November. My car, my Mustang Mach-E, you can get one just like I got, by the way. Great deal going on for that right now. 0% APR, 72 months, plus $2,500 in bonus cash, and they're going to install a home charger for you. Anyway, it needed service. It was just the time it happens with cars, right? So instead of going through a hassle and dropping it off and taking an Uber home or figuring out, they came, picked up the car, dropped me off a loaner, and we exchanged it back when I was ready, at my time, at my schedule. That's what they do. They take care of their customers. They are wonderful, and I love them, and you will too. Go see them in Fairfax and Chantilly. Click away at tedbritt.com. And when you go, please tell them Danny sent you.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening more in football. And the Commanders, one member of their coaching staff already departing. They have lost assistant special teams coach John Glenn, who will be Pete Carroll's linebackers coach now with the Las Vegas Raiders. A couple of others getting interviews. Passing game coordinator Brian Johnson interviewing with the Texans. At least they've requested an interview with him for their new offensive coordinator spot. And QB coach Tavita Pritchard interviewed for the offensive coordinator job in Jacksonville on Wednesday. College hoops tonight. Georgetown hosts Butler, 6:30 p.m., 6:15 pregame over on the Team 980. Caps are back home this weekend after finishing up the Canadian road swing with an overtime loss last night in Ottawa. Ovi scored those, so Ovechkin 19 away from breaking Gretzky's all-time record. Wizards, well, they've perfected losing, haven't they? 16 straight losses after getting hammered by the Lakers last night. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
My co-pair folks will be proud of me. I ordered off the kids menu. The old kids cheeseburger.
Oh, that's a play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Way to do a little bit less, yeah. Just my little wins where you can get them.
Yeah, I mean, they might have said maybe not the fries, but like you do. But again, it's a small victory.
Kids menu.
Yeah.
The small portions, right?
Right.
Not gonna eat all the fries. That's a little mini win.
I think it's good.
Do what you can do.
That's pretty good.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. We're live in Leesburg, out and about today. We are at the Green Tree Tavern. We're getting ready for our big show over at Tally Ho Theater tonight. It's sold out, though. So if you want to come hang with us, you got to do it right here at Green Tree Tavern.
That's right.
We'll be here until 6:30. I thought you were going to say something. You just started to drink.
No, I was it. I was echoing. I thought you were rolling there. That's my fault.
Definitely just echo.
No,
that's the right way to do it.
No, we've been working together for long enough. I should have known there was a bigger opening there. It's, maybe in year 15, 16, I'll figure out when it's my turn.
You know what happened to me last night, and I didn't know what to do, so I want to ask you about this. So I told you that I went and saw a film.
Yeah.
I got out of Monumental later than I kind of thought I was going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone at my house is asleep. My wife said she was already going to bed, whatever. She gives me my marching orders on what to do in the kitchen, what I need to clean.
Yeah.
Whatever. So, all right.
Clean this with this.
I'll get it done when I get home.
Yep.
I'm driving home. I realized that one of the movies I've been wanting to see for a while is available to me at a time right about when I'll be passing the theater. I said, I'll go see Den of Thieves 2.
There you go.
While I'm at the movie theater, I'm watching the movie, and at one point, something on the floor catches my eye. And I'm thinking, that had to be a mouse. But that would be really weird. Probably not, right? So I don't think about it again. 10 minutes later, I see a mouse run across the floor, 10 feet and to the right of where I'm sitting. Kind of like I always sit on the aisle. So this is on the platform, the raised steps to walk up. You know what I'm saying? And it runs across and darts under the row in front of me. And in my mind, I'm going, do I tell someone about this? Do I say there's a mouse in your movie theater? Because here's the deal. What are they really going to do at a movie theater? They're not. So the guy comes in. He's flashing the light, looking at the temperature and pushing the door. And I kind of waved at him. He didn't really see me. But afterwards, I thought, do I leave here or do I go tell someone there's a mouse in Theater 3? And I came to the realization the person I tell is probably not going to care. I would imagine at late night, 17-year-old or whatever they are,
sure.
That's just making.
Oh, okay, sir. I'll fill out a report.
Right.
Yeah.
Also, it's not like it's my living room where I'm putting up traps and I'm doing whatever I got to do to get the mouse out. It's a mouse in a giant building that's connected to a mall. What are they really going to do? So should I have said something? I ultimately didn't say anything. I just thought it was really weird and unsettling and off-putting.
Yeah, it's annoying. I'm with you.
I didn't want to see it, and it made me feel weirder and worse about kind of just where I was sitting.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, what am I supposed to do about that?
Right. Not to you to do something about it. I would say this. The way I would have done it is if it was convenient to me, on the way out, I saw a person and had a moment, I could have said something.
I would have had to go out of my way.
Yeah, I'm not going to
seek
anyone out. Yeah, I'm not seeking anyone out.
I didn't cross an employee on my way out.
Right.
Because it was kind of late at night.
Yeah.
I would have you would not have gone up to the counter and said, "Hey, I just wanted you to know there's a mouse in theater 3."
Correct. I wouldn't have like sought a person out at the end of their shift, trying to clean up, trying to get home or whatever. If it was easy, I would have said, "Hey, by the way, like I know you didn't do it, you didn't make this problem up or whatever, but maybe someone should know." That's the thing.
Because at least you could try to make an attempt then.
Yeah.
Like, oh, we got mice, okay.
Yeah, and I don't know what companies do. I don't know how they deal with that. It's again, there was a not a topper thing. It's just an informational thing. There's one theater that I won't go to anymore because it wasn't like a mouse. It was like the whole family of the Ratatouilles. Like I was like, okay, well, this is their theater. It's not mine anymore. I'm not going there.
Right.
So me telling anybody, that's like they probably know about that. That group. As soon as the show starts, it's like, okay, guys, gather around.
You know what I'm talking about,
I know
though,
exactly what you mean.
Where there's
Yes,
like a movement on the ground that
Yes.
catches your peripheral. You're like, that feels like mouse territory.
As now having lived,
and then I actually saw it, right, like with its tail and everything, go under.
because now
the chair.
it's in your mind, and now you're more looking
yeah.
for it. So once having lived in enough cities, like inside cities for long enough, now any movement anywhere at all times to me is that I default to that, even when it's not, even when it's nothing, even when it's literally like a shadow or whatever. Like,
Right.
That's my first thought. Is that's what that is.
Didn't
yes, I
tell
get it.
anyone.
Mhm.
I'm part of the problem, I suppose.
I don't
mean,
know.
it's not like I'm not going to go back. Now, Theater 3 is not my favorite theater at this point.
Right, theater 3 is lower than the other theaters.
I would rather it be Theater 7 or 8 or 10 or 1
Yeah.
or 2 or 6 or 5 or 4 or something. But I'll take Theater 3, I guess, in a pinch. But the fact is, there's probably mice everywhere. They live around
Oh
us.
yeah, they're
live
doing
with us.
just fine.
To the Commanders' offensive staff, the list is growing of the guys getting interviews for promotions. Now, it could be that none of these guys actually get the gigs and none of them leave. But if you're keeping score at home, passing game coordinator Brian Johnson is getting an interview for an OC job. Tavita Pritchard, who's the quarterback's coach here, who was actually the QB's coach for Sam Howell with Ron Rivera last year, was one of the few guys on the entire staff that was kept over in his same role. He is getting an interview for an offensive coordinator job as well. I believe he is interviewing with the Jaguars and Liam Cohen. And then David Blau, who was an assistant quarterback's coach, entry level as it gets. It's kind of an entry level position as a player 6 minutes ago, is getting interviews for both quarterback's coach and passing game coordinator. So the hierarchy, and I think most people know this, Danny, on offense is head coach, then OC play caller, then pass game coordinator, and then probably below that would be quarterback's coach, is like the highest ranking future coordinator in your building. I just want to keep reiterating that this idea that they're so layered with all this depth on their offensive staff is a fallacy. That isn't a real thing. Because when your OC gets plucked to be a head coach, he brings guys with him. See the Detroit Lions right now. How well layered were they? They had years to prepare for Ben Johnson leaving. It's been a mass exodus of offensive coaches from that staff, including Antoine Randall, who was like next in line, so to speak. Same thing happened on defense when they lost Aaron Glenn, for that matter. But if you're a good young offensive coach in this league, it is really, really hard for your organization to keep you in their building until you have the highest job possible. It just is. And so there's a possibility that Brian Johnson, Tavita Pritchard, and David Blau are all gone. Now, it's more likely that none of them are or one of them is, but there's a possibility that all three get jobs, they all leave, Cliff's completely rebuilding his staff, and then that when he leaves next year, this depth chart that I keep hearing so much about is completely eviscerated. So the Dan Quinn hire went very well. He did a great job building a staff. It worked. He built a culture. He's a leader of men. It looks like they've got a good head coach. Stop trying to pretend and lie to me about this whole, don't worry about the offensive part. They've got this depth chart. That is a fallacy. It's not a real thing. Tag, you're it.
Okay, so I think you are a little extreme on this, but I think your point's right. The larger point, the big picture point, the 30,000 foot view, you are correct. It's the thing that people don't count on when you talk about the depth chart, because there is a good depth chart right now. But your point, which is 100% right, is that won't be the depth chart if and when this, let's say Brian Johnson.
If and when they need a new OC.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the second in command leaves. Well, the guy that was the assistant quarterback's coach becomes the quarterback's coach somewhere else. The guy that was the quarterback's coach becomes the pass game coordinator. The pass game coordinator becomes the OC, and so on and so forth. That point is correct. The only pushback I would offer is that they did it once by having a diverse coaching staff. I don't just mean in terms of race specifically, but of a guy that the 29-year-old that was playing last week to the 50-year-old that's been everywhere, to the guy that's come from this coaching tree, to this set of perspectives, to an Anthony Lynn who has been a head coach before as a run game guy to sort of help with this sort of ideas. A bunch of different ideas have been welcome. I trust this group now, showing what they've shown this year, Jaden Daniels, Adam Peters, and Dan Quinn to a degree, to be able to find the next David Blau. Now, David Blau doesn't grow on trees. That's a pretty unique animal right there, but you see the point I'm trying to make, that I think they'll be able to restock the cupboard to a degree, but it's not this bulletproof thing that I think some folks thinks it is. And I don't want to speak for you, but it sounds to me like whom you're arguing against is that the people that are going, it's fine, depth on the coaching staff, and you're going, it's not that easy. And I think that's a very fair point.
You're probably not going to lose all three, but you could. You're probably not going to lose more than one.
Let me say this. If it goes well, you're losing people. It's that simple.
This is my
Just
point.
is. Yeah.
David Blau's been an offensive assistant for 5 minutes, and he's already got 4 interviews with other teams.
Yep.
The idea that he'll be around after this year or next year is unlikely. Like at a betting board, it's a plus number that David Blau is the next OC for Kingsbury, right? Doesn't mean it can't happen. All I'm saying is this idea that this logic of it's not a massive drawback to hiring defensive-minded. Every time a defensive-minded head coach loses a coordinator, it's a hole in the theory. The proof is in the pudding. Look at the damn Lions. They have known. They actually had the benefit, by the way, of 2 extra years of Ben Johnson, who did a fairly unprecedented thing when he stayed with everybody wanting him and had the possibility to leave for multiple years, which does not happen. They had extra years to prepare and had to go get now maybe the guy they hired is going to end up being a really good coach, but he's not one of these names I hear when I talk to people around the league who's a savant. He's not one of the guys who's interviewing every year for 5 OC jobs. They got a fairly random nondescript coordinator to fill in for Ben Johnson because Johnson and all of his lieutenants left. So you have to bake in the guys that leave with the person who's the OC that leaves, and then the other guys who might get jobs and graduate otherwise. Again, I'm hoping none of them leave. That would be great. But the top 3 guys under Kingsbury this week are all fielding multiple calls from teams about better jobs. That's just the information.
Yeah. And so, react accordingly. I think it's all fair. I think it takes the thing I'm giving the benefit of the doubt on, though, and this doesn't ameliorate every concern that you might have, right? It doesn't solve it just because you want it solved. This group is thoughtful. Peters, Dan Quinn, and everybody in between, they've thought of that. This is my view now. Whereas Vinny Bumbats wouldn't have thought of that. I don't think Bruce Allen thought of that, or any of these other underqualified nincompoops that have been in charge of this thing as predecessors. I think this group understands the risk, knew that this would be a potential issue, and will act accordingly. Right? So I don't think they'll be caught in the lurch with, oh my God, what happens if all 3 of these guys leave for the sake of argument? All 3 of these guys get promotions elsewhere, increased responsibility. It doesn't mean that it's good. It doesn't mean that it automatically is fixed. Yeah. But I do think there's a thoughtful approach to that. And I give them the benefit of the doubt there that, A, they've thought of it. B, they'll have as best a response as can be mustered. It's still a challenge that's baked in, which I think is such a fair point.
They'll have a good response. That's not really my point.
Mm-hmm.
I will say this, and this is not a sky is falling situation for this reason. Number one, again, they're not all leaving. They're just interviewing. But number 2, and this is to me more important, if the quarterback is as good as it seems like he is, then a lot of normal things don't matter. Like, it is true that it's really bad to lose coaches, but also if you have Allen or Burrow, then your OC matters a little bit less. If you have Mahomes as an example, although part of the Mahomes excellence in creation is that his coach is Andy Reid, who's one of the great play callers and designers in the league. But Allen's got a defensive-minded head coach as an example. Burrow's had the benefit of having one guy offensive-minded calling his plays the whole time. But Allen's a great example. He's so good. Lamar is a great example with Harbaugh.
Mm-hmm.
It could be
so many OCs, yeah.
Greg Roman, or it could be
Monken or
Todd Monken, or whoever you want to bring in. he's going to make it okay. And there is a possibility that Jaden Daniels is that unique and that special that nothing matters. Grant and Danny on the Fan, you want to chime in on that? You can. 800-636-1067 is the number. 800-636-1067. The NFL's taking a victory lap about some of its rule changes working. We'll explain next on the Fan. This FanDuel season around Super Bowl time gets better than ever with the Kick of Destiny. And this time it's every Manning for himself. The Super Bowl, two legends are going to take the field in a sudden death field goal showdown. Peyton against Eli, live from New Orleans. One kick to claim ultimate family bragging rights. Who's going to rise to the moment? Pick your winner now in the FanDuel app. And if you back the right brother, you're going to earn a share of $10 million in bonus bets. It's a lot of fun. You're just picking which Manning's going to make the field goal. Then whichever one does better, if you're right, you share the winnings with everyone who jumped in on that Manning side. Pretty cool. 3 p.m. Eastern. You can watch it live. Super Bowl 59 pregame on Fox. FanDuel.com/GP. FanDuel.com/GP. Bet with FanDuel. FanDuel.com/GP. Must be 21, present in Virginia. No purchase necessary. Bonus issued non-withdrawable. Bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER. Welcome back to Grant and Danny. We're at Green Tree Tavern in Leesburg. We're going to be here really all night because we're going to be over at Tally Ho Theater. When we're done, we're going to walk on over for our big event on stage starting around 7 o'clock. I think the doors open. So if you're coming out here, 6:30 start time at the Green Tree Tavern pregame. That's where we're at now, leading up to that. And then we are leaving here a little bit before 7 to go over to the Tally Ho Theater. We're just talking about Commanders' assistants possibly walking out the door. They're getting interviews around the league. This is what happens when you're really good.
Yeah.
When your offense is pretty elite, you end up taking interviews and getting promotions. So it's a very good sign for the organization. Let's go to the phones, and PJ, who's in Reston, wants to chime in on what we were talking about. What's up, PJ?
Hey, guys. Happy Friday. So just wanted to kind of put a kind of uplifting positive spin. I 100% agree with you, like, about what you were saying that, hey, you know, it's not just Kingsbury that could leave after next year. Thank God we got him for another year. But maybe Kavika and, you know, some of the other guys get nabbed up too. They're already interviewing. The saving grace to me is that, you know, let's say all three of those guys under Cliff get taken up, right? Now it's Cliff and 3 new people for next year. That gives them kind of like the whole year to try to hopefully get those guys up to speed. And then Coach Quinn and Adam Peters could even have like a plan C that we hopefully don't have to go to, thinking, okay, if worst comes to worst, and now these 3 new guys get scooped up, let's behind the scenes just at least have in mind 2 or 3 other guys that we're going to have ready to go to poach them from other teams or whatever. I know it's a little easier said than done, but that's just the positive spin I wanted to put on it. But happy Friday, everybody. Drive safe in this rain, everybody.
Yeah, appreciate you, dude. I mean, again, it's all. I think I don't want to speak for Grant. To me, the only thing that I say is when we were talking about who the head coach was going to be at that point, this is a reasonable path. Like the guy I loved was Mike McDonald, who's in Seattle, went 10-7 his first year, right? I was a huge fan of Mike McDonald, but I'm also acknowledging if Mike McDonald's the hire, you now have this road with some hurdles on it, and you're opting to take that. It could work. It could work really, really well. This year worked incredibly well. It's not to say that it's impossible. It's just an acknowledgement, hey, there are a few twists and turns up ahead you're going to have to be aware of. I think that's the only point that I would make here. Is there's no guarantee either way, of course. If you hire an offensive mind, it could be Adam Gase, it could be Liam Cohen muttering Duvall, or it could be a million things in between where guys don't succeed, don't fail, Nathaniel Hackett or whatever. There's no guarantee to any of it. But to me, the only acknowledgement that I would make is, or on both sides of it, the only things that I would ask folks to remember is, if you do go the way that Washington did, it can absolutely work. Just know that this is a baked-in challenge. Doesn't mean one thing one way or the other. And this group, to me, has demonstrated enough bona fides to be able to say, now people want to come here, be they free agents, be they coaches. They want to be part of this thing. And I think they have a better chance at restocking than, say, making up a team. If New Orleans hired a defensive coach and he had some OCs and nobody wants anybody there, the fact that your guys are in demand also means that this place is in demand because guys will see.
Yeah, people are going to want to play here, coach here.
Yeah.
No doubt about that. Again, that's a different conversation than it's okay if Cliff Kingsbury walks because they've got a deep roster. If you're replacing 3 guys this offseason with 3 new guys next into next year, well, you're a year behind in the offense. The next assistant quarterbacks coach is not going to be David Blau. You know, your next pass game coordinator isn't the guy that just helped build the relationship with Jaden to have this season. So I'm not suggesting they're going to end up with 3 guys from UTEP who are unqualified on the staff. What I am suggesting is that the argument constantly is it's okay, just have a bunch of assistants and basically groom and develop them. That isn't how it actually works. Hopefully one of those guys survives the picking, one of the turtles gets to the water, so to speak, where all the eggs get eaten along the way. But David Blau is going to be in Houston, and Brian Johnson's going to be in Jacksonville, and Tavita Pritchard's going to be here potentially. And my point is, maybe it's Tavita Pritchard who you talk out of that deal, you give him a promotion, and he's your future OC. But it's not like 5 guys are still going to be here and Kingsbury's going to be gone, which is the way that it's sold. That's all I'm saying. But yes, if you have Daniels, ideally, you're going to have a shot. And if he plays at the level he did this year, it'll matter a lot less. But that is the update that both Brian Johnson and Tavita Pritchard have joined David Blau in taking interviews outside of the building. And Dan Quinn said this. They've already lost one of their coaches on defense, actually. the first coach from the staff was their assistant linebackers who took a linebacker's job elsewhere, I believe with the Jets. But Quinn said, we're going to lose coaches. Like, that's part of it, man. Happens every year with the good teams. The Green Bays, the New Englands, when they were a juggernaut. More recently, the Tampa Bays, teams like that, you're going to lose coaches. You just got to bake that into what gets harder to stay on top. Grant and Danny on the Fan out in Leesburg today, where we are hanging out at the Green Tree Tavern. I want to talk about the victory lap the league is taking on concussions being down and have a little conversation about both how good that is and also what the goal should be moving forward in that regard for the NFL. You're listening to The Fan.
I'm Earl Forsing, and here's what's happening. Start with some NFL news. The New Orleans Saints, the final team looking for a new head coach, reportedly set to hire Philadelphia offensive coordinator Kellen Moore. They have to wait to do that. He can't be done until after the Super Bowl a week from Sunday, but multiple reports are saying that Kellen Moore is now in line and the favored candidate to become the Saints' new head coach once Super Bowl 59 is played a week from Sunday in New Orleans. Meanwhile, Commanders have lost one member of their coaching staff. Assistant special teams coach John Glenn, the new linebackers coach in Las Vegas, joins Pete Carroll there, reunited with him after he worked for Carroll in Seattle for many years. Houston Texans, looking for an offensive coordinator, have requested an interview with Commanders passing game coordinator Brian Johnson, and QB coach Tavita Pritchard is interviewed for the offensive coordinator job in Jacksonville. That happened on Wednesday. Capitals are going to come back home after finishing up the Canadian road swing. Big showdown against the top team in the NHL right now, the Winnipeg Jets, on Saturday night. Caps, of course, lead the Metro Division and are number one in the Eastern Conference. And Alex Ovechkin, with a goal last night, even in an overtime loss at Ottawa, is now 19 away from Wayne Gretzky's all-time record. College hoops got one tonight. Georgetown hosting Butler, downtown D.C., 6:30 tip on the Team 980. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Live in Leesburg, Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. We're at the Green Tree Tavern. We're going to be out here until 6:30 when we head over to the Tally Ho Theater for tonight's big 106.7 The Fan live event. If you've got those tickets, I've talked to a lot of people out here who said, yeah, I tried to get tickets and I couldn't.
I get it.
They're a hot commodity. We are brought to you by the law firm of Condori and Murad.
We love those guys. Just want to remind you that as Washington continues to build that foundation on and off the field, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. It's the exclusive sponsor of the show, the law firm of Condori and Murad. It's going to help you update your last will and testament, revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorney today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
So I saw this story yesterday afternoon. I thought we should talk about it on the show. The NFL this season recorded its fewest number of concussions since it began tracking the data in 2015. The league announced yesterday that this was the best year in terms of concussion avoidance on record since they've been tracking this. A total number of 182 concussions during games and practices. That includes the preseason and the regular season. A 17% drop in concussion rate from 2023. Now, this is a big deal, in my opinion, Danny.
Yep.
Because, as you know, there are more concussions reported now than ever before. Like 10 years ago, there were probably 1 million concussions we didn't know about. Nowadays, we are you're either being pulled off the field by an independent red hat who just says, you got hit in the head. I think you're concussed. And you're going, I'm fine, dude. He's going, nope, go back and get checked. So even by that standard of the number of guys that are self-reporting that are smarter about it now, or just individual non-team affiliated doctors that are pulling you off the field, we still are down 17%.
Which is remarkable. That is excellent. That is really, really good news. So, I don't mean to be flippant about these or trivialize them, right? I'm just trying to offer way of example kind of to your point here. We've always been able to tell the difference between, I'm just picking on ones that we saw for our team. When Austin Eckler gets knocked out against Dallas, right, on the kickoff return, that's never required a red hat. That's never required any special intervention to figure anything out. That's always been normal. Not normal, but you know what I mean? That's always been something that we can see.
Although, if I could say this, so what you're referencing, for people that don't remember that concussion, he is out cold on the field.
Yes.
I hate to use this word, but he's lifeless and not moving, and he is unconscious momentarily. Clear concussion. And you would say, yeah, but that's always been the end of a player's day, and they're not going to keep playing. Incorrect. I can give you a specific example. I've talked to him about it. There is a video of Brian Mitchell getting hit so hard that same thing has happened to Austin Eckler, basically.
Yep.
He goes to the ground. He is knocked out cold. He plays again in that game. That was just how it used to go. So it is not true, in my opinion, to just say, oh, well, that one's obvious. Like, we've always known those. Yeah, we could tell, but we didn't have the same understanding of what concussions were. So, like, that didn't end players' games before. How crazy is that?
Very. But I guess in recent years, I'm going somewhere with this. In recent years, we've had that one filed away. We're good. We get what to do there, right? The new era is the Jalen Hurts concussion, where it took somebody the referee going, are you okay? Jalen Hurts says yes. I don't blame him. He's concussed. And an intervention happens. He comes off the field, and he's now, out and dealing with it for a little while. So that's the advancement to me. That's kind of your point about the new world order, the new way these guys are kind of doing things. And even with that increase in perception and detection, to be down that percentage is massive. And I guess ultimately the big picture is that now, okay, wash your hands, job well done, or do you need more? Do you kind of keep swinging the pendulum in a certain direction? What's the deal?
So you look at the specifics of the information they provided, and one of the areas where there's been a lot of growth is the kickoff.
Yep.
Which should not surprise anybody. And we really haven't revisited the new kickoff since early in the year when people didn't like how it looked. I'd say it worked really, really well.
It worked.
Now, I was a proponent of it all along because I'm a big spring football guy, United Football League. Before that, the XFL, which is where this came from. But the concussion rate dropped by 43% on the league's newly designed kickoff, which should surprise nobody because it used to be that you're getting a head start from the 30 and you're colliding at the 15 at full speed, and the other blockers are just kind of sitting ducks waiting flat-footed. Now you line up 5 yards apart and you come together. There's just not a lot of ramp-up time. You think about it like a runway. The airplane can't get up to speed if it's a 10-foot runway.
Yeah.
So obviously the concussions are down, and that is certainly the case. 43% is what the league has said. Concussions are down on kickoffs, and that is despite the fact that returns are up massively, and I can give you those numbers as well. But the returns, more bountiful than we've had in years and years. Concussions way down. So that's an example to me of where they got creative. They found a solution. I think it improved the football product, and it made players safer. Normally, players getting safer means the football product gets worse. I don't think that happened on the kick return.
Not on the kick return, no. It's still something that aesthetically I don't enjoy. I'll be fully transparent about it. I don't like it. But this is the argument that you and I, not the argument with each other, but we're sort of discussing in general with baseball and some of the rule changes and long-time traditions and things, the way that they were done forever, is as long as I still get even a slightly watered-down version of the thing that I love, I'll take it. I understand that games change, that times change, that information changes, and everything evolves. If you look at the basketball in the 1950s, it's a two-handed set shot, and the idea that you shoot too far away from the hoop was a rogue idea, and now the game is all threes. Everything changes. Games morph, and I understand that. They evolve. So I don't like the way it looks. I don't enjoy it. What I do like are kick returns. So if I've got to pay a price of a weird setup to get my kick return, I'll take it. Because I went from having none ever, ball booted out of the end zone, even squibs are going to bounce, the guy makes, I'm a little T, and the play's over, and it's time for another commercial break, and we've got 6 consecutive minutes with no football happening. No to that. So the adjustment was needed. I'm glad they did it this way. So, and again, I know Washington fans are going to be like, you guys are talking about Austin Eckler's concussion. That happened on a kick return. But in general, the big picture, it is true, less dangerous, right? And I think, and you still get the thing that we all kind of wanted. That's a win for me for the league.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that. I think that's where they're going to try to be as often as possible, because the game. I was watching one of these NFL Network games. It wasn't that network, but where they rerun championship games of yesteryear, or they go back a decade ago or whatever. It's funny how recently the game is unrecognizable in terms of the moment you see a massive hit in the middle of the field, you're looking for a flag. The moment you see a big tackle, you're going, if it's loud, if it looks violent, you're looking for a penalty.
I mean, defenders now, as soon as the pass falls incomplete, what do?
Yeah.
They don't celebrate when they stand up and they turn 360. Is there any laundry on the field? That's probably not great, but it's the league now.
It is. And I think to an extent it's been necessary and it's worked. But here is my question. And I think we could pose this on the phones at 800-636-1067 on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. Where do you think the line is drawn by the league eventually, or is it? Like, is one concussion too many? Is that their idea that we're down 17%? That's a big win, but we need to be down 25%. And you deal with this in your own jobs, I'm sure, where it's like, hey, we hit our quota, but let's raise the quota, whatever that is.
Yep.
I just wonder what their philosophy is. It is a violent game that players are opting into. I think mostly the changes that are being made are worthwhile and are good and don't affect the game negatively enough that you would say, that's not worth my viewing experience. But at some point, I think we all agree, there's information now given to the players they didn't used to have. Nobody's making you play. You opt into this. Like, where is the goal of what percentage is acceptable in this violent game? And when do you stop changing rules, tweaking rules, trying to take away from adding more penalties, more contact being illegal? I don't have an answer. I'm just asking a question.
It is such a hard thing, too, because I'm making up a number. Forgive me. I'm talking out of my the backside here. Let's say I go, hey, there were 100 concussions in the league this year. That's really good. Let's not tweak any rules. Immediately someone could go, you're okay with 100 people having brain damage? Oh, crap. No, I want 0. And then when I get down to 0, dude, it's not football anymore. There's a balancing act, to your point. There's always going to be a risk of injury in this 70 play per team car wreck that happens. I mean, it is one of the most violent games ever invented. And there are inevitable negative results from that. Right. And I don't say that lightly. I mean, that is a thing. And these guys, to your point, opt in with eyes wide open for our entertainment and to enrich themselves and to play this game that they love so much. So, like you could think, again, to bring it to baseball, a guy getting hit by a pitch, breaking a hand, missing a season, maybe costing himself millions of dollars over the lifetime of his contract if it's at the wrong point in the arc of his career. Is one guy getting hit by a pitch too many? Is 1,000 guys getting hit too many? Where's the line go? This is a philosophical question you have to answer. I always think you try to do better without altering the fabric of the game that everybody loves. And that balancing act takes really smart people not making everybody happy.
Yeah.
So the play where a quarterback is sacked, but he's not sacked in a very peaceful way or something. The momentum of a player lands on top of him, and that official can't wait to throw the flag. And not only is it not a sack, but it's 15 yards the other way, and it's really 25 yards the other way because the sack didn't go for -1. It was a 10-yard play that was colossal. But no. It happened in a way that we didn't like to protect the quarterback. It's just so frustrating. And yet, I understand the point behind it.
Well,
right?
I'm glad you brought up the quarterback part because I think that is one area where the league has lost their way a little bit, is any kind of contact around the quarterback is now Zapruder filmed. Right? Like any kind of contact. Here's the fix, I think, to that. The first thing they have to do, I think roughing the passer penalties have to be either allowed to be helped by the buzz from up top, like replay assist, which it sounds like they're thinking about, or it should be challengeable. I think a roughing the passer penalty, because here's why. We have now enough proof over a few years that officials cannot properly legislate this in real time. It's too hard. You can't really tell, where did he hit him, where didn't he? Did he get him in the face mask or not? Did he, the worst one, the dumbest one, did he land on him with all of his body weight?
It's the landing on it. Oh, man.
When I see a legitimate form football tackle, clean, on time, of a quarterback, and it's a game changer. These penalties are so huge. They're auto firsts on 3rd and long. They continue drives and get you points. They change outcomes sometimes on huge drives, starting a 2-minute drill from your shadow of your own goal line. I think that'd be one fix, is just at least making it reviewable. But to me, if we're going to put the kickoff in the category of win for the league, a lot of people didn't mind it. It actually enhanced the product in the sense that there were more returns, and the game got safer. That's kind of the golden idea. The antithesis of that is whatever's going on with quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Maybe you could say they're safer. I'm sure they are actually.
Yeah, I mean,
because you can't touch them.
Well, yes, but remember it was a couple years ago where it was the first round of the playoffs was everybody's backup.
Yeah.
And you're going, or whatever that time of the year was, we're going, look at what's happening in the league right now. Quarterbacks were healthier this year, by and large. And I think there's a rhyme or reason that the NFL wants that. They want the guy for the pregame intro, the story to be about the guy. As our boy Steve Zabin says, it's a TV show about quarterbacks. So I think they're getting what they want there. As much as fans gripe and grouse, nobody's turning the TV off. But there is an empirical right way to do it when it comes to that. The thing I worry about with review, and again, you and me are just spitballing here, hypothermically speaking, let's say I'm a defender and I'm rolling by, I'm not going to be able to get a full grasp of you, but maybe the football is a piece of candy. I can almost reach for it. But the guy's pushing me, and now I brush your helmet. Nothing's called, but you're the offensive team. You could motion to your head, tell your guy, throw the challenge flag because he touched my head, not in a malicious way, not in a Reggie White head slap kind of way, but I made contact with your helmet.
So
I worry about that when we start applying replay to things. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I always think about the downside.
I agree with that. I don't know that that's how it would work. I think, number one, there's a way to determine if it had anything to do with the actual play. I hesitate to
It'd have to be thoughtfully done.
I hesitate to put more like arbitrary decision-making on the plate of officials. But the other thing is, I think the way you would do it is it's reviewable if called. You wouldn't be able to review that it happened when not called, which is how a lot of things work. You can't throw a challenge flag to say that guy interfered with my receiver. No, sorry, I didn't call it. You throw a challenge flag, if we do it this way, after a penalty for PI to say it wasn't PI. So I don't think the offensive team would be able to challenge that I missed someone touching a face mask, because that's not really part of how replay works now.
So you wouldn't want to be able to have hey man, you drilled this guy out of bounds, roughing the passer or whatever. Or
that's a buzz from upstairs.
Yeah.
Hey, and that's like you missed an egregious
and you
one.
used it that way. Yeah,
you missed an egregious one.
No, I
You get
like
to do
that, man.
But how we do it now was the call wrong? It's not let's add calls that we missed. It's was the call wrong? Missed, to me, is more stomachable. I don't know if you agree with that. Then you got it wrong. Because missed just means football happened and the game was being played.
I actually tend to agree with that. The egregious one that gets called, that's the one that's hardest to deal with. A bang-bang play where it could go either way. Like, again, the perfect encapsulation of this to me, I know it's not quarterback, but is Saquon Barkley on the sideline with I believe it was Mikey Sanders still, right? Letter of the law, probably, whether it's the right call or not, it was close enough. It could have gone either way. It stinks that it went against Washington. Really was a pivotal moment in the game that really cost him a lot. That one I don't need replay, right? That one's not one of those. But if it's like he's in bounds by 5 yards and he knocks him out of bounds and they throw the flag, that's way more devastating than a bang-bang play that went against you, right? I think that makes sense. That's a good thesis.
If you guys want to hop in on our discussion here, you can. The MGM National Harbor listener lines are open at 800-636-1067. That's 800-636-1067. Bill Belichick wants to rename the Lombardi Trophy. We'll explain next.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Start with some NFL news. Saints are reportedly closing in on hiring Philadelphia offensive coordinator Kellen Moore to be their new head coach. That officially can't happen until after the Super Bowl a week from Sunday. Also, Commanders have lost at least one member of the coaching staff. Assistant special teams coach John Glenn is the new linebackers coach for the Raiders in Las Vegas. Capitals are coming back home after an overtime loss in Ottawa last night, but Ovi scored again, 23rd this season, so he's now just 19 away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time record. They'll play Saturday night, top two teams in hockey, Winnipeg and the Caps here in D.C. Georgetown basketball tonight hosting Butler, 6:30 p.m. on the Team 980. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Alongside Danny Rouillet, I'm Grant Paulson. This is The Fan. We are taking you up to 6:30 tonight, live from the Green Tree Tavern.
This place rules. It is packed with Washington fans. Yeah, making some most of themselves. This place is awesome. Delicious foodstuffs, good folks, good fun, the whole 9 yards. Right here, one of the main drags of gorgeous old school Leesburg. This is what I think of when I think of Leesburg. You know, like just really friendly people, like a beautiful sort of cityscape, but low key, not like bustling Manhattan or something like that. You know, it's like one of these like quaint small towns, but it's still urban enough. Coffee shops, good stuff all around. This eatery is great. Tally Ho Theater around the corner is a blast. I love it here, man.
Yeah, I'm Team Leesburg. I'm a big Leesburg guy.
It's a Leesburg guy.
We should make more trips out to Leesburg. As far as I'm
You ever been the
concerned.
grand marshal of anything in Leesburg?
I don't believe I have.
We got to start talking to people about being grand marshals in different places.
That's a wacky bit.
I just thought of that. There's a guy, we met a guy at the last one. I think he might have been sick for it. When we were in Manassas, he's like, "Hey, I've been the grand marshal at the Manassas parade. You guys want to do some grand marshaling?" And I was like, "Yes, we do.
Love to do it.
I'll speak from Grant. Grant's got a grand marshaling experience.
I
don't.
I was the grand marshal of the King George County Fall Festival.
It's a huge deal. Tell people what you gave out. What'd you give out to the people?
Lots of candy.
Candy.
Threw out some candy. I got to hold a goat.
You held the goat.
That was pretty cool. I've got pictures
Yeah.
of myself. There's like a Jeep, and I'm like leaning over, throwing out candy. It was a good time.
It was like the town Jeep, and you're there at the top throwing out candy, holding a goat.
Bill Belichick wants
it.
to rename the Lombardi Trophy.
Now, my response real quick is I don't, and I think he's wrong. But tell people what he says.
So he wants and thinks that the Lombardi Trophy should be renamed for Tom Brady, because I think his point is that the game is about players. Players matter more. Brady is the GOAT in terms of, not the one I was holding, to be clear.
Thank you. Good distinction.
But in terms
you were
of
holding Tom Brady.
winning and no, I would have been holding Peyton Manning, obviously.
Whoa,
I was
inflammatory.
holding greatest of all time. But nobody wins more than Tom Brady. Nobody's had more success than Tom Brady. So Belichick wants to change the Lombardi Trophy to be the Brady Trophy.
Yeah, I think it's stupid. I understand his point. The game's about players. That doesn't change, by the way, with keeping the trophy the same name that it's been. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's no Super Bowl. There's no kind of like original concept of AFC versus NFC without Vince Lombardi. Like, to me, it is the synonymous name. It's a great tradition. There's no reason to change it because Tom Brady was really good. You see what I'm saying? Like, if Pat Mahomes gets 8 championships, that's going to be the Mahomes Trophy, dog. That's how it's going to be. I'll host the Mahomes. No, we're not doing that. We don't have to change it every time a great player comes along. It's not the Michael Jordan Trophy. It's the Larry O'Brien Trophy. Like, let's keep it like it is. There's no reason to change it. You make a good point about the game's about players, Bill. My response to you, Double B, head coach of North Carolina Tar Heels, is there's going to be a lot of players that are great that are going to come along. You know what I mean? Like, let's leave it alone.
I've actually got a theory, by the way.
Oh.
A little bit of a tinfoil hat situation. I think he's saying this so that he's inextricably linked then to the guy who's named to it. so that we start debating. Like, we're like, Tom Brady's name is, this will take years, but it's on the trophy. But Bill Belichick was the real reason that Tom Brady's name was on the trophy. And so, like, he wants to be closer to it. Does that make sense? I feel like there's a little bit of a selfish angle to all of this.
Oh.
Whereas I don't think he has anything against Vince Lombardi, but he's like, oh, it's about players. Tom Brady's the player that wins all the trophies. Really? If Tom Brady has his name on the trophy, eventually someone like me in 30 years is going to be like, Bill Belichick was every bit as responsible for all those trophies as Tom Brady. What about the Belichick trophy? This moves it closer to being him on the trophy.
The Belichick Brady trophy. Or the Bill Belichick Coach of the Year or something like that.
Like, when has he come out to be some big Tom Brady backer or some big, just all about the players? I haven't really gotten that sense. Have you?
No. Maybe he's trying to do convert to the new school, right? Maybe he's trying to do hey, guys, look how forward-thinking I am. I'm Bill Belichick. I'm not stuck in my ways. Game's about players. Scheme, schmeem, right? Right? Anybody buying it? I'm not. I think there's some. I smell what you're cooking over there, by the way. It's not, your hat isn't made of tin foil, but it's not conventional material. You know what I mean?
I just need Bill Belichick to not go coach at North Carolina and to stop wanting to rename trophies. Nothing he's done the last few months makes any sense to me. I don't get it. All the legendary college coaches are running just for the hills. They want nothing to do with this era of college football. Bill Belichick's like, I want to coach in college.
I'd like to do that. I'm going to sign up for that. By the way, I'm fascinated. You basically couldn't believe it happened even after he had his opening press conference and the contract.
I'm still, until he coaches a game, I am skeptical.
So I think this is like a Petrino type situation, but in reverse, right? Where he's going to be in college for an hour. And the first time he gets a call from some, one of his junior assistants or academic coordinator where it's little Stevie didn't go to his geology class today and he's got to deal with that. At the first time, it's this is so aggressively not professional, right? They're pros in the sense that they're getting paid. There's an NL collective and, the whole slush fund and all that kind of stuff. He's got a GM for that, and Michael Lombardi, our guy. But the first time he's got to deal with, so they were in the dorm last night and they have a noise violation. What are you going to do about that, Bill? What discipline? He's like, I'm not doing this anymore. I think this is a short-lived thing. That's my own view.
Yeah, him putting up with all of the stuff that comes with being a college coach, hard for me to fathom. But it feels like he's got a favorite child, and Tom Brady, among the players that he coached, which brings me to this story, Danny, that I wanted to bounce off of you from the CBC. I don't know what that is.
That's the Center for Broadcasting Centers.
I'm sure it is. Parents really do have a favorite child.
Uh-oh.
New study suggests. And it's probably exactly who you think it is, which is a hilarious headline. So, all my siblings always joke out loud. So it's how much of a joke is it that I'm my mom's favorite? I have two brothers and a sister.
Yep.
And, if I can't make it to Thanksgiving, we'll do Thanksgiving another day. It's kind of one of those situations. I think it would be that way for anyone in the family, but they like to make a big deal I'm special and get special treatment. But I ask you, Father, Danny Rouillet, what do you think of this study that parents really do have a favorite child?
I'm saying absolutely not. There's no way that anybody could ever convince me that this is in any way accurate at all. And if you see on the YouTube page what I just did, you know how I feel about it. I know who yours is, by the way. I'm not going to say it on the radio. I'm not going to blow anybody's spot up, but I absolutely know.
You think I have a favorite child?
I know you have a favorite child. I'm aware of the information. I'm not going to sell you out like that because I don't know who's listening to what and what word might get back to whom.
Oh, no.
But I do know it very well.
Oh, boy. I don't know how I feel about this. I will say this. On any given day, I do have a favorite child. There's days where one of the kids is acting great.
Yep.
And another one's acting terrible.
Uh-huh.
I'm trying to take you to the movies, man. Can we just have some fun?
Can we just do that?
My daughter's being super cute. My son's being a maniac. That day I have a favorite child. I think you always, at any given moment, have a favorite kid. I think it changes at all times. Does that make any sense?
It does, but here's the thing. Let me rephrase it this way. You've got one that that more times than other times is your one seed.
Is this based on me talking about this person a lot?
It is.
Really?
And it's one of the
your evidence is getting thrown out of court.
Well, it's probably one of the. And again, I'm not trying to convict you of anything.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that we've got enough built up things in the database where if like you were to write down a name or whatever, it's the same name I'd write down. You see what I'm saying? Like there are some days where you're like, man, this is so annoying. Not a good day for this kid or that kid or whatever. Which I get. And again, I'm not trying to accuse you of anything. I just have.
It sounds accusatory.
I guess it is kind of accusatory. I know who your favorite kid is, though. Is that an accusation?
Slight accusation. But shtick aside.
Yeah.
I get the idea that, like, if you're a parent, you're not really having a favorite. But don't you think most families know who the parents like the most?
Yes.
Like, you and your sister know which one of you is your dad's and your mom's favorite.
There is and never was a question as to who that was.
Seriously.
And it wasn't old Fannie Mouye. I'll tell you that right now. It wasn't old Randall Douye.
But would your sister agree to terms?
Now, she would pretend that it was otherwise.
Yeah.
Out of some sort of like weird thing. But once she arrived on the scene, the entire program became about not upsetting her.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So it began to revolve around her. She was the solar system. You see what I'm saying? Like I had activities. People would take me to things.
I was going to say, I feel like because you were playing baseball and all this stuff, your parents were heavily involved in your endeavors.
And because before I was old enough to drive, my dad had to drive me to these things, right? Get carpooled or whatever. But the house became hers. The television became hers. My Nintendo became hers.
It feels like we're starting to do a little therapy here, doesn't it?
I
mean, Danny's workshopping some things he's been holding in for decades.
Well, they've come out very loudly at family events, and maybe we can't have Thanksgiving the same way anymore because of it. But the point of the dude's story is, it was always obvious and clear. Like she was the Grant of the family, right? Where the whole thing was
big allegation.
Well, the whole thing was about her. Now she wasn't on David Letterman at 9, but like everything that we were doing had to be. Well, she's a vegetarian this month, or we have to pretend with her boyfriend that she's allergic to fish, or we have to do all these different things to make her happy. And nobody asked me what I wanted.
All right, but let me ask you this.
Sure.
I believe, this is my own personal opinion. So my siblings think that my mom likes me best. And I think it's because me and my mom are the closest in personality. So in other words, my mom isn't just making sure that we're home by 1 o'clock for the Redskins game in 1997 because I'll cry if we're not home, which was a thing. She also wanted to be home.
Yeah.
My mom isn't when we're going out to eat and everyone's like, let's do Mexican, let's do tacos, let's do Chinese. And I'm going, everyone knows I just want a burger and fries or wings. You know who else wants that? My mother. So my point is, I don't think it was always just about old GP here. I think me and her, our proclivities were the closest. And so she was really speaking for a third of the family. Should a third of the family not have a vote in what we're doing and how we're doing it?
It's all reasonable to me, but it also means that they're right that you were the favorite.
How do you get to there?
You got what you wanted more than everyone else because she agreed with you all the time.
I don't know that I did. I guess I certainly see what you're saying.
Yeah. Of 4 kids, a third is too big a proportion to get your way. See what I'm saying? So what it should be, if everything evolved,
you're saying 25% of the time.
It should be a quarter of the time. But if you get 33%, that's bigger than 25%.
Yeah, I think food, like dinner stuff, is different because everyone's got to eat. So if somebody's picky, you're probably dealing with the picky person's proclivities, right? But yeah, from a sports standpoint, I will say like my sister would get so annoyed, or my brother who was into like Star Wars would be so mad because we weren't going somewhere or doing something or being out as long because I had to be home in time for a game. But my point is my mom also, she's watching every Caps game, every Nats game. She's Mark for the Commanders. She's a huge fan.
So I'm playing, just again, by way of example, I'm playing on this travel soccer team where it's pretty serious. It's like a pretty big deal.
Is this currently or back in the day?
Yeah, this is.
You have a lot of weird sports to do at night.
Yeah, as a 45-year-old, I'm playing for the McLean Lightning travel soccer.
Basketball and pickleball, so who knows?
Yeah, I will just say that I'm not in the. I'm not playing for the 78-year-born McLean Lightning travel soccer team in Virginia Beach State Tournament.
Very good.
Like it's pretty serious. Like it's a pretty big commitment. 3 practices a week, a couple games per weekend, etc. I was late to multiple practices because my sister couldn't leave the house without her little stuffed animal that she sucked her thumb with.
Oh, Soft Bunny.
Similar to Soft Bunny. Now, this isn't when she's 2. This is when she's 10.
That's tough.
We can't go to the practice where she's going to come right back home.
She's catching some shrapnel today.
And it's up to, the kids have their own things. My point is, it was worth it to my parents to have me have to run laps or sprints or be disciplined or benched or have all sorts of catastrophes happen to me in the sporting universe as I'm screaming and pleading. The damn thing will be there when she gets back home. Find it when we return. We don't need it for the car trip where I'm going to combat roll out of our 87 Toyota Corolla wagon. And we couldn't leave until we found the stupid thing, which apparently was so important that she lost time after time after time. That's what you do for the favorite. Okay. See what I'm saying? You don't go see Star Wars. You don't go to the other thing. You just get the burger and fries because the favorite is going to be upset.
Does Josh Harris have a favorite player?
Well, obviously, we want to commend all our players, but yes.
He loves Jaden Daniels, right?
He's my 1 seed.
Of course. Does Danny Rouillet have a favorite impression that he does?
Yeah, but it's not the one that you like. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I go through phases. I
mean, but what's your favorite impression?
Right now, I love doing Trump.
Oh, you're Trump over your Barkley?
Not just because I do my Barkley so much.
Yeah.
They're like, I have so much fun talking like Trump all the time. So, for example, we're going to talk. There's tea right. It's very hot. Okay, because some people will drink iced tea, not me. Okay, you don't give me credit. It's a terrific, very strong tea. It's got mint in it. Very, very delicious. Okay, so like I love doing that.
But if you have a favorite impression,
yes,
then parents have a favorite kid. That's what I'm saying.
Parents have a favorite kid.
It seems like we agree to the terms.
And
on
it's
this.
Grant.
It's not me. I don't know who it is.
Your siblings are correct, by the way. I mean, I've only observed a handful of times. It's obvious, man.
I'm not so sure.
The whole party's catered to you. There's a reason there's meatballs in a cup at the Paulson house.
There's going to be meatballs. But everyone else has their food too.
Yeah.
I'm just allowed to get mine. We should all get equal treatment around here. Grant and Danny on the fan. I want to try to find CK so that we can try to figure out what we're doing tonight. It's a lot of like you and I hosting this thing, but nobody really knows what this thing is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, what it is.
So Tally Ho Theater's coming up quick. I'd like some instruction. Maybe we could have a off-air meeting on air next on Grant and Danny.
Did you know that you can sell your home guaranteed? Hey, what's up? Danny Rouillet here. And what sets Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds Power Home Team with Keller Williams apart from other realtors is that they know how to sell your home fast and for the most money. They do this through their proprietary marketing system and home seller programs. They are so confident in this that if your home doesn't sell, listen to this, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price agreeable to you. That's their guarantee. Reynolds Power Home Team has over 16,711 pre-screened qualified buyers ready and waiting. More buyers equals, you guessed it, more offers, which equals more money. Holly and Jason reached out to Debbie and Sarah, needing to sell their home. They got multiple offers and were under contract by day 5 for $25,000 over asking. Holly said that it was Reynolds Power Home Team's expertise in marketing that led to the successful home sale. Results like this show why you should call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds Power Home Team right now, just like I did, at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieAsTheBuyers.com. Not that much time left here on Grant and Danny, live from the Green Tree Tavern in the heart of Leesburg. We're about 30 minutes away from sauntering our fat buttocks right down the road, heading over to the Tally Ho Theater. Doors at 7 over there. Show's going to start at 8. If you got a ticket, you're in luck. If you don't, sorry about it. Those things are a blast, and they sell out very quickly. But this has been an awesome afternoon, GP, just kind of hanging out with a bunch of folks that are just chopping it up with each other, eating, drinking, and making merry.
Did you just spill all over Ryan?
I did.
Ryan, did he spill all over you? I've already turned your mic on. Just speak.
Yeah, he did.
I did.
Yeah.
He did. It's actually funny because he quite literally walked by right before that, and he was like, "Don't want to spill anything by." Oh, got it. Perfect. Spilled something literally right away.
Trying very hard to not spill, and I'm very conscious of it. We had to rearrange some chargers previously. Some LA chargers.
Yeah, what's going on? You've moved my charger 13 times. What's happening with that?
Well, just because I don't want to trip on cords, and I don't want to trip on different things, and this, we're in a tight spot over here.
The charger thing has bothered you a lot, it seems like.
Not bothered. It's a worry about tripping and spilling stuff.
Okay.
And I've tried so hard not to. I was actively trying not to. I thought I was clear. Turns out I was not. I spilled water all over Ryan's lap, so it looks like he couldn't control himself, and I feel badly about that. That's not what happened. I spilled on him. It's my fault.
Jeans, where did it get you?
I mean, it got me where, everyone can see right now in the restaurant. It got me in the spot where you do not want to see it.
The old crotchy crotch.
It's
Yeah.
right there in the middle.
If peeing your pants is cool, consider me Miles Davis.
It's the grossest thing I've ever heard. Yeah. That's me. I did that.
That's tough.
Yep.
As you were talking about never spilling.
I was I'm trying not to spill. Don't spill. I think I'm good. And then, boom.
So do you know, someone has just asked me at the bar, and I don't have an answer for this.
Right.
They said, so what are you guys doing tonight?
Yep.
And I said, that's a good question.
It's a great question.
So there's a show.
Yes.
We're going to be on it.
Yes.
I've been told that we're even emceeing it.
Yes.
That's the extent of what I know about this program.
Here's how it's going to go, okay? Because this is the type of thing I'm annoying in a lot of ways, as you and everybody knows. But show logistical stuff, if I'm going to be doing a show performing in front of live people, I need logistics to be squared away and settled. So I read these things and I incorporate them and I know what's happening. So I've got you if you're ready for it.
I'm ready.
8 o'clock. We're going to have the big voice guy, ladies and gentlemen, however he sounds, Please welcome to the stage, Fanny Mouye.
Okay.
Attention star of Horse's Ass, right? And I come up, Imperial March. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for being here. 10 to 12 minutes of roast. Don't listen to that if you're Grant, JP, EB, Cakes, Bish, and Brian Mitchell. Just stay backstage. Don't worry about it. Then I bring up you. Here's my friend, Grant Paulson, 11 years. Hey, Grant. Grant comes up. We talk about a couple things.
Yeah.
For about 15 minutes or so, 15 to 17 minutes, right? We got a couple different topics we'll discuss amongst ourselves. Then we'll call on the stage, B. Mitch and JP Finlay. And we're going to usher them through a couple other topics, more to their liking, to their ilk, behind the scenes, fun stuff. Then we bring on the junkies, do the same thing. And then we bring up everybody, and we're kind of, again, running the show in terms of moving people from topic to topic, kind of calling on guys, making the whole thing flow. And that's the end of the show.
There will be DC Sports Banter.
Yes.
And then there's going to be some general radio insider shtick.
Yeah, it's basically the catnip for the Junks P1s.
Yeah.
That's what this is.
Okay, I can dig that.
Yep.
They'll all be on site. The whole staff is coming.
Yeah, everybody's here, man.
I love that because we've done this in the past. It's always minus one guy, for whatever reason.
People have had stuff. Yeah, you missed one year
is
because you had
going to
something
be
going
here.
on. Yeah,
it's gonna be fun.
It's a blast, man. I was worried about JP Finlay, who missed the show yesterday. I'm hearing things like bronchitis are involved.
There was some talk of bronchitis,
and I was like, oh, it sucks. We always have somebody missing, but I heard him on air today, so it sounds like he'll be
How did he
live in
sound?
person.
He
sounded like JP Finlay.
Okay,
he sounded good.
So he's not bronchial.
I don't know if he's contagious bronchial. I don't know if he's walking bronchial. I don't really know bronchitis. I just sort of said bronchial like it was a thing. I don't even know if that's right.
I like it.
Thanks.
So we've got ourselves a little rundown.
Yep.
And we'll be
You can
navigating.
see it. I mean, there's highlights and everything. We're gonna have note cards. There's audio cues. There's visual.
So the audio cues, I will say, I that is kind of what I want to double click on with somebody. How sure are we about that?
We're pretty sure.
We're just going to throw to an audio cue and someone's going to play something?
Yes.
You think that's going to happen
I
correctly?
I do. Here's why.
I don't.
It's the Tally Ho Theater.
Oh, so they're doing it, not us.
So saying it's the Tally-Ho Theater is sort of like saying it's the Catalina wine mixer.
I understand
You know
that.
what I mean? Or it's the pancake.
I
Breakfast.
trust the Tally-Ho Theater implicitly.
That's
but
it.
are they the ones playing it, or are our guys like we are playing it? Like, is Clary touching these buttons?
He's above that now.
Okay,
He's supervising the entire thing. Yeah,
sure. He's got a brand new car because he's corporate.
Right. Seriously, you see that bright, shiny new car?
Beautiful vehicle.
Expensive.
Yeah,
that car.
That's what happens when you get corporate.
That's that corporate thing, right? It happens. You have to maintain the image all the time.
That was great today.
Such a
he
good
was telling
line.
us about his new car, and we're like asking him questions. And then Chris, who's our engineer, comes up and he's like, "Would you get a new car?" Ryan's like, "Yeah, dude." And he was telling about the car. He's like, "Wow, that corporate money kicked in
That's
already."
that corporate money, and I slapped my knee.
That's pretty good.
I got a guffaw out of that one.
Hard to top that. Josh Harris wrote a letter to fans. Want to talk about that with my pal Danny Rouillet next. We're taking you up to 6:30 at the Green Tree Tavern. Then we're headed over to our big event in Leesburg tonight at Tally-Ho Theater. You're locked into the Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers. Start with some off-season business taking place in the NFL affecting the Commanders, who have lost one member of their coaching staff. Assistant special teams coach John Glenn will be the new linebackers coach in Las Vegas, reunited with the Raiders and Pete Carroll, who he worked under in Seattle. Also, New Orleans Saints still searching for their coach, but reports are saying they have zeroed in on hiring Philadelphia offensive coordinator Kellen Moore once the Super Bowl is played a week from Sunday. Hockey, the Capitals are coming back home. They've got a big one this Saturday against the Winnipeg Jets. Top two teams in the NHL. Caps are coming off an overtime loss in Ottawa. Ovi scored last night, now 19 away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time record. And there's a report that the Caps are looking to sign goalie Charlie Lindgren now to a contract extension after they locked up Logan Thompson long-term on Monday. This amid reports today of a significant salary cap increase coming over the next few years in the NHL. Wizards buried by the Lakers last night, 134-96, 16 losses in a row now for the Wiz. College hoops, Georgetown Butler tonight, 6:30 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. Golf, Sepp Straka leads by 2 at Pebble Beach. Rory McIlroy is 6 shots back. Hey, Caps fans, the Law Tigers and Harley-Davidson of D.C. are giving away a one-of-a-kind 50th anniversary Washington Capitals Harley-Davidson. Check it out in person at the DC Auto Show or enter now at capsfansbike.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
G&D welcoming you back on The Fan. We are live in Leesburg, getting ready for our big event tonight. We're out at Green Tree Tavern. We'll be here until a little after 6:30. So if you're in the area, swing on by and say hello. Hang out with many a DC sports fan. A lot of gear being rocked for the Caps, who are the best team in the East, best team in hockey. And, of course, the Commanders coming off of an unlikely and a phenomenal run to the NFC Championship game. The show's brought to you by the law firm, Condori and Murad.
We love those guys. And as Washington continues to build the foundation on the pitch, that didn't come out right, on the field, and off the field this season, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad, can help you update your last will and testament, set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
So here's an NFL story that I love. I don't know if you guys saw this. So the Tampa Bay Bucks have been shooting down the Jacksonville Jaguars inquiries to interview any of their assistants. So Liam Cohen was the Bucks offensive coordinator, got the head coaching job in Jacksonville. And so what would normally happen is he goes back to his quarterback's coach and his pass game coordinator, and he tries to elevate guys and bring them with him. And most of the time, teams accommodate that.
Yep.
They allow guys to go get raises. But they are saying, leave us alone and never call us again to the Jaguars, because the Jags basically behind their back did what looks like dirty business, which is to say that Liam Cohen went to interview in Jacksonville. The Bucks had given him permission to. The interview went well, but it seems like he didn't want to take the job as long as GM Trent Baalke was around, and the Jags told him Baalke wasn't going anywhere. So Liam Cohen gets back on a plane, flies back to Florida. Well, I guess he was already in Florida.
Different part of Florida.
Back to Tampa, and tells the Bucks, hey, I'm staying. They negotiate and make him the highest paid offensive coordinator in the NFL on a new contract. He has not signed the contract yet, and the next day, despite already agreeing to stay in Tampa Bay, the Jags call him and say, we're firing the GM that you don't want to work with. We want you to be our head coach. Come back to our facility, and let's have another interview and hash this out. He does not tell the Bucks, who are waiting for him to get to the facility to sign his contract, as the story goes. The Bucks can't get a hold of him throughout the day. Why isn't he here? He must be in traffic. When it turns out he's actually back in Jacksonville with the Jaguars, accepting the terms on a contract to become a head coach. So even after talking to some of his players, saying he's staying as an OC, he goes back to the Jags to become their head coach. Subsequently, he's had one of the most comical introductory press conferences that we've seen in a long time. I actually think the guy's really smart offensively.
I'm sure he is, yeah.
And maybe he'll have success and help Trevor Lawrence out a lot. But I bring this up to say he now, through the Jaguars, asks the Bucs, hey, we want to talk to some of these guys about coming with me to my staff. And they are going, no. They're just basically taking their ball and going home. They're telling the Jags, you broke the unwritten rules. They're telling Liam Cohen to kick rocks. You never really see this, but this is one of the rare examples of where being petty, I am kind of for.
Yeah, you can be Tom or Richard. All you want to do, go for it, right? Or Kyle, if you want to get crazy about it. I mean, remember when Washington did that with was it the running back? Where
yes, J.D. McKissick.
Right? Where he was a Bill and then he wasn't. So the Bills kind of got a little ticked off about that.
In fact, there was like some talk that they were going to have a joint practice or something, and that like imploded because the Bills basically said, nah, dude, we're not dealing with this team.
We're not going to hang out with these guys. So I'm all for that. And I'm, it's one of those things where there's a fine line between you want to do right by your people, want to do right by your employees, right, at all times. And even if it means losing some of them, right, that's part of management is if there's not as good an opportunity here that we can't offer you, you should be able to, blossom and fly somewhere else. And that's one of those things that, it'll come back in due course. It hurts you in the short term, but long term, it's the right thing to do. And then there's also, we can't reward what we think is dirty pool, right? We can't reward a team that kind of went behind our back and sort of violated the code. We're trying to abide by the code over here. You didn't first. So us not abiding by the code is just a reaction to what you guys did. And I'm here for it. I get it.
Yeah, I also don't hate this from the standpoint of, now they're in different conferences, so it won't matter a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's a bad thing to have some bad blood between teams in sports, which is not to say that I like the way the Jags operated. I'm certainly endorsing what the Bucs are doing as a result, but I think that rivalries are actually really healthy and good. So for all the Bucs fans to hate Liam Cohen in Jacksonville now, pretty cool to me. The only thing that would be better is if it was in the same division. But when a coach jumps ship in the division or something like that, like Ben Johnson as an example, leaves Detroit, goes to Chicago. I don't know if you've seen any of the fallout with like Bears fans, but they're so angry at Ben Johnson because he said a couple of years ago that he would never stay in the division. Like out of respect to Dan Campbell and the Lions, he wants a job, but it's got to be outside of the North. Well, then sure enough, he takes the job with their rival.
Like, what's the closest team in proximity to the one I'm at now?
Now,
I'll go there.
I don't think he did anything wrong. All he did was the right thing. Go get your job, go get your money, take care of your family, and pick the gig where you get to work with the highest ceiling, highest potential quarterback. So I'm all for it. But at the same time, you don't think that's awesome for football that now some of the players are buddies with him and probably annoyed, though, that he went to Chicago. And more importantly, the fans and those two fan bases are at each other's throats.
Yeah, that's how the Dallas-Washington thing started. It was like, gripe over a fight song, and chickens were involved at one point. And
chickens?
Seriously, chickens. Look it up. Cowboy Chicken Club. And there's, all sorts of things that have nothing to do with like a tackle on third down. And it sort of became this thing. Yes, there's familiarity. Yes, they're both good and, division rivals and so forth. But it's this long-standing thing that supersedes, kind of the normal on-field stuff. So I'm with you. It's actually good. As long as, like, doesn't result in, like, injury or anything, like, nefarious and illegal. But saying we don't like them because they're dirty. Well, we don't like them because they're dirty. Yeah, let's go. I'm all for it.
I just think it's harder to have really good rivalries in sports today with player movement.
Yeah.
So whatever we need to do
too,
to try to enact some of those and build some of those up is probably healthy. But you can't create it in a lab. You know what I mean? It's not like it can't be manufactured. It has to be this, where the Jags kind of skirted the rules a little bit and basically screwed the Bucs over. Again, they're in different conferences. They'll play once every 4 years, or you're going to their stadium once every 8 years. So it's really not that big of a deal in terms of the budding rivalry. But I like that fan bases are at each other's
fans
necks.
will be chirping each other for sure.
Yeah, that's good. All right, let's talk wide receivers for a moment. The Commanders are obviously going to be in the wide receiver market. You look at the wide receiver position in free agency, the best available players, T. Higgins from the Bengals, then Chris Godwin coming off a serious injury with the Bucs, who's still one of the better slot receivers in the National Football League. After that, I think there's a pretty big fall off. Amari Cooper finished the season with the Bills, going to be 31 years old going into this season. Buffalo didn't use him a ton as the year went along. Speaking of injuries, Stephon Diggs is going to be available. Former Maryland Terrapin, ranked by ESPN, the number 26 free agent available in this market. And then to round out the wide receiver class, the number 5 receiver, and this tells you about the lack of depth here, Darius Slayton, who's been a depth guy with the New York Giants, played a lot of games against Washington. He did catch 39 passes, averaged over 14 yards per catch this past season with bad quarterback play in New York. He's only going to be 28 years old, but he's far enough into his career where you kind of know what he is and you know what he's not. He's probably not an impact player. If you want someone who's a little older who could help you, 33-year-old Keenan Allen is going to be a free agent after his 1 year with the Chicago Bears as a depth guy who could be, a second wide receiver possibly. But of those names, knowing that at the top, T. Higgins is it's a bidding war and it's going to cost
a huge amount,
a ton of money. Who are you most intrigued by if you're Adam Peters?
Yeah, here's the thing. I've always liked Higgins as a player. It's that injury bug. It's that risk. It's that constant sort of thing. And if I'm going to pay him like a number 1, I don't think I'm getting a number 1. So this is one of those things where I'm like, am I interested in T. Higgins? Oh, you're damn right I am. But I know I'm not going to offer him what he wants. I'm not going to be able to give it to him. I'm not going to be able to say I count on T. Higgins to be a star for me because I don't think I can count on him being a star for me. Does that make sense? So there's other names at the right price who are all very intriguing to me. Amari Cooper's not explosive anymore, but still a very precise route runner. There's room there. I didn't think that the Keenan Allen move worked as well as it probably should have in Chicago. If he's not commanding $20+ million a year, which is what he came off of, this past season. Same with Stephon Diggs, who's been problematic at times and seems to wear out his welcome everywhere. So I'm interested in all those guys, but may not be at the highest price win the bidding war that it would probably take.
So ESPN put their cap guys on predicting contracts for all these players. For T. Higgins, they assign him $28.5 million per year, 4 years, okay, and $114 million, $70 million guaranteed. Now, that's what he's worth. It would make him basically the 7th highest paid wide receiver per year in the league. If you're bringing him in as the most recent guy to get paid, that's what happened. But to your point, he has missed 10 games combined the last 2 years, and he's played a bunch of games not 100%. He's kind of gotten fat in the games where he's been healthy and dominant, but there's been a lot of games where that hasn't been the case. So you saw, like I did this year, when he went 11 for $130 and 3 touchdowns against Denver, he can have those types of games. That's the kind of player he is. He could go 9 for 148 in a score against the Chargers. But there are a lot of 2 for 23s, 3 for 27s, because he either left early or because he was just couldn't practice all week. I have a real hard time paying T. Higgins almost $30 million a year.
It's one of those where he's gonna go somewhere. It's either going to be, oh my God, what a terrible contract, or maybe he's on Team Get Right and he stays healthy and is awesome. I just can't be the one taking the risk for me. Like, again, I let him come out of school. I did not understand why there wasn't more attention or kind of a clamoring for that guy. Just a consistent, really solid, strong receiver. Maybe not quite as fast in the straight line as some other guys, but that's only a fraction of what you do as a receiver. I have always liked him. I just can't pay that asking price.
All right, Godwin, who is going to make less money and coming off the injury, obviously serious injury, but you think with the rehab that guys do now should be close to 100% start of the year. I think this actually would make a lot more sense in terms of possession guy opposite McLaurin. You don't have to break the bank nearly as much. He's not young at this point.
He's 29.
But he's comparable to McLaurin. Like, there's still another 4 or 5 years out in front of him. He was on his way, by the way, to a huge season. His numbers early this year with Baker Mayfield in Tampa had 11 for $125 and 2 touchdowns in a game, 7 for 65, 6 for 70, 7 for 120, 8 for 83. He's about to have a career year. This is a guy who's caught 100 balls in a season. He's had 4 1,000-yard seasons in the last 6 years, and it would have been 5 if not for the injury this year. And prior to this year, he has had a season where he got hurt, but he's been more durable than T. Higgins overall. Cost you a little bit less.
I'm a Godwin fan. He's kind of the original, not original, but he's the best version right now of what I think of as the explosive slot receiver, right? Like, we think of the slot receiver as I don't know, you could pick your prototypical guy, but working underneath 7-8 yards, it's a tight end on one side, a slot guy on the other side. He's got more to his game than that. He can get open. He can stretch a little bit. Again, he's not going over the top down the field on people, and I wonder how much he's lost, especially not considering those injuries. But that's a guy that can catch 100 balls, and that doesn't grow on trees. That's not just bubble screens. It's not just, the sort of that Zacchaeus role. That's kind of an upgrade there. That is intriguing to me, and maybe the price is right coming off of an injury. And it's a guy I've always liked.
You mentioned price is right. That's where I'd be on Amari Cooper. I'm not really that excited about him at this point. And watching his second half, the way that he played in Buffalo after being traded by Cleveland, I'm borderline out.
Yeah.
But if you could get him on a huge discount because of that, where he wants to – I'm just making this up, but I really like playing with Jaden Daniels and the idea of Cliff Kingsbury's offense, and I think I'm a fit. And this team made the NFC Championship game, so maybe I could play for a Super Bowl. If the stars align and you could get him at a lesser rate than anticipated, all right, now you've got me intrigued. But otherwise, not a priority for me.
Yeah, I'm with you. This is one of those, are you willing to take a discount to play here kind of things for Cooper? Well, I could find a role for that guy. He is not explosive anymore. He was at one point. Maybe that never the ultimate speed burner, but such a precise route runner.
Yeah.
So good at setting guys up and making those toe tap catches on the sideline. Kind of I always considered him, and this is not an insult, sort of a poor man's DeAndre Hopkins, right? Where if you can't have D-Hop, you'll do pretty well with Amari Cooper going for 1,100 yards and 6-7 touchdowns.
Looking at some other contracts really quickly outside of the receiver position, what do you think the projection is for Sam Darnold on a 3-year deal?
Oh, I'm so terrible at this. $80-some million, right? Thinking close to 30 per, if not 30 per.
3 years, $120 million. $40 million per year for Sam Darnold would make him the 15th highest paid quarterback in AAV. 75 million guarantees.
Yeah.
Someone's going to pay him. Now, if I'm the Vikings, it ain't me.
It ain't me, babe.
I drafted J.J. McCarthy for a reason. We're going to see what happens here, especially after how he finished. If Darnold played at the level all year long that he was playing at, for the majority of the season, and he finished that way, we could have that conversation. But when you came up the smallest that you could be in the two biggest games of the year, with the division and the 1 seed on the line, massive dud. And then in the playoffs against the Rams, where he held the ball longer than it takes me to eat a Jersey Mike sub before he threw it. Sorry, man. I can't help you. You're going to get your $40 million from somebody else.
Yeah, it ain't me, babe. It ain't me you're looking for, babe. I'm not doing that. I can't. Again, and it's partly, I said this at the time. I can't remember if you were sick or not or whatever it was, but part of this is unfair. There's a huge sample this year that said Sam Darnold turned the corner. Sam Darnold, if you find the right OC, the right offense, the right situation, can thrive and be pretty good. That's better quarterbacking than anybody anticipated from him this year, and he can help somebody. I was sitting there waiting for the other shoe to drop, and it dropped so hard and woke everybody up in the house. Like those last couple of games were so dreadful that got cartoon style with my eyes. It's just in my brain. I can't unsee it.
All right, how much do you think they are predicting for Russell Wilson, the 36-year-old quarterback coming off of a season with the Pittsburgh Steelers? They're giving him a 2-year contract.
2 years, $63 million.
50 mil.
Oh,
25 per, 35 in guarantees, which is why I think he'll get another crack. Because he's now proven himself.
He's in that middle class of,
he's proven himself to not be good enough to really win with, but he's not bad enough that he's a backup. So he's one of the rare guys in the league, good use of middle class, who you could pay $25 million. Now, what does that get you? Like, what team? That's the hard part. Find a team that's okay being below average at quarterback, but also willing to pay a guy 25 per.
Yeah, it's a team
What's the point of that?
That doesn't have an answer this year in the draft. It's a team that doesn't already have a young passer or someone that's really good. You got to thread the needle there. There aren't too many teams. It's like when Tampa's going, all right, you guys, the plan? Here we go. It's Baker Mayfield. And everyone's going, oh, God. Well, it worked out great. He's been unbelievable. He and Canales and then Liam Cohen make beautiful music. But it's a team like that where there's no solidified answer. They're not picking too high. Like Tennessee's picking first, so they're going to be able to find somebody. It's like if the Raiders were picking 9th again, then maybe you'd go, okay, I guess he'll go there for some reason. Like somebody always needs a stopgap for a year or two.
I guess I could see one of these teams that's going to draft the quarterback, bringing him in. Like the Titans at number 1 are going to take a QB.
Oh, they could do it that way. Yeah.
Maybe you pay him 25 and you're able to bench him in week 9, and then you have 8 weeks or whatever to get your 1-1 up to speed. The Giants could be the same way. If you're drafting Shedeur Sanders at 3, let's just say, or Cam Ward, maybe you pay Russell Wilson, you start him for half a season, and then the kid takes over after that.
Cleveland.
Yeah, maybe.
Cleveland, you smell there?
That's a lot of money on the quarterback position, though.
Yeah.
I mean, like Cleveland to me, like Kirk Cousins, if he was playing for $2 million or something, like I'll be your starting quarterback for no money.
Mm-hmm.
Now that makes sense because you're paying Deshaun Watson all of the cash, right?
Right.
$25 million plus Deshaun Watson's biggest cap number at the position in the league.
Yep.
I don't know if that maths.
It doesn't. No, that's a good point. But so there's always that group that can't get the 1 seed or can't get the high draft pick or can't get the star that they want. And you have to have somebody play the position, and you want to make sure that the rest of your team isn't totally screwed, but you're lowering your ceiling. That middle class of quarterback, the thing that Washington was in for 40 years, they're trying to get out of that. But as long as you have kind of one of those shorter term deals, it can make sense.
Who are the teams that need quarterbacks this offseason? So the Steelers pick all the way down at 21, by the way, even though they lost their last 4 games because they were ticketed for the playoffs.
Yeah.
They're in the market for a quarterback.
And they just did the experience. I bet you they wouldn't.
Seattle, maybe, although they traded for Sam Howell last offseason as their safety valve project. Geno could be back if they choose to go that route, but they're a possibility. I'm just working my way up the draft board here.
Yep.
The
Raiders.
Well, you're going way up the board. Yeah, I mean, in the top 10, you've got Titans, Giants, Raiders, Jets, depending on what happens with Rodgers.
Jets, by the way, dude. Jets. If
For
there's
Russell
no Rodgers,
Wilson?
yeah.
I could see that.
Yeah.
Carolina, you got to give Bryce Young another shot. He showed enough, right?
Especially down the stretch, yeah.
New Orleans doesn't have the money to go get a veteran. They could draft somebody, but at 9, I don't know if this is the year where anybody's going to be worth it.
No.
There. That's another thing. What a godsend that Washington got their answer last year, because it's starting to look like the reports from from September about this college draft class were right.
Yeah,
this is a really weak quarterback class.
The timing is of the essence. The year you win the lottery can't be the year that Kwame Brown's the number 1 overall player. It's got to be the Wembanyama year. You know what I mean? And this looks like one of those times where this quarterback class, talking about the group that just finished their rookie years, looks like infinitely better than the previous year. Now, you never know. I mean, guys could surprise or could jump up and play better than you think. But by all accounts, year over year, this class greater than symbol this upcoming class.
I was a big Kwame Brown guy initially. Glenn Academy in Georgia. I think I was 8 years old. I didn't know that first overall picks could be terrible.
It just never occurred to you?
Yeah, I just thought automatically if you're picked that high, you're awesome. Because clearly a team wouldn't just draft you if you're bad.
Yeah.
I didn't know how it worked.
Yeah, and Michael Jordan's the greatest basketball player of all time. Not as good an executive.
Not so much.
Yeah.
Although, and I'm not going to say that the Kwame Brown pick was good. That was a terrible draft. If you go back and look, the only player in the top of that 10, if I remember, that was had a really good career was Pau Gasol.
Pau Gasol 3, and the story goes, I don't know what's true, what's not, but I remember the story goes that Jordan wouldn't go see him.
Sure.
He's like, he's abroad. I don't take it seriously.
Yeah.
We used to kill those guys when we played. The story was it was between Tyson Chandler, who was a good NBA player, unlike Kwame Brown.
Yeah.
But
he had a good career compared to Kwame.
Good solid
But
career.
I'm just saying, when you're picking one, you want to do better than Tyson Chandler, Eddie Curry.
Sure.
Shane Battier went 6th that year because he was good at Duke at drawing fouls.
That's right. So many charges.
So many of those.
And front clapping. Oh, he was great at front clapping. But the story was that Kwame Brown beat Tyson Chandler 1-on-1 that time. Jordan said, that's the guy we're taking. And anyway.
In fairness, had they have taken Tyson Chandler, it's not like we'd be talking about a different Wizards history. I mean, they just would have had.
Oh, they still wouldn't have won 50 games, what you're saying?
Yeah, you would have just had another guy who was a lot like all the other bigs that they had over those years for the most part. Linnell's got overtime tonight in our DC studios, so he's going to keep you company live and local into the evening. We're getting ready to go head over to the Tally Ho Theater, Danny. You've got to make fun of people.
Yes.
And then we've got to sit on some panels and talk about DC sports.
We're going to chop it up. Insider stories, shtick, jokes, me probably apologizing a couple times for jokes that went too far, guys being butthurt, but it'll be fun. It's one of these really cool events, man, that's always a pleasure to do. Can't wait.
It's going to be a good time. We will see you over there if you are one of the folks headed to the Tally Ho Theater. Thanks to our crew back in our DC studios, Darius and company. Thanks to Ryan and Chris out here at Green Tree Tavern. And speaking of which, awesome service all day long.
This place rules, man.
Very, very fun to be out here. To the folks at the bar have taken really good care of us. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We appreciate it. We will be talking to you guys next On Monday, I will be in New Orleans on Radio Row.
Oh, buddy.
Coming your way from Super Bowl 59 in Louisiana. We'll talk to you then on Grant and Danny. Thanks for checking us out. Have a great weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.